check what.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to kindly settle down. Please take your seat. Our chief guest is about to reach our venue. He is on his way and he will be joining us shortly. I hope you are having a good time. Thank you. Gentlemen, our chief guest is here with us. Please put your hands together. Please give him a huge round of applause and welcome Shri Brijesh Pathak ji. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. And here we have with us श्री मनोज कुमार सिंह जी एपीसी. एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाकर स्वागत करें. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I can't hear you guys. Come on. Good morning, everyone. Wow, lovely. I hope you all are having a good time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, khushamdeed, adab, sat shri akal, and a very, very warm welcome to Evoke India presents 5th edition of International Financial Literacy Conclave 2022. Well, my name is Nikita Rajput and I'm your host for the event, and I extend a heartiest welcome and I thank each one of you for taking out your precious time and marking this event with your glorious presence. It means a lot to us. So today it's a very, very special day for us at Evoke India as we complete a decade of wisdom of one knowledge into Christ. Can we have a huge round of applause for this wonderful company? Thank you. And with all our due respect, I may request Evoke India officials, Shri Praveen Dwivedi ji, Professor Subrata Chakrabarti ji and Shri A.K. Singh ji to welcome our dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, to make our event more special and memorable, here we have with us Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji, IAS Agriculture Production Commissioner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. जोरदार प्यार भरी तालियां बजाकर स्वागत करें। आज अपने बिजी शेड्यूल से टाइम निकालकर हमारे सभी डिग्निटरीज आए हैं हमारे इस इवेंट की शोभा बढ़ाते हुए। Thank you for joining us, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we here with us Shri Ashwini Bhatia ji, whole-time member, SEBI. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें। Thank you so much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. It is our absolute honor to welcome Shri Neeraj Kulsheswar, Chief Regulatory Officer, BSC. जोरदार तालियां बजाकर स्वागत करें। By Mr. A.K. Singh, Vice President, Lucknow Management Association. जोरदार तालियां। Now I request Shri A.K. Mathur ji, Vice President, Lucknow Management Association, to present bouquet to Shri G.P. Garg, Executive Director, SEBI. Please welcome to Mr. Rajesh Jangathi ji. Thank you for joining us, sir. Thank you, sir. कहते हैं दोस्तों, किसी भी शुभ अवसर की शुरुआत करते हैं तो ऊपर वाले का नाम लेना बहुत जरूरी होता है। आइए आज की शुभ घड़ी का शुभ आगाज उसी अंदाज में करते हैं जिस अंदाज में युगों युगों से करते आ रहे हैं। जी हाँ, दीप को प्रज्वलित करके आज का शुभारंभ करते हैं। मैं सभी डिग्निटरीज से रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कृपया करके दीप को प्रज्वलित करें और हम सभी को अंधकार से रोशनी की तरफ लेके चले। वक्रतुंडे महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदं शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदं शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
थैंक यू। सभी मेरे साथ बोलेंगे गणपति बप्पा मोरया। क्या बात है। अब हम सभी के साथ गणपति जी का आशीर्वाद भी है। Ladies and gentlemen, in this year's budget, our Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman emphasized on taking financial services to every nook of the country using digital technologies. When it comes to digital financial services, which bring products and services to users, mobile phones, it is almost like instant messaging today. If individuals and businesses have access to useful and affordable financial services and products, they provide a boost to economic activities and growth. It also improves the quality of everyday life by helping people plan for long-term well-being as well as short-term emergencies. So this brings us to a topic of discussion this year, digitalization and financial inclusion. So ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister of State, Social Welfare, Shri Asim Arunji has shared his message with us as he is busy with his commitments with the Honorable Chief Minister. So can we play that special video, please? And meanwhile, that video is getting ready. We have another message with us by Anandi Bain Patel, Rajpal, Uttar Pradesh. And she has stated, मुझे ये जानकर अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हुई कि इवोक इंडिया लखनऊ द्वारा 24 नवंबर 2022 को इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी कॉन्क्लेव 2022 के 5वें संस्करण में डिजिटलाइजेशन एंड फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन विषय पर एक दिवसीय कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। संगोष्ठी एवं कार्यक्रम के सफल आयोजन के लिए मैं अपनी हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देती हूँ। जोरदार ताली होनी चाहिए फॉर आनंदीबेन पटेल। So let's take this event ahead. May I now request Professor Subrata Chakraborty, Chairman Advisory Board, Evoke India Foundation, to please come on stage and formally welcome each one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियां बजाकर स्वागत करें।
Namaskar and a most hearty welcome to this financial conclave. As you have been told, this is 5th in the series of our financial conclaves. Every year in the month of November, we have been organizing this conclave over the last 5 years. This is 5th year. What are we up to? Though it is called Financial Literacy Conclave, but right from year 1 till now, we have been directly or indirectly focusing on financial inclusion. You might be wondering, why are these guys so obsessed with financial inclusion? We believe financial inclusion is central to bridge the socio-economic differentials that exist in our society. It is not just in India this is happening. This is happening in all developing countries as well as frontier economies, where certain sections of the population are getting left out from getting formal financial services. So that made us to think why this is really happening and how can we probably address this issue. Now, this time, our theme is digitalization and financial inclusion. Although financial inclusion has been increasing over the years, but we have observed large disparities between men and women, rich and poor, and therefore began to think that what can we do to tide over such disparities? Therefore, we looked at digitalization. In fact, many of you may think digitalization is nice to talk about because that is the modern world's fancy. Not exactly. We see digitalization as a very important thing in order to reach out to those whom we have not been able to reach out thus far. How do we do that? Because through digitalization, we expect that there would be considerable reconfiguration of standard financial products, which otherwise could not be reached to underprivileged sections through the normal distribution channels. Now, how digitalization can tide over the problem? Because digitalization can reconfigure the products as well as the service delivery system. And that's the reason we felt that digitalization would be an important subject to talk about. To quote our Prime Minister, he said that in India, technology is a tool to fight poverty. And if any of you have some doubts whether we will be able to adopt such technologies or things like digitalization, because for many it may still seems to be something far-fetched. But if you look at the journey we have made through UPI, I mean United Payment Interface, I am sure many of us are using it. At least I use it to the hilt, because through that, the need for cash is gone. Why do you need cash? To pay somebody. Now, if you can pay somebody through that mode, problem gets solved. So that's why Honorable Prime Minister has said it is, as I said, it is something that can really strike and tide over the issues of poverty. Therefore, please don't take digitalization as a mantra. It has to be a focused strategy. And in today's discussion, I do hope that we get to learn what those focus strategies are, and our learned speakers give us a roadmap from here on, so that we are able to really achieve our objectives that we have. All I would say, going back to UPI, just to quote a figure, in October 2022, the number of transactions that took place through UPI is 12.3 billion. 12.3 billion. It's an astronomical number. And the money transferred is in terms of several trillions. So Indian payment system has become an envy to the whole world. And I suppose we would be able to do the same when it comes to digitalization. With these words, I welcome you once again and look forward to a very fruitful discussion so that we are able to understand or get hang on certain focus strategies in all the 5 sectors that we are talking about. As you know, it is farming, MSME, women, youth, etc. So we should be able to reach out to untapped population and are able to include them in the formal financial system. With that, thank you once again. Namaskar and welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for blessing us with your wonderful words. Now, to take this event ahead, Now, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Praveen sir, our founder and president, to share with us a few beautiful moments from Evoke India's 10-year-long journey. Wow. So please put your hands together and welcome Praveen sir on stage.
Honorable Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji,
Celebrating
Agriculture
10 years of
Commissioner,
trust
Government of UP.
since 2012.
We are so
Beautiful journey.
grateful to serve for taking your
Celebrating
time
10
for this
years of
conclave
trust.
today. Respected guest of honor, Shri Ashwini Bhatia ji, whole-time director, Securities Exchange Board of India. So welcome to the conclave. Shri Neeraj Kulshreshtha ji, Rajesh Dangeti ji, from SEBI, Regional Director. Also, all our advisory board members, our esteemed executive committee members, all the delegates, patrons who have come here. A lot of CEOs of farmer producer companies have come here, NGOs have come. So we are really thankful and welcome you all to this conclave today. My thoughts on today's conclave, I would like to share. It's quite an emotional thing, which when I am standing here on the cusp of my 1 decade of completion when we started this child. So this is something which I think makes me feel quite excited actually. So as India celebrates, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we are entering into Amrit Kal, and Evoke India enters into today, 24th of November, which also happens to be the Thanksgiving Day. One of our speakers, of course, we know it. In US, it is Thanksgiving Day. So it's a Thanksgiving to all of you who have been contributor to our journey. जिन सभी के सहयोग से आज Evoke India इस मुकाम पे खड़ा हुआ है. So, when we are entering, India is entering Amrit Kal, we are looking at how we increase the per capita income and prosperity of our people of India. What is very important is to rededicate ourselves, and reflect upon what we have done and what we need to do in the times to come, And just to give you a brief about, I will take 5 minutes to give you a brief about Evoke India, how it took shape in year 2012 with the thought of, Uttisht Jagrat Prapyavaran Nibodhat, which is a shloka from Kathopanishad, says that, arise, awake, and reach out to the people who are wise men and gain wisdom. So what we are doing is that by shared knowledge, by sharing knowledge and, making a platform where a lot of our trainers, speakers and all, and we can actually build capacity in people who are deprived or who are not having that knowledge. So that's the whole objective of Evoke India, which is what we have captured in a capsule, in a video. So if I can request Sajal, my colleague, to start a couple of minutes, 2 minutes of video, and then I'll take it forward from there.
Since 2012. On 24th November 2012, an idea is born in Kanpur. In 2013, we embarked on a beautiful journey, taking baby steps. 2014 is when we inaugurated our first office in Lucknow. 2015 is when our team grew stronger and made the dream work. 2016, we accomplished major projects. NSC empanelment for IAPs in 7 states, programs for UP Police in all 75 districts. 2017 is when we took wings and expanded reach of our programs across India. We also set up our advisory board and executive committee. In 2018, we launched the first IFLC and became UP's only SEBI-recognized investor association. 2019 is when we held the second IFLC. Cruising ahead in 2020, signing multiple MOUs with prominent institutions. In 2021, we received empanelment from BSC for Pan-India programs. We also launched Alak, an educational initiative for the underprivileged by Evoke India Foundation. Today, we are a team of 400 plus members with 50 plus trainers, having done 1200 plus trainings in 200 plus cities, having trained more than 1 lakh people.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your encouragement. So, coming back to this conclave, when we started in 2018, and the theme which we kept was from financial literacy to financial inclusion. Then in the next year, it was from financial literacy to inclusive prosperity. Third year, the theme was making inclusive prosperity happen. And finally, last year was enhancing financial empowerment. So you can see that we have been sharpening our axe on financial inclusion, financial literacy, because we feel that finance is the area which makes a lot of our country, into the poverty because of not understanding the finance. And we have consistently tried to improve financial well-being of our focus segments of women, youth, farmers, MSMEs, and startups. Especially for farmers, I would mention that for last 6 months, we have been doing a lot of capacity building programs under the directions of our APC sir. And of course, along with Lucknow Management Association, Evoke India Foundation has been working with a lot of farmer producer companies to help them gain knowledge about financial matters. With the maturity and acceleration of market dynamics, what is happening is our endeavor is that how we, reduce the digital divide, or how do we reduce this inequality, and that is through the knowledge and the work which we do. Digitalization, if you see, digitalization has been praised by World Bank and IMF both. IMF has said that digitalization is something which is post-pandemic, it is on steroid. While pandemic has been worst for people and for economies, but it has been a wonderful blessing for digitalization. I think all of us, whether we want it or not want it, I think we have to get into digitalization. And now with the 5G coming, with the ONDC coming, central bank digital currency coming, I think none of us can remain touched by this financial inclusion. So which is very, very important. And what we are trying at Evoke India Foundation, which is UP's only recognized, SEBI recognized investor association, how we bring investor awareness, how we help people take informed decisions, how we protect their interests. That is what is our goal. And today, as we celebrate our 10 years of completion on 24th November 2012, I would certainly express my heartfelt gratitude to all our stakeholders, investors, advisory board, executive committee, SEBI, BSE, NSE, NCDX, NABARD, SIDBI, our trainers, and everyone. I'm just getting call from Brajesh Pathakji's office. And in the last decade, as you just saw, that we have done over 1 lakh people participation. Now, our objective is that, our dream is that in next 3 years' time, we want to reach a population of minimum 5 lakh with digital adoption. So that's the dream. That's something which we want to do. And let me also announce here that by the grace of God, we have been approached by Reserve Bank of India also for a project which is for Eastern UP, and we are already in thick of the action. How we will reach that 5 lakhs is through that ground level, village level work on financial literacy, which Evoke India Foundation has been trusted with. So with these words, I once again welcome you all to to be part of the deliberations with over 30 plus speakers from India and abroad, of course, from 4 countries. And we would look forward to your guidance, feedbacks, and आप सभी का मार्गदर्शन, हम सब लोग और आपकी सभी की शुभकामनाएं और आशीर्वाद हम बिल्कुल आपसे चाहेंगे. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words and the tremendous work being done in financial literacy and investor education, which is commendable. Amazing. Cheers. I think voices. So, sorry for the inconvenience. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Shri Ashwini Bhatia ji. He is here with us. And before I welcome him on the dais, on the podium, I would like to tell you a brief about him. Shri Ashwini Bhatia ji is a whole-time member, Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, as our esteemed guest of honor in IFLC 2022. Shri Bhatia has an experience of over 3.5 decades in the State Bank Group, where he joined as a probationary officer in 1985. And before becoming Managing Director of State Bank of India, Shri Bhatia served as MD and CEO, SBI Fund Management Private Limited. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shri Ashwini Bhatia.
Good morning to all of you. Tamiz or Tehzeeb ki Nagri mein, you've got to say Namaskar, Adab. Delighted to be here and congratulations to Avok Foundation on its decade. Very complex subject actually is financial inclusion, financial education, and how do you actually start? So let me show you a slide and that will tell you how a financially illiterate person starts his journey. Can I have the slide? No, next one. Next one. Next. So I joined the bank in 1985. The basic pay was a princely 860 rupees. My brother had joined the armed forces. His basic pay was 700. And they said, wow, great, you've arrived in life, 4 increment zyada mile. And the monthly PF outflow was even a bigger princely sum. It started with about 100 rupees. As I said, I joined in 85. My first PF statement, the total balance was 7,600 rupees. And all of us used to anxiously wait for the statement ki abhi aaya, abhi aaya, abhi aaya. And what was the thumb rule? 860 rupees divided by 12. I contribute that amount and the bank contributes that amount. This is the start of my investment journey. We did not even know about it. That, our savings have started. And this is about 2.5 years after I joined the bank. I joined the bank on the 1st of October, 2.5 years. My balance is 7,600. Next slide. Next slide. So this is, I retired in May. All this is personal data, but I don't care. But I just wanted to explain to you the power of compounding. And from the very first day of our service, we are disciplined. This is a default saving, but did we diversify? No. So I started with a basic of 860, retired at a certain level, basic pay of over 2 lakh rupees. The monthly outflow, which used to be around 200, went up to about 75,000. Right? And that is nothing but a sip. And today when we discuss mutual fund industry, where per month you are getting an inflow of 13,000 crores, makes a statement. Makes a statement because of in a population of 130 crore plus, look at the numbers, 100 rupees per person per month is coming into the SIP kitty. If you multiply that by 12 months, that comes to 1,50,000 crores. And that replaces the foreign portfolio investors in the country. That is what has given stability to the Indian markets. But was I wise enough in 1985? Now, let me talk to you about my second investment journey. Next slide. So this is okay. So this is my first PPF account. PF ke baad PPF. Those days used to say it's a great investment, 9% मिलता है और post office में जमा करोगे तो 1% commission और मिलता है. Used to get that commission also. So I started with 100 rupees. I started with 100 rupees. Okay. And the maximum amount that you were allowed was 60,000. It increased to 1 lakh and now it is 1,50,000, which is the benefit that you get under 80C. Here, what is my current investment? Next slide. So it's come to about 78 lakhs. This is the corpus today. And the interest I earn is 5,10,000, which and against my yearly installment of 1,50,000. But had I invested this as a SIP or a regular investment in the markets or through a ELSS scheme, the current outstanding would have been, can you click again? No. So that would have come to about 1.6 crores. And had I been disciplined enough and put this into some kind of a SIP again, this would have grown to about 11 crore rupees. I would have retired maybe 10 years back. Okay, so this is the discipline of the markets, the benefits that you can make out of equity, and actually what is growing. Today, we are a $3 trillion economy. Convert that to rupees, 245 lakh crore is our GDP. The market capitalization is 280 lakh crores. But what are the numbers that we have? The number of investors? We have only 10 crore demat accounts, 14 crore mutual fund folios. And the penetration is so low because if you compare it to banking, there are 150 crore savings bank accounts. The deposit level is 173 lakh crores. And against that, although the market capitalization is 280 lakhs against 173, the number of investors are very, very few. All right. So what do you need to actually do to be part of the growth story? Get into the markets, be disciplined, have a default setting, diversify. And many times people ask me, what is financial literacy? How do you do it? And what should be your approach? So first of all is invest in your knowledge. If you do that at the very beginning and not be a stupid person like me who just relied on PPF and PF, did not do anything more, please diversify. Get into a real estate asset, get into some financial assets, and financialization actually is happening very, very fast. Don't get into 5, 6, 7 properties. Be very careful with your money. And what has SEBI done over the last 30 years of its existence? SEBI was born out of a crisis, the 1992 crisis of Harshad Mehta, and look at the developments that have taken place in the markets since then. Demat account, depositories, electronic trading, futures and options. So the market today is absolutely safe. The regulation that we have tried to bring in to the system will also give you confidence that your money today is safe. You can unhesitatingly invest. Settlement जो पहले एक हफ्ते में होता था, एक महीने में होता था, today it happens on T+1 basis. So SEBI has tried to make everything possible to ensure that your money is safe. But you must be sure that you are getting into the right product. और आपको अगर मैं numbers की अगर का एहसास भी दिला दूं ना, you'll be shocked. मैंने आपको बोला था कि Indian economy is a $3 trillion economy, 2.5 लाख करोड़ की economy है. Daily कितने transactions होते हैं? Cash market में only 60,000. F&O market में it is 134 lakh crores a day, which means that our GDP is being turned around in 2 days. That is how liquid the entire market is. There is transparency. It is very robust. The technology is today absolutely fantastic. So my request to you, and my request to organizations like Awoke India, who are completing a decade, congratulations to you on the wonderful work that you have done, is only this. Take this message to the local population, to the villages, and tell them the benefits of investing, not trading. Benefits of investing and not trading. Our population should participate in the growth story of India. And a country that is today amongst the fastest growing in the world, it will be a shame that our local population is not part of the entire story of India. SEBI has also tried to bring in more transparency on the agriculture side, on the commodity side, through hedging instruments for farmers. Again, a very, very big opportunity for them. Again, warehouses have been set up, exchanges are there, depositories are there. It is in the interest of the farmers of the FPCs कि अपने farmers को बताएं कि भाई there is an opportunity to get a rice price for your product 1 month, 2 month, 3 month at a forward rate. That is possible. I must also congratulate the government of UP. सबसे पहली बार दो शहरों में, लखनऊ and गाजियाबाद, आपने municipal bonds issue की. It's a very, very big step. And why should cities rely only on central government, below that the state government for your own funding? And why should residents of the city not invest in municipal bonds? It's a very, very efficient way of raising capital. And if the citizens of the city participate in that and not go to bank deposits, for example, saving bank में जाओगे तो आपको 3% मिलेगा. Bonds में जाएंगे तो शायद आपको ज्यादा मिलेगा. There are other benefits to it. You become a responsible city to get better facilities. And all these are soft infrastructure that you need. You need hospitals, you need roads, you need sewage, you need green areas, you need solar energy. If citizens take part in that, our cities can also become much, much better. SEBI has also started REITs and InvITs, जिसका मतलब है कि अगर आपके पास completed assets हैं, आप उसको भी monetize कर सकते हैं. That is also taking off very well. This year, NHAI will not have to raise money for its roads. We talk about digitization. The government of India is the biggest disruptor, starting with Aadhaar, income tax, FASTag, COVID का आपका कार्ड. digitization. And all this is such big news, and the whole world is coming to India to understand what UPI is. It's a wonderful initiative. और डिजिटाइजेशन तो सबको समझ आती है, गांव में भी समझ आती है, बट फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, कमिंग बैक टू द फर्स्ट थिंग, वो आपने समझानी है. Ask your clients, your customers, not to trade but to invest in the India story. SEBI is there to grow the capital in the country. If that is possible, I think India will be a much, much better country. We've just celebrated the 75th year. We are into Amrit Kal. People, Mr. Adani, Mr. Ambani, all of these people are talking about 40 trillion, 50 trillion, 30 or whatever. We are not talking about that. Suffice to say that if you do the right thing, the sky is the limit. Markets will be there. Very, very competitive we are. We have lots of transactions, and SEBI will try to ensure that literacy reaches the common man and it benefits all. I also recall I used to be a GM in Punjab और जनधन शुरू किया था, और हमने बोला कि यार ये क्या प्रॉब्लम आ गई है, and actually it ran into mission mode, and but 50 crore accounts were open, and today that is worth more than 100 lakh. 1 lakh. That is not have, but I just thought I'll explain to you that everybody must start investing early, must start investing fast. सोच के समझ के invest करो. This is the logo of NSE. Mutual fund, AMFI बोलता है कि mutual fund सही है, तो सचिन तेंदुलकर और धोनी की भी आजकल advertisements आनी शुरू हो गई हैं. They also say that yes, that is the right way. If you don't understand, give it to a professional. They will be able to. So from the SEBI side, we will try to be as active as possible, try to bring as many changes as possible to ensure that your money is safe. But the biggest message is, whenever you invest through a SEBI regulated intermediary, whether he's a broker, whether he's an investment advisor, whether he's a research analyst, whether he's Awok India, you are SEBI registered, I'm sure you're very responsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, the moment for which we all were waiting for is finally here. Our special guest. It is my absolute honor to welcome our dynamic Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Brajesh Pathak ji, with us. Sir, very warm welcome. I request sir to please join us on the dais. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us take this event ahead, and I would like to welcome our guest of honor, Shri Manoj Kumar Singh, IAS Agriculture Production Commissioner, Uttar Pradesh. And before he deliver his speech, I would like to tell you a small brief about him. He is presently APC, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Additional Chief Secretary to Government of Uttar Pradesh, Rural Development Department and Panchayati Raj Department. He was commissioned director of flagship programs like Namami Gange, Swachh Bharat Mission, Amrut, and Smart City in the Uttar Pradesh. So please put your hands together and welcome Shri Manoj Kumar Singh.
नमस्कार, माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री जी, अश्विनी जी, डायस पे बैठे सभी सम्मानित अतिथिगण, प्रवीण जी, इस सभागार में इस कार्यक्रम में शिरकत करने के लिए आए हुए सभी सम्मानित अतिथिगण, नमस्कार। आज जो टॉपिक है वो डिजिटलाइजेशन और फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन का है। आपने एक कहानी अश्वनी जी से सुनी जो उनकी व्यक्तिगत कहानी थी। डिजिटलाइजेशन एक अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफर करता है चीजों को बहुत तेजी से स्केल अप करने का, लेकिन फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, इनका हमने काफी हद तक अर्थ सिर्फ ये लगा रखा है कि बैंक में एक अकाउंट होना चाहिए। जब हम फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन की बात कहते हैं तो बैंक अकाउंट खोलने के साथ हम मानते हैं कि वो काम पूरा हो गया है, जबकि ऐसा है नहीं। हमने जो अपने करियर में देखा है काम करते हुए, एक बहुत बड़ा पुश नए बैंक अकाउंट्स खोलने का आया था जब नरेगा योजना की शुरुआत हुई थी। उसमें मजदूरों के लिए बैंक अकाउंट खोलने की एक बहुत बड़ी मुहिम चली थी, लेकिन उससे कहीं बड़ा और बहुत सशक्त अभियान चला जनधन अभियान, जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 4-5 साल पहले शुरुआत की। और उसमें जैसा अश्वनी जी ने बताया कि 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा खाते खुले। अब 130 करोड़ की आबादी में एक अभियान में 50 करोड़ खाता खुला, और जितने भी सरकारी विभाग के स्कीम्स होती हैं सब में बेनिफिट जो ट्रांसफर होता है वो एक बैंक अकाउंट के थ्रू ही होता है। तो आबादी से ज्यादा, कई बार एक लोगों के एक से ज्यादा अकाउंट भी हैं, तो अकाउंट तो खुले हुए हैं, लेकिन फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन का और डिजिटल लिटरेसी का मकसद वहीं पूरा नहीं होता है। मैं समझता हूँ यहाँ बहुत से लोग एक किताब पढ़े होंगे, रिच डैड पुअर डैड, जो रॉबर्ट कियोसाकी ने लिखी है। और उसमें जो एक सीधा साधा लड़का होता है, उनके 2 लड़के होते हैं, वो खुद मेहनत करता है, वो एक टीचर का काम करता है, लेकिन जिसको वो अपना मेंटल हैंडओवर करना चाहते थे, जिसको स्मार्ट अपनी तरफ से बना रहे थे, वो ऐसे प्रोफेशन में जाना चाहता था जहां उसे काम नहीं करना पड़े बल्कि उसकी जगह पैसा काम करे। और इसी कॉन्सेप्ट पे उन्होंने ये बातें कही हैं कि हमारे किसी भी स्कूल में, कॉलेज में, किसी भी कोर्स में ये नहीं पढ़ाया जाता है हाउ टू सेव मनी और हाउ टू मेक मनी, जबकि पढ़ाई करने के बाद ज्यादातर लोग अपनी जिंदगी का ज्यादातर हिस्सा इन्हीं कामों पे खर्च करते हैं कि कैसे पैसा बनाएं, कैसे पैसा जमा करें, या कैसे पैसा कमाएं। लेकिन ये सब्जेक्ट किसी भी स्कूल के कोर्स में या कॉलेज के कोर्स में नहीं होता है। हम आपको अभी एक छोटी सी फिल्म दिखाएंगे। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने 2020 के मई महीने में ये तय किया कि हर गांव में एक बैंकिंग करस्पॉन्डेंट सखी होनी चाहिए, और उसके थ्रू उस गांव में जितने भी बैंकिंग ट्रांजैक्शन होने हैं, बैंक अकाउंट्स खुलने हैं, या लोगों के जो पैसे ड्रॉ होने हैं, वो उनके थ्रू हो। अब उत्तर प्रदेश में लगभग साल में 75,000 करोड़ रुपए का डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर अलग अलग स्कीम्स में होता है, जिसमें किसान सम्मान निधि, पेंशन, ओल्ड एज, विडो पेंशन, ये सारी तरह के मनरेगा की जो मजदूरी है, ये सभी कुछ शामिल कर दें तो 75,000 करोड़ रुपए का हर साल लोगों को डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर गवर्नमेंट करती है। अब इस पैसे का अगर ड्रॉल गांव में ही हो तो कितना सहूलियत हो सकता है, कितना सुविधा हो सकता है। और इसमें काफी बुजुर्ग लोगों को भी गवर्नमेंट पैसा देती है। वो जब बैंक में जाते हैं तो जिस तरह का ड्रॉवल वो करते हैं, कभी 500, कभी 1000, कभी 200, और जो बैंक के ऊपर कॉस्ट आता है एक बैंकिंग ट्रांजैक्शन या एक कस्टमर को हैंडल करने का, वो अश्वनी जी ज्यादा बेहतर बताएंगे, बट वो कहीं ज्यादा आता है। एक बहुत रिवॉल्यूशनरी काम ये यूपीआई का हुआ है, जिसके बारे में अभी पूर्व वक्ता ने बताया आपको, और ये दुनिया के कई देश इसको अपने यहाँ कॉपी करना चाहते हैं, एमुलेट करना चाहते हैं और इसको लागू करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन इसने एक बहुत ही ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव चेंज किया है, और अब आपका कहीं भी किसी भी बैंक में अकाउंट हो, आप कहीं से और अलग अलग माध्यम से आप उसको ड्रॉ कर सकते हैं। मैं आपको ये बताना चाहूंगा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी ने जो मई 2020 में ये स्कीम शुरू की बैंकिंग करस्पॉन्डेंट की, उसमें जब गांव की महिलाएं ट्रेन की गई, पहले सेलेक्ट की गई, लगभग 50,000 महिलाएं सेलेक्ट की गई, 58,000 ग्राम पंचायतें हैं यूपी में, और उनको ट्रेनिंग दी गई 1 हफ्ते की आरसेटी में, जो बैंक से स्पॉन्सर्ड इंस्टीट्यूशंस होती हैं, और 1 हफ्ते की ट्रेनिंग के बाद उनका एक एग्जाम होता है सर्टिफिकेशन का, क्योंकि बैंकिंग करस्पॉन्डेंट के रूप में काम करने के लिए आपको वो एग्जाम पास करना होता है सर्टिफिकेशन का। इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फाइनेंस बैंकिंग, IIBF है, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ बैंकिंग एंड फाइनेंस, बॉम्बे में वो एक एग्जाम ऑनलाइन कंडक्ट करता है। उसको पास करने के बाद आपको एज ए बैंकिंग करस्पॉन्डेंट काम करने का मौका मिलता है। और आपको यकीन नहीं होगा कि ये महिलाएं जो गांव से निकल कर आई थी, हफ्ते भर की ट्रेनिंग के बाद 90 से 95% ने पहले अटेम्प्ट में इस एग्जाम को पास किया। उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट ने इनको 75,000 रुपए का सॉफ्ट लोन दिया 4% पे, जिससे इन्होंने पॉश मशीन खरीदी और ओवरड्राफ्ट के लिए अपने बैंक में पैसा जमा किया। अब आप पिछले 2 सालों से ये काम कर रहे हैं और आपको मैं बताऊं कि पिछले 2 सालों में लगभग 45,000 महिलाओं को ट्रेनिंग करने के बाद सर्टिफाई कराया गया है। 33,000 उसमें ऑनबोर्ड हो चुकी हैं पार्टनर बैंक्स के साथ, और पिछले 2 सालों में उन्होंने लगभग 8,000 करोड़ का ट्रांजैक्शन किया है इन गांवों में, और लगभग 4 करोड़ ट्रांजैक्शन है और 18 करोड़ रुपए एज ए कमीशन इन्होंने अर्न किया है। मैं आपको ये फिल्म के लिए रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा।
सब अपनी कुर्सी लेके इधर आ जाइए, कुर्सी लेकर के आ जाइए। तो आपको गांव में लोग कैसे पहचानते हैं? कैसे है? विशेष है कि अच्छा, सबको मालूम है घूमती फिरती बैंक है, हैं? कैसे सम्मान मिलता है, मतलब क्या होता है? एक बताइए।
लोग सिर्फ लोग से है और हमारा गांव 8 किलोमीटर दूर है वहाँ से, और जब वहाँ पर बुजुर्ग जो ज़ईफ लोग हैं तो उनसे चला नहीं जाता, तो फिर हम घर जाके पैसे निकाल के आते हैं और दुआएं होती हैं। तो हम ये कहते हैं, मैंने कहा हमें मत दो, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी को दो।
और किसका क्या अनुभव है? हाँ बताइए।
बहुत ही मान और सम्मान मिला है। NRLM से जुड़ने के बाद हम इसमें इस पद पे कार्य कर रहे हैं, जिससे गांव में हमें बैंक दीदी के काम से सम्मानित किया जाता है। अब कोई भी दीदी बैंक में जाने के लिए परेशान नहीं होती, सारे काम हम लोग गांव में ही निपटा देते हैं।
तो आप लोगों को मिलने जाते हैं कि लोग आपको ढूंढते हैं? कैसे करते हैं जब जाते हैं? पहले क्या करते हैं, कैसे बात करते हैं, मुझे समझाइए। जैसे मैं हूँ और मुझे आप लोग सेवा दे रहे हैं, तो कैसे करेंगे?
क्या परेशानी है, कैश निकलवाना है या जमा कराना है, फिर वो अपने बताते हैं, फिर उनसे उनका आधार कार्ड लेते हैं, आधार कार्ड से निकलवाना है तो आधार कार्ड डालते हैं, बैंक का नाम लेंगे और फिर उसमें पूछते हैं कस्टमर से कितना अमाउंट निकलवाना है, फिर फिंगरप्रिंट्स लगा के उनको निकलवा के और उनको अमाउंट बता देते हैं कि इतना आपका अमाउंट बच गया।
अच्छा, उनको नोट अगर गिनना नहीं आता है तो कैसे मदद? किसी सबसे वृद्ध व्यक्ति को जिसने सबसे ज्यादा मदद की, ऐसा कौन है आप में से? एकदम आखिर में बताइए।
जी आप माँ जी बुला रही हूँ, उनके पास जाते माँ जी बताओ आप लेके उनके पास जाती हूँ, फिर उनको पैसा निकाल कर देती हूँ, फिर पूछती हूँ अम्मा और भी कोई दिक्कत हो तो मुझे बताना, मैं आपके साथ।
तो लोगों को भरोसा है कि आपको पैसा दिया मतलब बैंक में गया। अच्छा, गांव में तो महिलाओं को अपनी साड़ी के ऊपर पैसा बांधने की आदत है, या तो फिर अपने किचन में अनाज जो है उसी में पैसे डालते रखते हैं, उनको क्या लगता है?
सर वो जमा करते हैं।
और सर हमारे यहाँ एक बुजुर्ग ऐसे हैं जो बोलते थे कि हम बैंक जाते हैं तो सिर्फ झगड़ा होता है। मैंने पूछा कि बाबा आपका झगड़ा होता क्यों है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि मेरा झगड़ा इसलिए हो जाता है कि हम बैंक में कहते हैं मेरा कैश जमा कर दो, तो बोलते तुम्हारा खाता ही बंद हो जाता है। तो हमने कहा कि आप अपना खाता नंबर दीजिए, आधार आपका हम लगाएंगे, आपका अकाउंट हम चालू कराएंगे और आज से आपको बैंक जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। अब सर उनका जो है अगर धान बेचे या गेहूं, वो बनिया के पास हमेशा रहता था, लेकिन सर आज वो मुझे 50,000 ला के देते हैं, बोलते बेटा ये लो तुम बांटो। और हमारा जो सर हमारे ओडी में चला जाता है और हम क्या करते हैं ओडी से ले जा करके उनके खाते में ट्रांसफर कर देते हैं। सर एक मेरी तो बचत हो गई कि बैंक कम जाना पड़ा।
50,000 रुपये आप लेकर के जाती हैं, आपको हिम्मत डर नहीं
सर जी
लगता?
सर मैं 50,000 नहीं, मेरा डेली का ट्रांजेक्शन सर इस टाइम 2.5 से 3 लाख है मेरे पास। एनी टाइम 1,00,000 1.5 लाख अमाउंट मैं रखती हूँ।
क्या नाम है आपका?
सर नीतू मौर्य, मैं डी ब्लॉक से हूँ।
बैंक वाले भी खुश होते होंगे कि उनका कारोबार आप कर रहे हैं।
सर मेरे गांव से करीब क्या नाम है, बैंक 5-6 किलोमीटर दूर पड़ता है, इसलिए काफी लोगों को जाने में दिक्कत होती है सर। तो हमने जब बैंक की उनको सुविधाएं दी तो वो लोग हम लोग से बहुत खुश हुए और काफी हमको आशीर्वाद भी दिया कि उनको जाने में बहुत दिक्कत हो रही थी, इसलिए सर। सर जब हमने ट्रेनिंग लिया था तो हमारे घर वालों ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया और ये मेरा बच्चा उस टाइम जब हमने ट्रेनिंग लिया तो ये 9वां महीना चला था ट्रेनिंग का। सर हमने 3 मार्च से अपना वो ट्रेनिंग चालू किया। 8 को मेरा पेपर हुआ, 9 को घर पे आए, उसके बाद में 11 तारीख को मेरा बेबी हुआ। फिर हमने अप्रैल से ज्वाइन किया इसको। फिर हमने 1 करोड़ का लगभग ट्रांजेक्शन किया है, उसमें हमको 24,000 का कमीशन अर्जित किया गया।
अच्छा, बैंक सखी बनने से पहले क्या करते थे? खाना पकाते थे?
पहले जब मैंने ये बैंक में काम नहीं करती थी सर, मैंने खाना बनाती थी और मेरा उतना इज्जत सम्मान नहीं था जितना मुझे अब बढ़ा है। हमारे गांव में जब से सभी लोग जान गए कि ये बैंक खोली है, मैंने सबको बताई हूँ। हमारे गांव में जितनी बुजुर्ग महिला हैं, विकलांग महिला हैं, जितनी बीमार महिला हैं, जो ऐसे महिला जो लोग हैं, मैं उनके घर जा करके खाता भी खोलती हूँ और पैसा भी लेन देन करती हूँ। हमारे कार्य से वो लोग बहुत खुश हैं सर।
आपने जमा किया और जब बैंक वालों को दिया और कम पड़ गया, गिनती में गड़बड़ हो गई, तो क्या करते हैं? ऐसा होता है 3 बार गिनते, 4 बार गिनते। बहनों का ऐसा होता है, जब भी उनको काम का मौका मिलता है वो अद्भुत करके दिखाती। चलिए, आपको मेरी बहुत बहुत बधाई।
बंद कर दीजिए। ये मैंने आपको दिखाया पिछले 2 साल का इनिशिएटिव, और इससे मैसेज मैं ये देना चाहता था आपको कि जो लोग कल तक कोई ऐसा फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी या डिजिटलाइजेशन में फॉर्मल एजुकेशन या ट्रेनिंग नहीं लिए हैं, वो भी कितने बड़े काम को अंजाम दे सकते हैं। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, हम सभी लोग जानते हैं आज के हमारे कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाते हुए हमारे साथ हैं none other than Deputy Chief Minister of उत्तर प्रदेश श्री ब्रजेश पाठक जी। आइए उनका स्वागत करते हैं और 2 शब्द उनसे जरूर सुनना चाहेंगे। सर, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है।
भारत माता की। एवोक इंडिया द्वारा आयोजित इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी कॉन्क्लेव 2022 के भव्य एवं गरिमामय समारोह में हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हैं आदरणीय अश्विनी भाटिया जी, वरिष्ठ IAS अधिकारी आदरणीय मनोज कुमार सिंह जी, आदरणीय प्रवीण कुमार द्विवेदी जी, प्रोफेसर सुब्रता चक्रवर्ती जी, चेयरमैन एडवाइजरी बोर्ड, उपस्थित सभी वरिष्ठ विद्वज्जन भाइयों तथा बहनों। जब कार्यक्रम के लिए मैं चल रहा था तो हम आने वाले उत्तर प्रदेश और आने वाले भारत के बारे में सोचते हुए आ रहे थे। बचत के बारे में पुरातन काल से हमारी संस्कृति है, हम आज के लिए ही नहीं परेशान हैं। हम सब जितने लोग जीते हैं भारतीय संस्कृति में, कल के लिए परेशान है। कल क्या होगा? आज तो खाना मिल ही गया। एक कहानी हमारे गांव में कही जाती है, एक सेठ के पास 364 दिन का खाने का पूरा पैसा था और एक दिन के लिए कुछ नहीं था। आप लोगों ने भी सुनी होगी। तो उसने 365 दिन के लिए खाना नहीं था तो उस दिन भूसा खा लिया और उस दिन उसकी डेथ हो गई। और फिर वो तरह तरह से कहानियां प्रचलित हुई। इस प्रकार की इनसिक्योरिटी की भावना भारत पे है, जबकि दुनिया के पाश्चात्य देशों में इस प्रकार की कुछ भावना उनके मन में नहीं। सब कुछ लोन पर है और वो चारवाक के सिद्धांत पर जीते हैं। ऋणम घृतम प्रवेत। लेकिन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इन मात्र कुछ वर्षों में भारत की छवि को बदलने का काम किया, अपनी संस्कृति को भी मजबूत किया और दुनिया के पैमाने पर भारत आर्थिक मोर्चे पर कैसे सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन कर पाए और दुनिया की आर्थिक महाशक्ति 1, 2, 3 में बन पाए, उसके लिए बहुत काम हुआ है। रुपए के बारे में भाई साहब बता रहे थे, बैंक सखी के बारे में आपने देखा किस ढंग से गांव की महिलाओं ने बैंकिंग में क्रांति लाने का काम किया है। लेकिन मेरा समझना है कि जिसलिए हम आज यहाँ बैठे हैं, ये सब्जेक्ट इससे विपरीत है या उससे और एडवांस है। सब्जेक्ट ये नहीं कि पैसे हमारे बैंक में जाएं और बैंक से हम निकालें। आज का सब्जेक्ट मुझे लगता ये है कि हम अपने पैसों को कहां इन्वेस्ट करें जो भारत की और उत्तर प्रदेश की ग्रोथ में सहायक हो और तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ सके। यही हमारी समझ में वित्तीय साक्षरता है। तो मैं आप सबसे यही कहना चाहूंगा, दिन भर आप लोग डिस्कशन करेंगे। मैं अपने उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं, जो उत्तर प्रदेश में एक बड़ा मार्केट है, बड़ी जनसंख्या, 25 करोड़ लोग रहते हैं, 5 करोड़ परिवार हैं और हमारे पास ढेर सारा सोना है। पहले सोना हम लोग, हमारे जो परदादी थी वो, उनकी जब डेथ हुई तो वो 99 ईयर्स की थी, तो हमारे बड़े भाई को प्यार करती थी। तो जब डेथ होने लगी तो उन्होंने हाथ पकड़ के कहा कि छत के फलानी धन्नी के नीचे आप खोदना, तो उसमें दिवाली के दिया में सोने के कुछ सिक्के हैं, उसको आप निकाल लेना। और बाय द वे वो कहते कहते डेथ हो गई और कहना चाहती थी तो वो नहीं कह पाई। वो छत के ऊपर कमरे में, कच्चे कमरे में रहती थी। तो आप सोचो, छत के दीवार में कौन खोदेगा धन्नी पे चढ़ करके? फिर जमीन में कितना सोना उन्होंने गाड़ा रखा होगा, किसी को नहीं पता। लेकिन अब ये बदलाव आया है, हमारी बहनें इस दिशा में सोच रही हैं, लेकिन अभी भी सोना उनकी प्राथमिकता है, ज्वेलरी उनके लिए प्राथमिकता है। तो मैं अपने 25 करोड़ लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं, हमारा इन्वेस्टमेंट अपनी धनराशि का वहां होना चाहिए जहां मुसीबत में हमारा काम आए और हम म्यूचुअल फंड्स की तरफ आगे बढ़े। म्यूचुअल फंड्स की तरफ हम 80 और 90 की इच में तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़े थे। भारत में ढेर सारी फाइनेंस कंपनियां आई और रिजर्व बैंक या उनसे विनियमितीकरण हुआ कि नहीं हुआ ये विद्वान लोग बताएंगे, लेकिन गरीबों का पैसा लूट करके चली गई और आज भी उसके भुक्तभोगी आपको ढूंढते हुए मिल जाएंगे। लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि वो जो माइनस मार्किंग लोगों के प्रति है कि हमारा पैसा डूब जाएगा, उसकी चिंता हमें दूर करनी है और ये हम कर पाएंगे, आप कर पाओगे। ऐसे सम्मेलनों के जरिए हमें लोगों को बताना है कि हम जो म्यूचुअल फंड्स हैं, जो शेयर मार्केट है, उसमें हम इन्वेस्ट करें केवल इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए, हम ट्रेडिंग के लिए ना करें। बार बार जो हमें विभिन्न जो इस क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे लोग हैं, वो पैसे को तत्काल बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे पैसों को डुबाने का काम करते हैं। जैसे हमने अभी 5 लाख रुपए किसी शेयर में लगा दिए और कहा कि 1 महीने बाद जैसे ही बढ़े बेच देना, कंप्यूटर पर दिन भर बैठे रहते हैं और पता चला वो 5 लाख रुपए डूब करके 50,000 रह गए। तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। हम ऐसी कंपनी में पैसा लगाएं जो पैसे हमारे धीरे धीरे बढ़े और जरूरत पे हमारे काम आ जाए। हम ट्रेडिंग जब जब करते हैं हमें नुकसान होता है और ट्रेडिंग हमेशा कंपनियां वही फायदा उठाती हैं जो ट्रेडिंग की ब्रोकरेज का काम करती हैं। इसके उदाहरण के लिए मैं बताता हूं, कभी आप जाओगे तो भारत में शायद कहीं है कि नेपाल में तो कैसीनो है सर, कैसीनो गोवा में भी है शायद, है ना? मैं तो गया नहीं लेकिन मैंने सुना है। लेकिन कैसीनो में हमेशा जीतता कौन है? ये ग्राहक कभी नहीं जीतता है। इतने पैसे वहां पे ट्रेडिंग होती है, कंपनी ही जीत के जाती है और सामने खेलने वाला भी कंपनी का ही आदमी होता है। तो मेरा अनुरोध अपने 25 करोड़ लोगों से है, कृपया ट्रेडिंग में न जाकर के हम इन्वेस्टमेंट में जाएं और ऐसी कंपनियों में इन्वेस्ट करें जहां पैसा देश की अर्थव्यवस्था में सहायक हो, पैसे बढ़ भी पाए, सुरक्षित निवेश करें। मैं आपको भरोसा दिलाता हूं, यूपी गवर्नमेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के मामले में बहुत तेजी के साथ इन मात्र 5.5 वर्षों में परिवर्तन चतुर्मुखी हुआ है। आज सर्वाधिक हमारे पास एक्सप्रेस वेज है। हम विद्युत क्षेत्र में तेजी के साथ हमने काम किया। पहले मात्र 3-4 जिलों में राउंड द क्लॉक बिजली मिलती थी, अब 75 के 75 जनपदों में हम बराबर बिजली दे रहे हैं। सर्वाधिक एक्सप्रेस वाला स्टेट है। हेल्थ के क्षेत्र में हम चमत्कारी काम हुआ है। पहले 13 मेडिकल कॉलेज 17 में थे, आज 65 मेडिकल कॉलेज हमारे चल रहे हैं जहां पढ़ाई है और अस्पताल है, और मात्र 14 जनपद बचे हैं जहां मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाए जाने की कार्रवाई चल रही है। और बेसिक शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन हुआ। छोटे छोटे बच्चों के स्कूल में आप जाइए, हमने 90% स्कूल अपने कायाकल्प योजना में बढ़िया बना दिया। आप देखिए जाकर के। दूसरा एक सूचना आपको देना चाहता हूं, ग्राम विकास विभाग ने अद्भुत काम किया है, पंचायती राज विभाग ने अद्भुत काम किया है। आप किसी भी पंचायत घर में चले जाइए, हमारा प्रधान का कार्यालय डीएम ऑफिस से बेहतर बना हुआ इंटायर स्टेट में आप जाकर देखिए। हमने अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था को ग्रामीण स्तर से लेकर के और राजधानी तक मजबूत करने का काम किया है। मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एवोक इंडिया के लिए घड़ी हमारा साथ नहीं दे रही है, मुझे प्रयागराज जाना है, चीफ साहब भी मेरे साथ जा रहे हैं और कुछ अधिकारीगण जा रहे हैं। आज मुख्यमंत्री जी प्रयागराज में एक कुंभ पर बड़ा मीटिंग करने वाले हैं, प्रेजेंटेशन होगा, तो इसलिए मैं जाना चाहूंगा। लेकिन मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं एवोक इंडिया को, हमारे विद्वान जितने लोग बैठे हैं सभी को आपने आभार मैं देता हूं कि आपने उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ को चुना। लोगों को अवेयर करेंगे और प्रदेश की आर्थिक व्यवस्था को आगे बढ़ाने में हमारी मदद करेंगे। मैं सम्मेलन की सफलता के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और आपको यूपी गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भरोसा दिलाता हूं, आप जो भी यहां पर निष्कर्ष निकालेंगे अपने डिस्कशन में, उनको हम अपनी सरकार की गतिविधियों में शामिल किस प्रकार कर सकते हैं, आपके सुझाव सादर आमंत्रित हैं। हम ओपन हार्ट से आपके साथ हैं, आप हमारी मदद करें। प्रदेश को देश में नंबर 1 पर आर्थिक मोर्चे पर लाना हमारा लक्ष्य है और इसके लिए मुझे आपकी मदद की जरूरत है। मैं पुनः अभिनंदन करते हुए बात समाप्त करूंगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words. And एक छोटा सा मोमेंटो है। और एक बार फिर से सर को धन्यवाद करते हैं कि अपनी बिजी शेड्यूल से टाइम निकाल कर आए और हमारी इस इवेंट में 4 चांद लगा दिए। थैंक यू सर। So ladies and gentlemen, after these wonderful presentation and speeches, now it's time for awards. It's now time for the 5th edition of the Financial Inclusion and Literacy Leadership Awards. Every year, this is a medium for us to offer a recognition and appreciation to personalities from all over the world for their contribution in the field of financial inclusion and literacy. These awards have been conferred every year since 2018. And on our eminent jury, we have Professor Subrata Chakrabarti, Chairman. Zordar Talia. Professor Vipul, Shri A.K. Singh, Mrs. Aparna Avasti, and Shri B.L. Gupta ji. Every year we have 2 categories, individual awards and institutional awards. So let's start with awards, and I may request Chief Guest Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji to present the awards. Please come forward. So in the individual category, our first winner is none other than Sir Jitendra Dhunde, SEBI and NCFE. He organized financial planning of programs for middle income groups, retirement groups, working groups, college students, school students, self-help groups, teacher group, etc. And he organized financial planning programs for middle income groups, retirement groups, working groups, college students, and etc. So let's welcome none other than Sir Jitendra Dhunde ji on stage. Zordar Talia for the first star of the evening. Now let's welcome our next super winner on stage, Sir Ankur Bhatnagar, Team Lease Services Limited. Zordar Talia. He did doctorate in commerce from Kumaon University in Education, MBA in Finance, and MCom. He started his career of 13 years as an assistant professor, received Azim Premji Foundation Fellowship in his career, and is currently working as Uttarakhand State Head in Team Lease Company. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Come on. Many, many congratulations. Our next award goes to Sir Mayank Singh, MSD Aquaculture Private Limited. He always tried to bridge up the gap between farmers and technology, and the results were fabulous. We have generated employment for 100 plus farmers and farm-related people. Can we have a huge applause for Sir Mayank Singh, MSD Aquaculture Private Limited? Now moving towards thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And for next group of awards, I would like to welcome on stage our guest of honor, Shri Ashwini Bhatia ji, to present institutional awards. Once again, I request Shri Ashwini Bhatia ji. Mr. Powers. Now, for the same category, institutional one, let's welcome our winner, Sir Gautam Mohanty. His purpose is to bring together students, researchers, academics, and professionals interested in the field of HR, finance management, and encourage them to exchange their ideas. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our winner, Sir Gautam Mohanty, on stage. I request all the winners to kindly come on the stage. And also we have one more winner, Mr. Nihal. Congratulations to Mr. Nihal. And जितने भी हमारे विनर्स हैं सभी से मैं गुजारिश करती हूँ प्लीज स्टेज पर आ जाए फॉर अ ग्रुप पिक्चर। ये वो पल हैं जो बार बार नहीं आते हैं। Congratulations to all our Star Awards winner. Can we have 3 cheers for Evoke India? Hip hip, hip hip, hip hip. Congratulations. Thank you. Now let's we are thankful to all our dignitaries, and now our team will present a small token of love for each one of you. And I request Praveen sir.
We also have Mr. S.K. Dora, CGM NABARD here. So please welcome, sir. Sir, may I request you to give a small memento to our APC sir. APC sir के लिए बोले memento और वो मनोज कुमार सिंह जी के लिए please.
Thank you.
Next, may I request, we have Mr. Mathur. Can I request him to give to Ashwini Bhatia ji? Small. Mr. A.K. Mathur, Lucknow Management Association has been a partner throughout all our journey of Hoke India. So we really. Dr. Ashu Shukla, our advisory, our executive board member, please, for Neeraj Kushreshtha ji, a small session. No, we'll have to leave it. Yeah, we want to the. Mr. A.K. Singh, sir, if you could give a small memento to our chief guest, Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji. Memento दे दिए. वो भी ले आइए, वो भी. ये भी दे दिए. मैं भी आ. इसको आप रखिए. Thank you. And we have Madam Aparna Avasthi, our executive committee member. Please come for giving the memento to Shri Ashwini Bhatia ji, please. Just take it back, madam. We will be having it also the panel. So I think.
Thank you so much once again, all our dignitaries, for joining us. And it means a lot to us. एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए.
Would like to express heartfelt gratitude to all our dignitaries and Shri Manoj Kumar Singh ji, sir, for taking out time and being with us today. So it will be. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We are starting the next panel, agriculture panel, immediately after in 2 minutes time. So please bear with us for 2 minutes.
So ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting with our panel discussion shortly. hello once again, and we are starting up with the panel discussion. As we all know that agriculture is one of the main pillars of society's sustainability, and this too has been shaped by digital era, augmented reality, robotics, sensor 3D printing and other high technologies changing the way we are feeding and growing the world population. But this too comes with its challenges. So our topic of discussion is agriculture, farmers and their digital challenges and financial inclusion. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm extending a hearty welcome to our honorable chief guest and session chair, Shri Manoj Kumar Singh, IAS Agriculture Production Commissioner, Uttar Pradesh. He's not here with us. Now I request our moderator, Professor Dr. IRDM Dennis, Director, Innovation Projects and Consultancy, SHUATS, for opening remarks and introduction of panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Neeraj Kulshetra, Chief Regulatory Officer, BSE. He started his career in general insurance in 1988 and joined NSE in 1995. And he currently heads the regulatory function of the exchange since 2019. Zordar Talia. Let's welcome our second member of this panel discussion, Mr. S.K. Dora, Chief General Manager, NABARD. Very warm welcome, sir. Mr. Nitesh Singh Thakur, Founder, Grey Matter Technologies Private Limited. He is founder of UPAS, which works with farmers in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh to provide quality agriculture inputs such as seed, fertilizers, nutrition on credit right at the village level. Please welcome Mr. Nitesh Singh Thakur on stage. And we have few more panelists with us. Will be joining us digitally, online. Mr. Prasoon Kumar Das, Secretary General, Asia Pacific Rural and Agricultural Credit Association. Mr. Hemendra Mathur, Co-founder, Think AG. Dr. Ramesh Mittal, Director, National Institution of Agriculture Marketing. Let's begin with our discussion. Thank you.
As we begin with the first discussion, the panel number 1, with the theme Agriculture, Farmers and their Digital Challenges in Financial Inclusion. कृषि वित्तीय समावेश में किसान और उनकी डिजिटल चुनौतियां. First of all, I would like to call upon Mr. Ramesh Mittal, like to give a very brief introduction of the eminent speaker for today. Dr. Mittal has worked for more than 30 years at national and international domains in the area of agricultural marketing with the mandate of research, consultancy, education, training and policy advocacy. He has successfully instituted many international projects with the USAID, USDA, National State University, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, multi-state agricultural cooperative projects, Asian Productivity Organization, to name a few. His area of specialization is agricultural marketing, agri-business marketing, agri-entrepreneurship and strategic management. He is currently supporting agriculture entrepreneurship to develop more than 100 startups in India. His proficiency in strategic management is from IIM Kozhikode, IIM Lucknow, IIM Indore, IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Bangalore, IIM Calcutta, XLRI Jamshedpur, IIFT New Delhi, MD, I Gurgaon. Presently, Dr. Mittal is the director for the Chaudhary Charan Singh National Institute for Agricultural Marketing. This institution is a research and higher education institution operating under the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare of India and focusing on agricultural marketing. I request you, sir, to kindly deliver your address, please.
Thank you very much for my introduction. I think I am audible. So today's theme is basically like the farmer challenges.
Good morning and good evening to all of you.
Am I audible? Shall I continue? Someone else? Yeah.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, okay, fine. Let me continue. As we people are aware, like the digitalization for the farmer and the agriculture is now these days it is required, and I would like to share my experience, what we people are doing and what is happening. First of all, I apologize because I'm not available in physical mode due to some technical reasons, and right now I'm at the airport, and I've taken permission from Mr. Praveen ji, kind enough to give me the permission to be online, and that is why I'm addressing the audience through online mode, and I have to catch a flight, so I'll take only 5 minutes. Now I'll share my experience. Digitalization as well as the financial inclusion for the farmers are very, very important. You can take the 3 experience from the government of India side. Number 1 is like ENAM, which is Electronic National Agriculture Market. And second is the FPO momentum, what we people are doing. And third is like the startup regarding to the agriculture in this country. So let me begin with the startup. More than 500 startups has been created by us right now. If you look at like 300 is for the idea stage and 200 is like from the seed stage. And we came to know these startups are going to add value for the farmers' digitalization as well as the financial inclusion. Why it is so? Let me tell you. If you look at the farmers, the payment gateway system is not very much advanced. And if you look at across the country, it is happening through like the before COVID. It was like that, the cash payment was happening. But the credit goes to COVID pandemic also, where these startups has been explored, and they have come up with the many kind of new apps and the services. And right now they are buying from the farmers and they are paying to the farmers also through this digital mode. So like it is contactless delivery or contactless payment, it is happening. Like it is basically it is just beginning. So more than 5,000 is going to be the place in near future. And this scheme has been introduced by the Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture. And 29 states with inclusion of the 29 institutions across the country. Each and every state has 1 or 2 agri incubation centers. They are working towards the farmer betterment, for their life betterment, for the different kind of technology. And again, this financial inclusion is one of them. So it is going, and also some startups has been introduced with this e-commerce platform where they are promoting this direct marketing from the farmer side to the consumer. And by using this apps or the e-commerce system, even the FPOs are also moving. And let me tell you one difficulty for the FPO. Like the mostly FPOs, they are working very well. They are aggregating, nicely, and they are good in the procurement also. But the one challenge what I could see, that is they are not able to provide end-to-end solution. अगर हम सीधे शब्दों में बात करेंगे तो एक जो बायर होता है, बायर को ये चाहिए कि वो कहता है कि अगर मैं किसी से कुछ खरीदना चाहता हूँ तो मुझे पूरा end-to-end solution दे. It means like the kind of packaging, the kind of delivery, kind of supply chain, kind of weight management, kind of labeling. There are a number of things. The label should have complete information, and whatever the consumer is looking, the things should be ready, which is supplied by the FPO. But where we people are lacking, and the kind of capacity building programs we are organizing across the country also, and we are trying to go for the capacity building program to telling them like you should be good aware, I mean capable to provide this end-to-end solution like other entrepreneurs are doing. If you look at the multinationals and other companies, they people are doing in such a fashion and manner where you buy like 100 grams or maybe 500 grams or 5 kg or 10 kg. They are able to provide you with the nice packaging and the good shelf life also. But unfortunately, if you look at FPOs, they are not able to do it. So, and you know, the people are preparing good business plan also, but somehow the people are not able to handhold them to provide this good business plan or good kind of revenues and good kind of direct marketing infrastructure. So that is also required. Now let me come to this ENAM, which is Electronic National Market. If you look at this scheme, which is pretty good scheme, but the again momentum has to, we people are waiting to the new kind of momentum, like 1,000 APMC market has been already connected with this ENAM and more than 1,000 is again in the pipeline. But if you look at this like digitization as a part of, हम जब जानते हैं फार्मर जब मंडी में जाता है तो बेसिकली उसको एक टोकन लेना होता है ताकि उसका क्यू होती है, उसमें डिजिटाइजेशन की जरूरत है. सेकंड इज लाइक द असाइन वेयर ही हैज टू चेक देयर क्वालिटी, प्रोडक्ट की क्वालिटी, और उसके लिए भी हमारा मैकेनिज्म बहुत अच्छा बना नहीं है. तो फार्मर को वहां पर 2 से 5 मिनट और 5 से 20 मिनट लग जाते हैं, और अगर मान लीजिए अराइवल बहुत ज्यादा है तो वो एक हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है कि कैसे उस पीरियड में फार्मर को हैंडल किया जाए. तो बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स ने असाइन मशीन, डिजिटल स्मॉल मशीन और मे बी स्कैनर मशीन, बहुत सारी चीजें इंट्रोड्यूस करी है, उससे फार्मर को काफी इजी हो रहा है. नाउ वन मोर चैलेंज इज आफ्टर दैट व्हेन वी फार्मर इज गोइंग फॉर द बिडिंग, like buyer is going for the bidding, see how much money he has to pay, so that electronic boards are not enough good, plus जो पेमेंट गेटवे है वो भी बहुत अच्छा नहीं है. जैसे मान लीजिए किसी ने कुछ परचेज किया और किसी दूसरे स्टेट से परचेज किया या उसी स्टेट से परचेज किया, किसी होलसेलर ने परचेज किया, तो फार्मर्स आर नॉट एबल टू गेट पेमेंट within a week or maybe within 2-3 days. So that is also a big challenge. So what I feel is this financial inclusion and digitization, the need of the hour for this country, and many startups are doing, but that is not enough. Like maybe 1,000-2,000 startups. If you look at the country like India, where more than 50 crore like farmer or farmer related activity people are involved, like the transportation, like the logistics, like the warehousing. These all activities are required digitization as well as the financial inclusion. Some new methods of the payment, secured payment. आपने देखा होगा कि जो हमारे बैंक और फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उन्होंने काफी मात्रा में, बहुत ज्यादा तादाद में एक सेगमेंट को केटर किया है, बट स्टिल वी पीपल आर लुकिंग फॉर द फार्मर्स. फार्मर के लिए भी बहुत ज्यादा नहीं हुआ. और दूसरा, फार्मर की जो लिटरेसी है, वहां भी मैं थोड़ा सा अपना ऑब्जर्वेशन आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि ऑल दो फार्मर के जो बच्चे हैं, जो नई जनरेशन है, दे आर वेल वेस्ड एंड दे आर कॉन्फिडेंट अबाउट टू डू all such activities, but जो एक old generation है, they are not very much comfortable with these kind of gadgets as well as the transactions. तो उनके लिए capacity building program, उनकी hand holding वो हमारे लिए बहुत जरूरी है, because agri region country में आप देखेंगे वो हमारी backbone है, और अगर हमको post harvest losses को कम करना है और whatever is surplus for the marketing purpose, उसका सही value को assess करना है, तो हमको इस दिशा में आगे सोचना पड़ेगा. आई जस्ट वांट टू थैंक्स टू आवर फाउंडेशन, जिन्होंने एक बहुत सुंदर कार्यक्रम इसके ऊपर आयोजित किया, एंड ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर्स हु हैव आल्सो ज्वाइंड. आई बिलीव दिस इज गोइंग टू बी ए ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन और मे बी थिंक टैंक फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ इंडियन एग्रीकल्चर. विद दीज वर्ड्स आई जस्ट वांट टू से थैंक्स. आई वुड लाइक टू स्टॉप हियर. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Yeah, I would like to mention that the contribution of Naeem in formation of startups, especially in agriculture, is unparalleled in the country. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. The second speaker for today is Mr. Hemendra Mathur. He has left but still I would like to read his profile in case any distinguished eminent person present over here would like to contact him. Mr. Hemendra Mathur, he is the co-founder for the Think India, a non-for-profit organization in India's first agri-food fintech platform, bringing together innovation, corporates, incubators, accelerators, investors, FPO, and other stakeholders for the ecosystem to improve outcome of Indian food and agriculture. He has 25 years of experience in venture capital, private equity, management, consulting, and investment banking in India, South Asia, Europe, and the US. It includes working as venture partner with the deep tech sector agonist fund and managing portfolio of mid-sized companies in the food supply chain. Consulting and investment banking, experience in food agribusiness, retail, consumer good industry for corporates, as well as the government of India and state governments. His enormous skills can be observed in the venture capital, private equity, entrepreneurship, investment banking, management, consulting, and policy making. In case you need him in any village near you, you can directly contact Mr. Hemendra Mathur. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the next speaker, who has about 34 years of experience in financial sector, which includes securities market and general insurance. He started his career in general insurance in the year 1988, joined National Stock Exchange in the year 1995. He was responsible for setting up derivatives trading and clearing on the National Stock Exchange. He was also the CEO of the NSE Index Company, India Index Services Limited, and NSE Data Company, Totox International Limited. He was an executive director with Morgan Stanley India prior to joining the BSE. Presently, he is heading the regulatory functions of the BSE Limited as a chief regulatory officer, in which earlier he was also the head of business development operations. I would like to welcome Mr. Neeraj Kulshrestha to kindly deliver his address. Please, sir.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning, or it's just so good afternoon. So first of all, let me thank Awok India Foundation. I think they do a wonderful job, and that's one of the reasons why we have partnered with them for the literacy program all across the country. So with these words, I also in this August gathering today, with so many eminent people on dais and off the dais, it is a pleasure to be here to be talking about this topic. So the topic being, how do we include farmers? Now, interestingly, as a stock market, Bombay Stock Exchange, people associate with us to be more into the trading of stocks and derivatives, etc. And since I've set up derivatives, so I can be certainly talking about that. But one of the most important thing is, if the concept that is there in the stock exchange, वही concept अगर हमको यहाँ पे लाना है, farmers को include करने के लिए, क्योंकि एक सबसे बड़ी चीज क्या थी, stock market पहले एक ऐसा होता था कि बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज एक होता था, ये 1875 की कंपनी है, पर खाली बम्बई में खाली स्थित था. For all India reach of markets, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो होती है वो टेक्नोलॉजी होती है. तो बगैर टेक्नोलॉजी के कोई रीच नहीं कर सकता. और आज की तारीख में अगर हम देखें, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने जितने भी इनिशिएटिव्स निकाले हैं वो सब टेक्नोलॉजी पे आधारित हैं. चाहे वो जनधन आधार हो, चाहे वो जितने भी अपने ट्रांसफर ऑफ बेनिफिट टू ऑल द बेनिफिशियरीज, इंक्लूडिंग एट द कोविड टाइम. मतलब दुनिया में ये पहला इतिहास के, मतलब दिस रिक्वायर्स, आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस हैव थॉट अबाउट इट, बट ड्यूरिंग कोविड पैंडेमिक, द फैक्ट दैट 80 करोड़ ऑफ आवर पॉपुलेशन, 80 करोड़, 80% जो हमारी जनसंख्या है, उसको जो बेनिफिट्स मिल रहे हैं आज तक मिल रहे हैं, जो सारे अनाज वगैरह कैसे पहुंच रहे हैं, दिस इज ऑल हैपनिंग बिकॉज ऑफ द यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी। सो मेरा यहाँ पे टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी जरूरी है ये सब चीजों के लिए। और आज जो सबसे बड़ा डिसरप्टर है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया है। और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अगर हम सब मिलके आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे तो वो दिन दूर नहीं जब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया जिस एरिया की आप सोच सकते हैं उस एरिया में होगी। और रही बात इसके कि अगर हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें तो इसमें बहुत सारी चीजें जो फार्मर्स को इंक्लूड करने की बात आती है। भारत की अगर हम कृषि के बारे में बात करें, वी आर नंबर 2 दुनिया के सेकंड लार्जेस्ट प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ एग्रीकल्चरल इकोनॉमी है। हम दुनिया की सेकंड लार्जेस्ट एग्रीकल्चरल इकोनॉमी है। हमारा जो टोटल एग्रीकल्चरल का अगर मैं इकोनॉमी की साइज देखूं तो करीब 30 लाख करोड़ है। और हम बहुत बड़े एक्सपोर्टर भी है, मतलब करीब $50 बिलियन का तो हमारे भारत से एक्सपोर्ट होता है। वो एक बहुत बड़ी सच्चाई है। परंतु एक दूसरी सच्चाई है, वो क्या है कि हमारे यहाँ स्मॉल फार्म होल्डिंग्स है, तो उनका कोई करेक्ट नंबर नहीं है। बट अगर हम देखें उस नंबर करीब 15 करोड़ फार्मर स्मॉल फार्म्स है जिसमें फार्मर्स अपनी फार्मिंग करते हैं। और हमारे विलेजेस भी बहुत ज्यादा हैं, करीब 6.5 लाख 7 लाख कोई नंबर है इसके बीच में, उतने हमारे गांव हैं। और ये सबसे के बीच में अगर हम सोचें कि वो फार्मर अगर आज यूपी का कोई फार्मर कहीं बैठा है वहां से अगर प्रोड्यूस करता है तो आज हमारे पास सप्लाई आती है तो एक बहुत लिमिटेड चैनल है। क्योंकि आज क्या थी अगर हम देखें करीब भारत में करीब 7,000 करीब मंडियां हैं, 7-7,500 हजार के करीब मंडियां हैं, वही एक मार्केट है। और इनफॉर्मल मार्केट तो इस सिर्फ क्योंकि वो एक फॉर्मल मार्केट है वो करीब 7-7,500 हजार है भारत में, इसलिए इनफॉर्मल मार्केट बन जाते हैं। करीब 20-25 हजार के करीब है जो अपने इनिशिएटिव पे लोग बेचने की कोशिश करते हैं। यानी और आखिर में ये जो मंडियां वगैरह है ये सब एपीएमसी में जितना भी प्रोडक्शन होता है भारत में एग्रीकल्चर का कितना परसेंट आता है अगर हम देखें एपीएमसी में तो ओनली 30%। यानी खाली 30% प्रोडक्शन ऑफ दिस कंट्री गोज थ्रू फॉर्मल गवर्नमेंट created market space which is APMCs. Now that being the reality, let us look at the other side. Then 70% ऐसा प्रोडक्शन है which is not going into the APMC और वही मार्केट उसकी वजह से बहुत आज एक लिमिटेड स्पेस में था जिस हिसाब से प्राइवेटली कर रहे थे एंटरप्राइज के, और इसको हम कैसे ट्रांसफॉर्म करें ये हमारा दायित्व है। स्टॉक एक्सचेंज से क्या फायदे होते हैं, स्टॉक एक्सचेंज के आने से ये सब चीजों में क्या फायदे होते हैं? द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज प्राइस की ट्रांसपेरेंसी। स्टॉक एक्सचेंज क्या होता है? हम बहुत सारी चीजें बोलते हैं, हम ट्रेडिंग कर सकते हैं, ये कर सकते हैं, वो कर सकते हैं, परंतु जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होती है प्राइस डिस्कवरी। आज कोई भी चीज को अगर आपको खरीदना हो, बेचना हो, किस दाम पे आप बेचेंगे, वही सबसे बड़ी चीज होती है। उसके बाद फिर होता है उसको कैसे बायर के अकाउंट में कैसे शेयर्स आते हैं और या सेलर के अकाउंट में कैसे पैसे आते हैं, वो सब सारी जिम्मेदारी एक स्टॉक एक्सचेंज एक रिकॉग्नाइज्ड बॉडी है जो करती है ये सब। यही अगर फ्रेमवर्क अगर हम एग्रीकल्चर के लिए लाएं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो बहुत बड़ा इशू है वो मार्केटिंग चैनल्स का है, बहुत और काफी काम है इसमें। क्योंकि एग्रीकल्चर जैसे ही बात आती है वैसे 10 और चीजें आ जाती है, उसकी गुणवत्ता, उसकी क्वालिटी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोड्यूस, फिर बायर के खरीदने का, उससे कैसे पैसा लिया जाए, सेलर से कैसे लिया जाए, ये सब एक स्टैंडर्ड फ्रेमवर्क है। इसलिए हमने क्या किया, एज बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज हमने एक संस्था सेटअप करी, कंपनी सेटअप करी जिसका नाम था BSE E-Agri Markets Limited फॉर स्पॉट मार्केट्स। इंटेंट ये था क्योंकि और हम एक चीज है कि हम वी आर नॉट लाइक वी आर एन इंस्टीट्यूशन, वी आर नॉट see what we have is what we want to develop this market because ये इससे राष्ट्रीय प्रगति का प्रतीक है। ये एग्रीकल्चर आज हमारे लिए इतना इंपॉर्टेंट है, इससे हर आदमी, all of us are touched by agriculture because finally the produce comes to us and we are all consumers, largely we are all consumers. How do we formally create a framework whereby this can be achieved? तो एज अ स्टॉक एक्सचेंज हमने स्टॉक मार्केट में ये किया है, हमने म्यूचुअल फंड्स में ये किया। आज आपको पता नहीं होगा कि म्यूचुअल फंड के BSE का एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसके थ्रू म्यूचुअल फंड आज कई सारे लोग खरीद पा रहे हैं। इसी तरह दूसरे एक्सचेंजेस ने भी सेटअप किया, तो ऐसा नहीं कि खाली BSE करता है, पर हम सब रिकग्नाइज्ड बॉडीज हैं इसलिए हम करते हैं। और हम ये चाहते हैं कि यही चीज अगर एग्रीकल्चर में करना हुआ, जैसे ही अगर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्लेटफॉर्म आता है जो एक रिस्पेक्टेड थर्ड पार्टी जैसे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज जैसे रिस्पेक्टेड थर्ड पार्टी करती है, वी आर नॉट हियर फॉर प्रॉफिट्स, बिलीव अस। आवर इंटेंट इज हाउ डू वी एंश्योर मार्केट डेवलपमेंट। मार्केट अगर ये डेवलप होगा, और आज स्टॉक एक्सचेंज नहीं कमाता, जो असली कमाई होती है वो ब्रोकर्स की होती है और इन्वेस्टर्स की होती है। तो हम वी वर्क विद पार्टनर्स, उसमें कई सारे पार्टनर्स आते हैं, उसमें FPOs आएंगे। FPOs हमारे जैसे ब्रोकर होते हैं, उसी तरह FPOs होते हैं, उनके पास प्रोड्यूस है। अगर एक प्लेटफॉर्म बने जिसके थ्रू कोई खरीद पाए और बेच पाए इन अ ट्रांसपेरेंट मैनर, प्राइसिंग इज ट्रांसपेरेंट, क्वालिटी का अश्योरेंस हम दें, उसकी जिम्मेदारी हम लेंगे और उससे बायर को मिलेगा। इसके लिए हमने ये बीम प्लेटफॉर्म जो BSE एग्री मार्केट्स लिमिटेड किया था, वो उसके हमारा ये इंटेंट था। अगर मैं देखूं ओवरऑल भारत का सिनेरियो देखें अगर, तो हमारे से पहले वाले फर्स्ट सेशन में ऑलरेडी बहुत सारी बात हो गई UPI वगैरह की, पर मैं फ्यूचर की बात करता हूँ। 2030 बात हो रही है कि वी विल बी द थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बाय 2027। एक मॉर्गन स्टैनली की रिसेंट रिपोर्ट आई है। और बाय 2030 जो 2030 ईयर में हम, if you see, India will be one of the largest economy, will literally reach, वो डेट के ऊपर बस वो है डिबेट है कि कब होगा, होना तो जरूर है, that will be the second largest economy. Once we are the second largest economy, there are certain clear things that we can clearly see. One is 1 बिलियन हमारे करीब 100 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन के पास स्मार्टफोन्स होंगे by that year. एंड जो आज 5G की बात करिए, मैं 5G पे जा नहीं रहा, 6G भी आ जाएगा टेक्नोलॉजी, तो एक पूरा एनेबलमेंट फ्रेमवर्क हो जाएगा। तीसरा, जो सरकार का जहां हेल्प मिला, जैसे सरकार ने 10 जगह हेल्प किया है, UPI स्टैक, इंडिया स्टैक जिसको बोलते हैं, वो सेटअप किया है। सारे गांव कनेक्टेड होंगे बाय रोड्स, आइदर पेव्ड रोड्स और प्रॉपरली मेटल्ड रोड्स। सो एक बार जब सारे गांव कनेक्ट हो जाते हैं तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ गुड्स बिकम्स इजी। ठीक है, इसी तरह सरकार वेयरहाउस की तरफ बहुत काम कर रही है, तो हमारे पास ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, अगर रोड्स ठीक बन जाए तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन हो जाएगा, अगर वेयरहाउस बन जाएंगे तो स्टोरेज ऑफ गुड्स का फायदा हो जाएगा, और जितने जो वाइड नेटवर्क ऑफ वेयरहाउसेज हो जाएंगे, जिसके ऊपर सरकार एक बहुत, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया बहुत ज्यादा वर्क कर रही है। ये दो अगर मेजर एनेबलर्स हो, इसके अलावा खूब सारे अगर क्वालिटी का हम मैनेज कर पाए तो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्लेटफॉर्म्स और ऐसे, और इसमें बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी है। तो हमारा फाइनेंस, जब ये सब एनेबलर्स हैं, वो धीरे धीरे करके होंगे। ऐसा नहीं कि ये प्लेटफॉर्म आज भी है, आज गवर्नमेंट प्रोक्योर कर रहा है हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू। फॉर एग्जांपल, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ MP ऑलरेडी प्रोक्योरमेंट कर रहे हैं अपने, जैसे किसी भी इनिशिएटिव में गवर्नमेंट स्कीम से, और दूसरी सरकारें भी कर, हम बाकियों से भी डिस्कस करें। वंस दिस हैपेंस, वी कैन सर्टनली विजुअलाइज कि एक भारत एक ऐसा देश है होगा जहां पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिकली you can not only buy shares but you can, or mutual funds, but electronically आप खरीद पाएंगे एग्रीकल्चरल गुड्स एटसेट्रा। आज भी कर पाते हैं, आज प्राइवेट प्लेटफॉर्म से कर पाते हैं। तब एक प्रॉपर ऑथराइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म पे आप खुद ही डिसाइड कर पाएंगे कि किस प्राइस पे करना है। आज अगर अमेजोन पे आप जाते हैं, ये वो प्राइस बोलता है इतने प्राइस पे आपको खरीदना है, तो उसी पे खरीदना पड़ता है। हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पे जब भी वो दिन आएगा तब आप डिसाइड कर सकते हैं, आपको उस प्राइस पे मिलेगा तो आप उस दिन खरीदिए, वरना मत खरीदिए। सो थोड़ा सा विशफुल थिंकिंग आपको लगेगी, बट आई एम टेलिंग यू, इस देश में बहुत सारे ऐसे मैजिकल थिंग्स हुई हैं, बहुत सारा जादू हुआ है, और ये भी पॉसिबल है। आई विल स्टॉप हियर बिकॉज देयर आर अदर एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स आफ्टर मी। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर लिसनिंग पेशेंटली। इट इज माय प्लेजर।
Thank you, sir. Especially for the wonderful picture that you have shown for the years to come. When we become the second largest economy in 2030, with one of the largest number of users as far as mobile is concerned, with completing our road and warehouse infrastructure, there is a question, sir, I would like to ask you. When we look to the future, one of our biggest challenge is the small farm holdings. हमारे साथ इस समय FPO के साथी भी हैं, मेंबर्स भी हैं। मैं जानना चाहूँगा सर कि हम कैसे इन जो छोटे किसान हैं इनको FPOs के माध्यम से कैसे हम इनको मार्केटिंग चैनल में ले आएं, कैसे हम इनकी भागीदारी अपने आने वाले सुंदर और अच्छे भविष्य में हम कैसे हम इनको इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं, प्लीज।
तो भागीदारी की जो बात करी है सर ने, देखिए विदाउट ये एक कंसेप्ट होता है, सबको प्राइवेट प्रॉफिट चाहिए होता है, पर जब प्राइवेट प्रॉफिट का कंसेप्ट से आप दूर हटते हैं, क्योंकि आपको पता है आपकी फार्म होल्डिंग्स छोटी है, अगर फार्म होल्डिंग्स छोटी होती है तो नेचुरल चीज है कि आप अपने अकेले के बलबूते पे आप कितना कर पाएंगे। और हमारे पास बहुत सारे सक्सेस मॉडल्स पड़े हुए हैं। आनंद का कोऑपरेटिव, मिल्क कोऑपरेटिव एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। तो बगैर FPOs के, और FPO एक उसी तरह की संस्था है जिसमें हम सबको जोड़ के, उससे क्या होता है, आज जैसे मैं आपको इसका एक बहुत अच्छा उदाहरण देता हूँ, जो मेरा म्यूचुअल फंड प्लेटफॉर्म है। हमारा क्या वहां पे क्या किया हमने, म्यूचुअल फंड आपको पहले खरीदने के लिए आप सोचिए कई साल पहले क्या करना पड़ता था, एक फिजिकल फॉर्म भरने पड़ते थे, आपको म्यूचुअल फंड खरीदना, फिर जमा करिए, फिर कोई कलेक्ट करके ले जाएगा, फिर आप उसके बाद आपको अलॉटमेंट होगा, काफी दिन लगेंगे। हमने क्या कहा, हमने कहा एक प्लेटफॉर्म सेटअप कर देते हैं, उसमें जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर होते हैं, म्यूचुअल फंड के डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर है, जैसे यहाँ पे बैंक करेस्पॉन्डेंट होते हैं आपके, और वो क्या करते हैं, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के पास आप जाइए, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर का काम खाली डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करना है, यानी आप उससे खरीदिए म्यूचुअल फंड या अपना रिडेम्पशन कराइए, और बाकी सारी प्रॉब्लम हम पे छोड़ दीजिए। बाकी सारी प्रॉब्लम क्या है, कैसे करना है। तो आज एक म्यूचुअल फंड का जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर है हमारा, उसका वो क्या करता है, मैं आपको अगर वो बताऊं, उसको खाली 2 चीज चाहिए, एक कंप्यूटर चाहिए या मोबाइल चाहिए, और एक इंटरनेट का कनेक्शन चाहिए। एप्लीकेशन मैं देता हूं उसको फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, कोई चार्ज नहीं करता म्यूचुअल फंड के लिए। आप में से कोई भी अगर वो एग्जाम पास कर ले, कोई भी म्यूचुअल फंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है। इसी तरह अगर FPOs की बात करें तो FPOs में क्या है, अगर एक संस्था बनती है इस तरह की FPO, वो आपकी सारी सरदर्दी वो लेता है, वो आपको कहाँ मार्केट करना है, कौन से चैनल को बेचना है, खरीदना है, प्राइस कैसे डिसाइड करना है, प्राइस नेगोशिएशन। वरना आप अगर इंडिविजुअली जाके करेंगे तो आपके पास इतनी पावर नहीं रहेगी, पर वहां क्योंकि इतने सारे लोग रहते हैं तो उससे बहुत पावर आ जाती है। तो एक बड़ी नेचुरल चीज है, इससे आई विल स्टॉप हियर।
Thank you, sir. Sir, can you mention any institute that gives training to FPOs in strengthening them in this area?
मैं आप ही के घर में आया हूँ।
Okay.
Awok India is obviously one of them, and there are many others. मतलब यहाँ हम Awok India की मार्केटिंग नहीं करें, पर इन्होंने अच्छा काम किया है। और इसी तरह से बहुत सारी संस्थाएं हैं, जैसे हम मिलते रहते हैं, कोशिश करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारा अगेन जो एक चीज का मैंने बात नहीं करी, लिटरेसी, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी में मैं थोड़ी देर पहले किसी से बात कर रहा था, ऑल अक्रॉस द कंट्री रोज हमारा इक्विटी और ये सब अलग अलग जितने भी हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स है, इंक्लूडिंग एग्री एटसेट्रा, गोल्ड वगैरह, ये सब पे रोज हमारे 100-150 इवेंट्स होते रहते हैं अक्रॉस द कंट्री रोज। तो हमारे इतने ज्यादा इवेंट्स होते हैं साल, और वो हम अकेले नहीं कर पाएंगे। अकेला जैसे कुछ जगह मैं आ जाता हूँ, हमारे कुछ ऑफिशियल्स आ जाएंगे, तो ज्यादातर हम पार्टनर्स के साथ करते हैं। और वो पार्टनर्स कौन होते हैं, जैसे अवोक इंडिया हो गया, इस तरह के बहुत सारे पार्टनर्स हैं हमारे अक्रॉस द कंट्री जो अलग अलग प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए। तो वो अगर लिटरेसी का अगर हम उन पे छोड़ते हैं, जिससे कि वो क्योंकि डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड हैं और वो ज्यादा अच्छा जस्टिस कर पाएंगे। हम सोचे कि हम ही सब कुछ कर पाए, तो ये पार्टनर्स के साथ ही कर चलना पड़ता है। पर फाइनली दैट इज हाउ वी कैन सर्टेनली अचीव कलेक्टिवली नॉलेज की कैसे करना है। और इसके पहले वाले सेशन में आप सबने देखा ही होगा कि किस तरह से जो बैंकिंग करेस्पॉन्डेंट्स की जो महिलाएं हैं, जो कल तक खाना बना रही थी, आज वो अपने आप एंटरप्रेन्योर बन गई। तो ये हमारे सामने 10 उदाहरण है, और खाली हमको देखने की जरूरत है और थोड़ा समझने की जरूरत है।
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful information. And the next speaker for today will be joining us on the virtual mode. He is Dr. Prasanna Kumar Das of APRACA. It is the organization on rural and agricultural finance that helps promotes productivity, inclusive growth, self-reliance, and welfare of the rural people in Asia Pacific region. He is leading the secretariat function of 76 member institutions spread over 21 countries in the Asia Pacific region. Dr. Das synergizes agriculture and farming systems with the value chains, providing access to finance and enhanced productivity and efficiency of smallholder farmers. He is recognized as a leader in the area of value chain development and finance, agriculture for nutrition, and linking farmers with a support system in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa. I would like to introduce Dr. Prasanna Kumar Das as the Secretary General for the Indian region of APRACA. I would like to welcome you, sir, for your presentation, please.
Good morning and good evening to all of you.
Sir, excuse
My
me.
sincere apologies for not being able to participate in person or online due to time zone issues. However, as a practitioner and professional in supporting financial inclusion to accelerate agricultural and rural development, the topic on farmers' challenges to digitalization for financial inclusion is extremely dear to my heart. With my 30 years of national and regional experiences, I'd like to flag few of the major pointers on use of digital tools and techniques to achieve the real inclusion so that no one left behind to garner the fruits of the development. Number one, it is estimated that the food production in India must be increased by 10 to 15% to feed 1.5 billion of the population by 2030. And the sustainability of agriculture field is the key to guarantee this. To anticipate efficient solution, helping farmers and stakeholders to enhance their decision by adopting sustainable agricultural practices is a crucial choice, especially the use of digital technologies. Number two, transformation of farming community from their current ancestral intelligence, which is also one AI, to artificial intelligence, another AI, is a bigger challenge than it is thought. This needs a social engineering and high-level sensitization methods. Number three, the digital technologies which are currently being used by the financial institutions are in silos, and it is still considered as a data, which need to be converted to information for better accessibility and efficiency in the delivery process. Number four, digital literacy with special emphasis on financial literacy is another gray area which need further emphasis to get the benefits of the new and improved information technologies to accelerate the financial inclusion. Number five, digitalization in financial institutions are still following top-down or push approach, which needs to be transformed into bottom-up or pull approach. And the financial institutions need to understand the consumer's preference on digital technologies that provides easy access to process, improve products and services, and best experiences and satisfaction. Number six, enhance collaboration with the existing mobile network providers to improve the accessibility, affordability, and availability of mobile banking system, where there are issues of non-availability of the internet facilities. I rest here and leave you with the thoughts for deliberation during the session. Thank you very much for your patience listening.
Is he available for the question? Is Dr. Das available for the question? Okay. The next speaker for today, I would like to introduce him as the founder of Upaj, which works with farmers in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh to provide quality agricultural inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, nutrients on credit right at the village level. Upaj works on a panchayat level aggregation model by partnering with local agri-input distributors and financial institutions. Upaj is part of the Financial Inclusion Lab of IIM Ahmedabad and winner of Social Alpha Agritech Challenge. It is headquartered in Lucknow and has shown 10 times growth in the last 1 year and expanded from 5 villages to more than 150 villages at the present. He works in Bihar. They work in Bihar and UP. Nitish was earlier holding 1 acre fund in India and has worked with Shapoji Palonji Family Office and L&T Infra Private Equity Fund. He graduated from Indore IIM in 2011. I would request Mr. Nitesh Singh Thakur, founder of Upaj, to kindly come and share his experience, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks Awok India for giving me this opportunity. Upaj, so most of the presenters talked about the macro factors. I'll talk about the micro related things which Upaj is doing. So Upaj directly work with the farmers because one of the problem which is faced by a smallholder farmer, and there are around 85% of the total farmers in India are a small farmer having less than 5 acres of land. So they are not able to transact directly with the banks or the financing companies, or when they go to purchase agri input, they are not in a better negotiating position. तो उनके लैंड के बेसिस पे और उनके अपीयरेंस पे बेसिस पे प्राइस सेट होता है. If they think that okay, I can sell them the similar product of 2,000 rupees at 2,200, some of the businessmen try to sell them. These are agri input retailer. And second is they rely on the financing, because at the time of agri input sowing season, there is demand of 15,000, 20,000 worth of working capital, seed खरीदने के लिए, fertilizer, nutrients, ये सब खरीदने के लिए. और जब वो नहीं मिलता है तो आपने देखा होगा कि ये लोकल मनी लेंडर्स रहते हैं या उनके ऊपर निर्भर करते हैं. और when they rely on them, so they have to buy whatever they are selling. So what we have done, we have partnered with the agri input distributor. So we are not like one of these e-commerce companies like Amazon or Flipkart, which is directly buying and then selling and eliminating the local shopkeepers which are present from the last 50, 60 years and serving the population. So we first do the assessment of the agri input distributor who are providing better quality products by directly communicating with the agri input manufacturers. And then we have partnered with the financing company. So we started 1 year back in October 2021 with 3 villages in Bihar. तो मैं मोतिहारी में 1.5 साल काम किया हूँ वहाँ से. मोतिहारी में now we have set up, now there are a 32 member team और 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं और 110 विलेजेस में अक्टूबर 2021 से अक्टूबर 2022 1 साल में. और फिर लास्ट मॉनसून सीजन अप्रैल में हमने यूपी से काम स्टार्ट किया, बहराइच और गोंडा डिस्ट्रिक्ट से, और वहाँ पे करीब 52 प्लस विलेजेस में अभी हम लोगों का काम चल रहा है. और लास्ट 1 साल में हमने एक एनबीएफसी कंपनी के साथ काम चालू किया था और अभी 6 प्लस एनबीएफसी कंपनी हमारे साथ टाई अप है. और वन ऑफ द मोस्ट सरप्राइजिंग फैक्टर इज कि उसमें 2 सीजन में 100% रीपेमेंट है किसानों का, एंड वी हैव सर्विस्ड अराउंड 3000 प्लस फार्मर. सो सम ऑफ द नोशन दैट फाइनेंसिंग कंपनीज या हमारे उसमें रहता है, जब हम न्यूज वगैरह पढ़ते हैं कि फार्मर में डिफॉल्ट ज्यादा होते हैं, उसके कई रीजन है, लेकिन उनको इफ यू आर गिविंग द राइट सर्विस और वो अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं आपकी सर्विस को, so we have seen the default rate is much less as compared to what we have seen. I have seen in the corporate world when I was working in Mumbai for 12 years with L&T Finance and Shapurji Palanji family office. So this notion is not 100% correct. There are various reasons for the farmers default, but if they appreciate कि ये हमें सर्विस मिल रही है, तो हमारी सर्विस को केवल वो फाइनेंस से एसोसिएट नहीं करते, they also associate with the agri service that we are providing, which are providing agriculture input right at the village level. तो उनका जो ट्रांसपोर्ट का जो 200-300 रुपए का कॉस्ट बचता है, and they get the at the right price. जैसे फर्टिलाइजर वगैरह हो गया, उसमें कभी काफी ब्लैक मार्केटिंग भी होती है और काफी जो सप्लाई डिमांड गैप रहता है जो एग्रीकल्चर इनपुट में, वो हाई मार्केट वैल्यू पे भी बिकते हैं. तो दे गेट एट द राइट प्राइस, दे गेट एट द विलेज लेवल. फिर उनको जब फाइनेंसिंग की सुविधा मिलती है तो फाइनेंसिंग दे गेट एट द अफोर्डेबल फाइनेंसिंग. सो दिस इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज इज मच मोर वैल्यूड बाय द फार्मर. तो हम लोग ग्रुप बना के ही करते हैं. सो वी आर पिगी बैकिंग ऑन द माइक्रो फाइनेंस कॉन्सेप्ट मॉडल of financing, where there are a group of farmers and based on their land size they can subscribe to the उपज package. किसी का 1 एकड़ का है तो वो 1 एकड़ के पैकेज को सब्सक्राइब कर लेगा, 2 एकड़ का है तो 2 एकड़ के पैकेज को सब्सक्राइब कर लेगा. एंड इफ दे आर डूइंग मेज कल्टीवेशन, वीट, पैडी, तो उनको उस हिसाब से पैकेज के हिसाब से दे गेट एग्री इनपुट डायरेक्टली एट द विलेज लेवल. या and last 1 year we started with 4 team member and now we have 52 member. All the people who are present over here, like we have moved from Delhi to Lucknow and put up our headquarter in Gomti Nagar. So if some of you want to know more about Upaj, we are in the Summit building on the 12th floor, and you can reach out to me on my email ID or contact number. Thank you. Thanks everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Nitesh. One of very wonderful things that you spoke right now is the Upaj package. It's a very, very new concept. Like we go for tourism, we go for hospitals, and we seek services. These packages are there. But when you talk about Upaj package, I think your model is successful because you have wonderful packages which you are providing to the farmers. There is a question which I would like to ask you. What government policies do you think are helping you in moving ahead in this direction? At the same time, what you think more should be added to them so that your this journey should be more successful, please?
As compared to other states, like UP government has one of the best startup policy, which is very supportive of the startup ecosystem. So, but 2 things where we think that a startup like us can create a much more impact if the agriculture department become much more appreciative of what we do, and they already entertain us, but in terms of decision making of providing agri inputs like fertilizer directly at the village level. Now there are some regulations around it because fertilizer is a highly subsidized material. 266 का बैग रहता है, उस पे 2000 रुपए प्लस की सब्सिडी गवर्नमेंट पे करती है मैन्युफैक्चरर को. तो when we are providing these agri inputs, it directly reaches farmer. We directly work with the farmer, so it is directly benefiting them. So if the startup like us can become a medium through which government can provide this subsidized material or other products. So that is one thing. Second is on the financial inclusion side. So Mr. SK sir is present over here. So institution like NABARD, they can also support like a startup like us, where we have partnered with 6 financing companies. But we face sometimes difficulties in cracking a partnership with bank or PSUs. So we have to start with NBFC companies. So if PSUs and banks can form a partnership with early startups like us, then we can create a much more impact.
Yeah, thank you so much. Suggestions like this will be included in the text, which will be submitted for recommendations to the government. Thank you so much. Our next eminent speaker for today is Mr. S.K. Doraji. His area of specialization includes farm sector policy, including agri-risk mitigation, climate finance, a very new concept, environment and social risk management, farmers collectivities, infrastructure finance and rural bank supervision. In the last 33 years of his career, Mr. Dora has served NABARD at the Mumbai head office, in regional offices in Gujarat and Orissa, including 4 years as faculty member of the Bankers Institute of Rural Development, BIRD, Lucknow, and 1 year as principal at the National Bank State Staff College, Lucknow. He has served as a member of Governing Council of Agriculture Skill Council of India. He was a member of the FICCI Task Force on Climate Change and also represented NABARD in the task force on demonstrating doubling of farmers' income and use of technology for agriculture insurance constituted by NITI Aayog, Government of India. He has represented NABARD in the working group for harnessing space technology for business service constituted by Institute for Development and Research in Banking Technology set up by RBI. Recently, he has been nominated by NABARD as the nominee director on the board of CSC, that is the Common Service Center Scheme, the e-government services of the India Limited. Presently, he is the Chief General Manager of NABARD placed at Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. Sir, we would request you to kindly deliver your address, please, sir.
Distinguished panelists in the dais and those connected through online platform, all the dignitaries representing academia, FPOs, NGOs, very good afternoon, namaskar. I extend my heartfelt thanks to AWOC India Foundation for giving this opportunity to interact with the dignitaries and the participants. First thing that comes to mind, why digitalization? The first and foremost thought that came to mind is that it has given a new model of development. I looked for some empirical studies. I found one prominent study on impact of digitalization on farmers of India, conducted by Rastogi Gautam. It has been published in the International Journal of Management and Humanity, September 2021 issue. It has empirically established that there is significant improvement in farmers' income through digitalization. The agriculture sector development also got a push because of digitalization of the farmers, and economic prosperity and welfare also recorded phenomenal increase. So there is sufficient empirical basis or justification for digitalization of farmers. And of course, it goes without saying that it leads to financial inclusion. Then what are the factors, enabling factors, which promotes digitalization and financial inclusion? If you look into the past few years, there has been exponential growth of technologies. Technology as enablers for digitalization and for financial inclusion. For instances, telecom penetration. There are, as per data by TRAI and Mobile Association, there are so many forums who are coming out with data, but generally accepted 120 crore mobile connections presently. Rural teledensity is 59%. And second factor which promotes digitalization and financial inclusion, especially among rural areas and farmers, is access to internet connectivity. There are about 80 crores broadband internet connection. Other factors are Aadhaar enrollment, which have taken place in the last 1 decade or so. 134 crore Aadhaar enrolled people are there. 46.5 crore Jan Dhan accounts. This is another factor which has led to digitalization through direct transfer of benefits. ICT driven extension services. If you go into go into Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, you will find farmers portal is there, where crores of farmers are registered and they are giving information regarding the input distribution, regarding optimum utilization of fertilizer, pesticides, so many things, weather advisories through IMD and other things. So large scale growth in ICT based extension services also enable digitization. Then marketing platform, both through government initiative as well as through private initiative, a lot of marketing platforms have come up, e-commerce and marketing platform. Enam is there, where there are a lot of APMCs who have been onboarded. And if you see the technology portion, a lot of changes are taking place, which are actually metamorphosing the agriculture sector in a big way. New and emerging technology, IoT-based agriculture, sensor-based agriculture, using satellite imagery for pest control, big data analytics, all these new and emerging technologies are playing a pivotal and big role in improving production and productivity, in digitalization, as well as in financial inclusion. And that's why India is doing so well in the agri startup and fintech sectors, because new innovations are taking place. They are mushrooming and being used by farmers. However, because are these developments able to address the Indian farmers' needs and requirement? Because the Indian farmer, there are altogether different constituents. 86% are small farmers and marginal farmers, less than 2 hectares land holding. The land holdings are really fragmented and it is getting further and further smaller and smaller. So if you see even the technological development that I was talking a little while ago, rural population is 948 million, that is 94.8 crores. But active internet user is 299 million, that is 29.9. So roughly about 30 to 33% are active user of internet. This is one challenge. To increase digitalization and financial inclusion, we need to have more active users. Bharat study, one study conducted by Nelson, it's a data as well as market survey agencies. 60% of rural people don't have internet connectivity. Certainly, this is a big challenge to further financial inclusion and digitalization. And whatever online banking or remittances, digital payment taking place, it is being done by affluent people, including, even if the farmers, it is affluent farmer or big farmers. This meaning that this 86% of the farmers are totally excluded. Even, in fact, one study that NABARD had done, it had shown more than 50% of the farmers are excluded from institutional credit mechanism. What to talk about online credit disbursement and other things. So out of these people who are doing digital or online banking and payment, 2/3 are coming under the bracket 20 to 39 years. That means only younger people are going for these online transactions. 70% are male. Women are excluded to a great extent in this kind of online transaction. If we come specifically to the requirement of farmers, the farmers have both non-financial and financial requirement. Non-financial requirement includes information on availability of input, suppliers, kitna distance mein supplier have for fertilizer, pesticides, or even tractor agents. Even if there is uberization of tractors or farm mechanization, then whether the agent is available and what price, all this information, these are non-financial information. Then land digitization is a big issue. I'll come to it little after that, after a few minutes. Financial, of course, there is a basket of requirement, including the Indian farmers, the typical small farmer requires credit for consumption purpose also, social purposes also. शादी अपने daughter की शादी कराना है, अपना बेटा का education के लिए पैसा नहीं है, because he doesn't have much surplus to fall back upon. And social requirements, health requirements, all these requirements apart from requirement for production credit and investment credit. So this requires integration of farmers, the service provider, and financial services provider. Let us take the example of land digitization. Land digitalization is essential for collateralization of land for taking credit. And we have government programs, land record digitalizations. But I was looking into the portal yesterday, as per the latest information available, only 13 states out of 36 states and union territories are on board as far as integration of this land, digitized land record with the banking systems. That means more than 2/3 are still not able to link the digitized land record with the banks, so that banks can take collateral. Digital land record can act as a collateral for availing loan. There are many issues. Still some 8 to 10 states are doing in a manual manner the digitalization of land record. Others, they have not passed act to be considered as a prudent this thing. So there are so many issues I'm not going into. But the positive is that the pandemic has shown a way. When there is a need, there is a way. The pandemic, which was a black swan or blue swan event, accelerated the push towards digitalization, and it given a tremendous boost to financial inclusion. Not only in India, but all over the world. 58 countries, as per the World Bank record, the pandemic relief, COVID relief was administered online. 40% of the first-time digital payment transactions were done during this time. In India also, there was a phenomenal push to digitalization. UPI transaction increased by 427%. And as on August 22, it stood at 657 crore. UPI QR कोड आजकल हम लोग सब यूज करते हैं, QR को स्कैन करके, कोड को स्कैन करके पेमेंट करते हैं. 86% year-to-year growth was recorded during the pandemic period. This facilitated digitalization. And in July 22, it stood at 20 crores. But when we are talking about the 86% of small and marginal farmers, there are certain issues. First thing is financial awareness need to be created. Many people are not aware of the benefits of financial inclusion. Financial inclusion doesn't only talk about credit. Rangarajan committee, if you see, it talks about not only credit, saving and credit, but also about insurance, about pension, about remittance. And the last three categories, the performance is sort of dismal. We have not been able to have more than 5% penetration in insurance, health insurance, and many crop insurance also, despite a lot of efforts by Government of India. The farmers are not aware about the benefit. They don't want to mitigate risk by taking crop insurance also. Then risk perception. अभी हम लोग भी अगर पढ़े लिखे आदमी, when we do digital transaction, पहले 1 रुपया का भेजते हैं to ensure that it is going to the right person, right? So that what you call user friendly or security aspects, it will take time for all of us to get about. And talk about the farmers who doesn't have any thing to fall back in case such a mishap happens. So it is necessary to make it almost zero risk product, then only it will be useful. NABARD, Reserve Bank of India, Government of India and state governments, we are playing a very pivotal role in furthering digitalization and financial inclusion. In the sphere of creating awareness, we have a financial inclusion fund created within NABARD. So we are using it to do large-scale financial literacy program through Nukkad Natak, street plays, through financial campaign or literacy program. Financial literacy center have been established also. Capacity building of BCBF, mobile van, ATM we are sanctioning to cooperative banks, RRBs. Then there are issues relating to power connectivity, to internet connectivity. To solve that, we are using this fund to give grant for BSET, solar power, solarization of the branch, UPS deployment. And I must bring to your attention that the cooperative sector plays a very important role. Cooperative banking sector plays a very important role to give the last mile connectivity, because in the PACS, there are almost 1 lakh primary agriculture cooperative society, although about 20-30% are not functioning that well, or they're defunct or not, but still 67,000 PACS, they provide this production credit in the nook and corner of our villages, rural areas, where the commercial banks or private banks are not willing to or cannot go there. It's so interior. So we, Government of India, state government or NABARD milke, we have launched a big drive for computerization of PACS. 61,000 PACS will be computerized. In UP also we have started that. And the KCC of Government of India, KCC you must have heard about or known, must be knowing about KCC, Kisan Credit Card. So it is the cornerstone of rural credit delivery mechanism. इसके माध्यम से we are trying to meet the credit requirement, both production credit and investment credit, as well as consumption requirement. और उसका अगर equipment tractor repair करना है, वो maintenance के लिए भी पैसा दिया जाता है. So that is a revolutionary step and it is very popular. So we also have a electronic KCC, and it is a debit card is given, the amount is sanctioned. These are small amounts, 30,000 से लेके 2 लाख 3 लाख रुपया तक farmers का need के लिए as per requirement. Entire bouquet of requirements of the farmers are made through this KCC. So we have eKCC, which is a RuPay debit card, and through that the farmers can withdraw the credit amount. Then you must have heard about the SSG. In 89, NABARD started a experiment with 10,000 SSGs, and now it has turned out to be the world's largest microfinance movement with 12 crores, more than 12 crores SSGs, and more than 1 lakh crore business is being transacted through this SSG. So NABARD is also doing digitalization of this SHG's data. So we have eShakti portal where we capture all the data relating to SHGs, which is provided to the banks so that they can provide credit. So NABARD, Government of India, we are taking a lot of measures for financial inclusion, digitalization, and we are sure that in future it will result into big gains. Lastly, is the financial inclusion and digitalization results in increase in efficiency, reduction in cost of providing financial services or non-financial services, increases accessibility, and it also enables customization depending upon the, like this is one aspect which the MFIs, microfinance institutions and NBFC are utilizing. They are able to digitize the data and they are delivering customized product at the doorstep of the farmers. So that's why they are also catering to a large segment of these rural farmers. So these are some of the thoughts. And with this, I conclude my remarks, giving you food for thoughts for the further discussion during the subsequent session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. S.K. Doraji, for a wonderful information provided as to how much the NABARD is doing to create e-India. I would like to mention that our organization is also working with the Allahabad division on inclusion of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning for a particular village in which we will be trying to give the real-time status of the crops to the farmers. Sir, if you give me permission, I would like to ask you a question. Because the biggest challenge what we are seeing today is the quality of the product that goes to the mandis or to the markets for sale. The eminent speakers for today have spoken about this issue, and there our farmers take a setback. Although it's a digital platform that we are talking about, but still you being of this wonderful organization, I would like to ask you what your organization is doing in order to create a good value chain, number one, and number two, how to preserve the quality of the products as they reach the market. Please, sir.
Yeah, it's a good question. Actually, what are the challenges of linking farmers to the electronic platforms? The electronic platforms require some kind of calibration before the commodity reach it, even NCDX. There need to be cleaning, sorting, grading, and if it is required, then storage should be there. If it is perishable, then entire during the transportation till it reaches the market, that freezing and cold chain should also be there. So these are the requirements. So NABARD has been trying, it's providing refinance assistance and even grant assistance in many cases for this kind of infrastructure creation. So the agricultural marketing infrastructure fund is also there. Government is trying to create this agri marketing infrastructure. NABARD has sanctioned in Uttar Pradesh, we have sanctioned, I think, more than 400 godans, which will be operated by PECs at the grassroots level. These are godans, these are PECs which will be converted into multi-service society so that the farmers can store the product at the godown level, and then there can be cleaning, grading, sorting out. Actually, in the electronic platform requires this kind of services, and at the platform level also weighing and other these services should be made available so that the commodities can be graded as per the quality, and similarity in commodity should be there in each grading. So then only trading, active trading can take place. And NABARD is also trying to link FPOs. We have formed more than 2,000 FPOs under the Produce Fund. We have been actively involved under the central sector scheme of Government of India to form 10,000 FPOs. NABARD, along with a few other partners, we are trying for that. So more than 5,000 FPOs have been already formed by NABARD. So basic idea is these small farmers, they do not have adequate surplus to go to the market. It doesn't make economic sense for the small farmers to go to the market. So if they are collectivize their surplus and do the entire value chain like processing, cleaning, grading, sorting, processing, marketing, branding, all these activities, we have planned that the FPOs slowly they will be able to do, so that once they are able to do it, they can be linked to the electronic platforms. So nowadays, this FPO revolution is taking place. And in another 2-3 years, you will find these quality products and the FPOs will be linked to the electronic platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful information. It looks like the time of e-revolution has come to our state and our country. FPOs will be benefited quite in a large way, being associated with NABARD.
Our institute, Banker Institute of Rural Development in Lucknow, that is the institute who provides training to FPOs and to NGOs and others also, apart from bankers. So they have developed 7 training modules for including for the farmers, then the director, the CEO, separately different kinds of training modules have been developed. And with the help of Government of India and other institutions, basically NABARD through Banker Institute is training the trainers, TOT we are organizing, so that there will be a large pool of personnel who will be able to provide training to the thousands and thousands of FPOs that will be formed, and those are being formed over the years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to end of the discussion on the panel number 1. But before we end this discussion, I would like to sum up the discussion in this way, that we, in the deliberations and through the information provided over here, we see that our country is moving ahead, and we are moving towards the e-revolution. But at the same time, the capacity building of the citizens are very, very important. Our strength lies in our villages. It is the role of Awake India like organizations to promote this type of trainings in the villages. On board, we had members, senior members of the stock exchange. We look forward for our farmers to directly trade on the stock exchange. We look forward for our startups with Naeem. We would like to thank Mr. S.K. Dora for his wonderful information provided, and also special thanks goes to Mr. Nitesh Thakur, who is working very closely with villagers, and I think this is one of the most difficult tasks that you are doing. But this is a service which we are providing to our country. It's our responsibility to give back to our country what we are getting from it. With this, I would like to thank each and every member of this panel for their wonderful deliberation and interaction. Thank you so much. First of all, I would I would request Mr. Neeraj. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, all our panelists, for the wonderful discussion and shedding light on such an important topic. Thank you. And for memento distribution, I would like to invite on stage Mrs. Kirti Narayan, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, and Mr. G.P. Tripathi. And also I would like to invite on stage Ms. Vinita Kundra, AGM NABARD. Please give her a huge round of applause, everybody. And also I would like to invite on stage Mr. Anish Kumar, AGM NABARD. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the next topic, which is youth. So I will be starting up with this topic with a real fact. Consider this, a 25-year-old gets up and goes to work in an Uber and pays her cab fare via credit card or Paytm. She uses the company food card to buy her lunch and gets her evening coffee at Starbucks using her Starbucks loyalty card. On the way back home, she stops at the nearby grocery store and picks up groceries again via plastic money. And when it comes to the monthly payments, such as rent, phone, electricity bills, etc., all are paid online using net banking, credit card, or mobile wallets. So fairly safe to say that the younger generation is creating an India that is very much tech savvy. This connected mobile and tech-savvy youth is leading digital transformation or risking the future of financial management. Let us discuss this in our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our chief guest and session chair, Mr. Navneet Sehgal, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Sports and Youth Welfare, to say a few words and kickstart this discussion. Okay, see, Dr. Ashish, mother Nikita. इतना छोटा फोन अभी फिलहाल बड़ा फ्रेंड ओके फिलहाल ये दो लोग ऑनलाइन So, sir will be joining us live. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to introduce you to our moderator for this session, who is Dr. Ashish Shukla, former IG Police, CRPF. And his academic teaching and research experience spans from 1993 to date. He has held multiple positions in management education since 2014 as head director, regional head, HOD, and professor with various eminent organizations. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Thank you. And now I would like to invite our eminent speaker for this panel discussion, Mr. Christopher Turillo, co-founder, Medha Foundation. Please put your hands together, audience. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Thank you. Our next panelist is Mr. Anil Nair, Senior Fellow, Porcelains Institute, Washington, D.C., and founder Think Street. He is joining us online.
Happy
Mr.
to be here.
Prateek Pant, Chief Business Officer, White Oak Capital Management. Thank you for joining us, sir. And last but not the least, Mr. Abhilash Mishra, Chief Executive Officer, NSE Academy Limited. So now let's begin with the discussion. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I feel fortunate to moderate this discussion on youth. With me on the panel are Dr. Navneet Sehgal. Okay. So for some reasons, for some technical reasons, he's not able to join online. Let us hope and wait if he is able to make it. He is Additional Chief Secretary, Government of UP for Youth and Sports. We have with us Mr. Anil Nair. He is also joining online. He is Senior Fellow of Portland Trust in US. Held many positions at board level and managing director. He has been awarded for professional excellence by Indian Institute of Industrial Engineering and Udyog Ratna Award. We have with us Shri Prateek Pant. He is Chief Business Officer, White Oak Capital Mutual Funds, having a varied and rich experience in banking and financial services. He's an engineering graduate and then turned to financial management, having done his master's in that. Another panelist having a very relevant background to youth is Mr. Christopher Turillo. He is co-founder of Medha, having done MBA from University of Chicago and MA in International Development from SAIS US. His forte is youth empowerment, and he has led, I'm happy to place it on record, that he has led more than 85,000 youth to empowerment, and his startup has done such a great job. So I start with Okay. He'll be also with this also. Okay. I think so can you
Yeah. So we also have Mr. Abhilash Mishra from who's the Chief Executive Officer in NSE Academy, and we welcome all our panelists on the dais today. And it's first of all, apologies to all of you because we are running, also to Mr. Nair, because we're running a little behind schedule. So we will certainly want a very, very crisp deliberations here, and to begin with, because Mr. Nair, Anil Nair has already joined online.
So I would request him to start his address to the gathering, please. So over to Mr. Nair, Anil Nair. So.
Good afternoon to all of you. Can you hear me, Praveen?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Yeah.
Okay, a very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you to Avok and Praveen for inviting me to speak at IFLC 22. My pleasure indeed. The subject I will talk about will be the agenda for digital and financial inclusion for India's youth. So I want to touch upon three aspects of it. Okay, one is youth in the context of India's total population. Second is how the youth can be equipped. And third, the digital divide, which is staring us in the face and which has to be tackled. So let me go with the first. If you look at the population of India, it's about 1.4 billion now. And if you look at the constituents of that 1.4 billion, or the composition of those 1.4 billion population, the people born after 2000 are generally referred to as digital natives. And they're called digital natives because they have been born and brought up amongst computers, video games, digital music players, and cell phones. They are digital natives because their thinking patterns are very different. So in their minds, they're able to do parallel processing. They're able to multitask. They work best when they network. They love graphics. They are differently equipped because of the time that they were born in. Some are digital entrepreneurs, and many are influencing organizations across the globe. But apart from that, we also need to look at the other constituents of our population. The older population, we are digital immigrants because we are trying to catch up. We were not born to that age, but we have to catch up. And many of us are being able to do that well, some are not. And then you have people called the digital refugees. Now, when you talk about digital refugees, you mean people like blue-collar workers, where the onslaught of Industry 4.0 has left them far behind, with artificial intelligence and machine learning and so on and so forth. And then you have the digital outcasts, and all these terms are not mine. They are generally used terms, and digital outcasts are those of an older age or who need some rehabilitation of the sort, but they have served a very important purpose in connecting our senses with the surroundings. So you have a lot of now brain-controlled computers, smart shoes, alternative communication like text-to-speech and all that, which is happening because of the challenges they face. Now, moving on, how do we equip our youth with digital skills? Okay, if you look at the UN definition of youth, it is between 15 and 24 years. And the great thing about the youth is that they are much more online than the rest of the population. So globally, if 71% of the youth are digitally connected, the overall population level would be 48%, a little behind. When we talk about digital and financial literacy, we have to talk about what happens at the primary level, secondary level, higher education level, as well as financial literacy in the same breath. So if you look at primary education, generally what is prescribed is at least that there should be basic computer skills, which is hardware, software, and troubleshooting and things like that. Keyboarding skills and tools like word processing, spreadsheets, and presentations. The second aspect of it is internet-related skills. And third is a computational approach, as it were, which means being able to divide a problem into simple parts, being able to purge what is irrelevant, a logical sequencing, because that's what's required for coding and algorithmic design and so on and so forth. If you look at secondary education, when you talk about digital literacy, which has to start there, it has to include critical thinking. It has to include understanding of online behaviors. It has to include copyright violation and understanding all of that in the secondary stage. And in the higher education institutes, if you go by the UN Sustainable Development Goals, essentially it is to make the youth contributors to a knowledge economy. So it talks about much more than just what we can think of. It includes environmental understanding, and it talks about economic viability, it talks about a just society, it talks about cultural diversity, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to digital education, there is a lot of emphasis on online savviness, meaning being able to understand what is identity theft, what are scams all about, what is phishing, and so on and so forth, what is cyberbullying all about. There has to be some understanding about information use and misuse, and also mental health-related risks, which are relating to addiction, societal disengagement, and so on. Again, if you look at the OECD report of the G20 countries, when they talk about financial literacy, they're talking about awareness, knowledge, skills, attitude, behaviors, all combining so that the person can take sound financial decisions. And looking at the huge advancements in technology, particularly in BFSI, which is banking, financial services, and insurance, so many tech innovations taking place, including proliferation of cloud computing and big data. It's important that the digital education that we talked about in the previous part is combined with the financial literacy for it to be complete. The other recommendation of the OECD and the G20 country, a report which is called the Advanced Digital Financial Inclusion of Youth 2020, suggests that there should be a great deal of youth focus. First, participation of the youth in policymaking. Second, the use of financial data of the youth when they're doing research. And third is the youth-friendly design in financial products. So bring a lot more involvement of the youth so that the products that emerge are also youth-friendly. And finally, the third point that I wanted to make was about the digital divide. About 2.9 billion people in the world, which is more than a third of the world, is still unconnected. Even in India, if you look at the internet connectivity, if you look at the numbers, the estimates vary from 650 million to 800 million, which is a little below 50% or a little over 50%. Not that there aren't any government programs. There are dozens of government programs facilitating digital transformation in the youth and generally in the population. For instance, we had BharatNet, which was introduced in 2011, which is about fiber connectivity at panchayats. We had the National Digital Literacy Mission, which was 2014. We had Digital India, various initiatives in 2015. We have the PM Digital Gramin Saksharta Abhiyan, which was in 2017, which was about rural digital literacy. We have the PM eVidya, which is the learning for schools up to the 12th standard, which is in 2017. And more than that, now you had Kerala, and then the Supreme Court saying that the right to internet is a basic human right. That was in 2019. But to sum up, at the end of the day, it's the execution that matters. There are multiple programs that are happening in India. And to summarize, we have digital natives, which are the younger population, the youth, and they are our future. We need to focus much more on them. The digital financial inclusion and literacy must cover both digital education as well as financial literacy at the primary, secondary, and higher education levels. And most important, we must address the digital divide in India, because otherwise you have a whole generation which has no access to financial solutions or e-commerce or education. That's my summary. Back to you, Praveen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for enlightening us with the concept of digital natives. That is the very classifications are a recipe in itself for financial inclusions. And it was very enlightening session with you. We are slightly running off the schedule. So with that, sir, thanking you, I invite the next speaker, Mr. Prateek Pant, to come up on the dais with his ideas. Thank you.
I'll request Mr. Nair to please hold on, because in the end we would also need a couple of points. If you could suggest what organizations like us should do on the ground. So if you have time, would you like to just share right now, or you will wait for some? I think
I will wait, Praveen.
Thanks so much, sir.
नहीं ठीक है, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So Christopher, with your permission, I'll do a little bit of English presentation, because if I'm in Lucknow, अंग्रेजी में presentation करना थोड़ा सा अजीब लगता है. So हमारा जो topic है यहाँ पे, उसमें 3 भाग हैं. एक, of course, अनिल जी ने जब शुरू किया अपना presentation, he spoke about the youth. We talked about digital transformation, and the third aspect is financial management. So संक्षेप में I'll try and talk about these 3 aspects, which is what actually defines this particular topic. ये आप लोगों ने जरूर देखा होगा, राइट? जब मैं यूथ था तो लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में आप जो देखते हैं कैसेट्स और डीवीडी और ऑडियोज, यही हमने किया था. बट आज के तारीख में व्हेन यू लुक एट द सेम डिवाइसेस, दे हैव एक्चुअली बीन कन्वर्टेड इनटू स्ट्रीमिंग डिवाइसेस. सो यू गॉट नेटफ्लिक्स, Amazon Prime, Spotify, Apple Music, which are classic part of the today's youth generation, which is what we were talking about. Now, when you look at the demographics, right? और ये मैंने कोई geographical map नहीं बनाया, so I don't want to get into a controversy around this, but this is as per population, right? India is actually the second largest populous country, and if you had to draw the world map again, you will find India is much larger than most of the other countries out there. Also, मेरे से पहले जो speakers हैं, they have actually spoken about our demographic dividend, right? The fact that we will be the second largest the largest working population in the world in the next few years. Not just that, there's a rising middle class. Affluence में अगर आप देखेंगे आज के तारीख में, middle class is consuming a lot more. But at the same time, of course, as Anil ji spoke about it, there is also the elderly population, which is rising at the same rate as which the the population from a youth perspective is growing. एक ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सर्वे था, और ये सर्वे होता है हर 10 साल में, to find out which are the new areas which are emerging from a job perspective. ये वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम ने अपना 3rd सर्वे किया था, और ये 2020 की फाइंडिंग्स है. अगर आज के यूथ को एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी देखनी है, which are the areas where there are real jobs available at this point of time? Not surprisingly, all the top 10 areas listed out there have some sort of digital connection, right? Whether it's data analytic, we're talking about big data, AI, business transformation, software, IoT, Internet of Things. So clearly, areas of technology is where you're seeing a lot of job creation happen at this point of time. While the regular, mundane, clerical roles, accounting roles are areas where you expect actually jobs to get displaced. So people, when you look at हमारे youth को आगे क्या देखना है, what are the skills which they need to absorb? A lot of these skills are around in the area of technology. Having said that, केवल technology ही नहीं है जो which will drive this agenda. There are many softer areas which are also being talked about in this, right? Areas like resilience, stress tolerance, flexibility. ये सब जो है, these are equally important as the area of technology which is there. I think what is driving this entire revolution at this point, और हमारे जो पहले जो introductory panels थे, उन्होंने इसके बारे में काफी बताया, तो इसलिए मैं ज्यादा बताऊंगा नहीं, but JAM के बारे में बताया था, जनधन, आधार, mobile. This is the revolution which is actually driving the entire digital agenda at this point of time. Of course, there have been many financial inclusion initiatives which are there, and finally data explosion. So we have seen probably the best payment infrastructure in the world, not just among emerging countries, but globally today you have the best payment infrastructure. The board member from SEBI did give data about what type of payment transactions have actually happened during the last month itself, right? It's no longer in millions and billions, is what monthly transactions are happening when you actually look at our UPI infrastructure. Of course, COVID was one of the largest triggers, right? That is how volumes of transactions, which you can see out here, आज के तारीख में, and these are expanding at the rate of 100% per month in terms of the growth of these UPI transactions. एक बहुत important factor इसमें जो रहा है is the explosion of smartphone. 5G network has been launched recently. और एक अगर आप उस तरफ देखें आका, the data cost in India is actually lowest in the world, right? So the type of economies of scales which are required to drive this type of a revolution is something which is easily available at this point. So digital adoption, I don't think is an option right now, but it is actually a compulsion, right? Because today, अगर हम ये नया equation देखें, right? हाँ, काफी equations हमने physics में, chemistry में सब देखे हैं, but ये आज की तारीख का जो equation है, जो economic growth of a nation है, उसमें एक तरफ जरूर आपकी demographics आती है, but दूसरी तरफ technology growth उतना ही important है, right? Both of these factors are important, and that's why जो मैंने जब अपने कॉलेज में नियो क्लासिकल इकोनॉमिक थियोरी जो समझी थी डिमांड और सप्लाई का, उसमें आज के तारीख में एक टेक्नोलॉजी एक नया तीसरा कोण आ जाता है which actually drives the true demand of any nation. The scope of when you talk about digitalization is not just जो आप ई-कॉमर्स में देख रहे हैं, right? कि आपने Amazon देखा या Flipkart देख लिया या Cartrade देख ली या कोई जो वेबसाइट्स देख ली, उसी को डिजिटल नहीं कहते हैं. डिजिटल आज के तारीख में हर भाग में हमें हर भाग में आपको मिलता है. और हमने 3 ब्रॉडली एरियाज बोले. एक जो होता है जो कंपनीज टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन बना रही है इंडिया के लिए, राइट? और हमारा जो सॉफ्टवेयर सेक्टर है आज, इट इज द लार्जेस्ट एक्सपोर्ट और अर्निंग्स इन द कंट्री इज ड्रिवन एक्चुअली बाय द टेक्नोलॉजी सेक्टर. सेकेंड, आप लोगों ने आज की तारीख में मेरे ख्याल से अपने फोन में एप्स आप देखेंगे तो आप ऑटोमेटिकली देखेंगे कि देयर आर सो मेनी न्यू एज डिसरप्टिव बिजनेस मॉडल्स व्हिच आर अवेलेबल. एंड मोर इंपॉर्टेंटली ऑल्सो इवन विद इन ट्रेडिशनल सेक्टर आज के तारीख में, जैसे आपने तनिष्क का नाम तो सुना ही होगा कंपनी का, राइट? तनिष्क ने एक कंपनी एक्वायर की कैरेट लेन, उसमें 72% स्टेक लिया है. तो आज की तारीख में ज्वेलरी भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होती है उसके थ्रू. सिमिलरली अगर आप बैंकिंग सेक्टर की बारे में जैसे बात हो रही थी BFSI स्पेस में, राइट? BFSI में जिस तरह का इनोवेशन हुआ है, सारे के सारे बैंक्स आज के तारीख आपके पॉकेट में मिलते हैं, right? So all 3 areas, whether it's building technology, whether it's looking at new age business models, or actually looking at businesses which are using technology in driving and changing traditional businesses, तीनों चीजों में आपको digitalization का एक बहुत important role दिखाई दे रहा है. Digital is not about saving costs. पहले तारीख में क्या होता था कि हमने कंप्यूटर इंट्रोड्यूस किया है तो ऑटोमेटिकली एफिशिएंसी आ जा रही है बिजनेसेस में. बट इट इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट ड्राइविंग एफिशिएंसी. और एक ये मैकेंजी का सर्वे आया था अभी 2017 में. दिस इज नॉट अबाउट पैंडेमिक. 2017 में जब मैकेंजी ने सर्वे किया था कि कौन सी कंपनीज हैं जो डिजिटल यूज कर रही हैं, एट दैट टाइम दे सेड दैट डिजिटल इज नाउ बिकमिंग अ सोर्स ऑफ स्ट्रेटेजिक एडवांटेज फॉर कंपनीज एंड नॉट जस्ट अबाउट सेविंग कॉस्ट्स. सो इन दिस टाइप ऑफ एन एनवायरमेंट, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट एंड यूथ, what is the role the youth is playing into this? Of course, they are consuming a lot of digital, as the definition which Anilji gave, they are digital natives, right? But there are also many other practices which are happening simultaneously. If you look at investing, right? And I come from a financial management background. Within the area of investing today, right? There is huge penetration, not just in a Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, but whether it's Lucknow, Moradabad, Gorakhpur, everywhere, you find the same level of digital penetration. The number of DMAT accounts which have opened in these tier 2 cities have started exceeding what is there in the tier 1 locations right now. So the true Bharat is actually the representative even in the investing world. Profile क्या है typical millennial digital native investor का, right? वो investor होता है जो online आता है सीधे, उसको जाके कोई form नहीं भरना पड़ता है. He places all his orders on the app, right? Not even not even your laptop. They use your app for actually placing all these orders. They're quite aware of what is happening in the world. So whether it is good or bad is a different thing. अगर क्रिप्टो में पैसे दिख रहे हैं, इंडिया में अगर 10 करोड़ क्रिप्टो में अकाउंट्स खुल चुके हैं, right? That is all part of this new investor base which is there. They use a lot of intelligence. अपना डिसीजंस खुद लेना चाहते हैं. DIY प्लेटफॉर्म है उनके. और ऑफ कोर्स उनका जो रिस्क रिवॉर्ड का जो इक्वेशन है, लगता है कि मतलब पैसा हर 3 महीने में डबल हो सकता है, राइट? अगर कोई जब मैं काफी लोगों से जब बात होती है कि मैं कहता हूँ इक्विटी मार्केट, और सेबी के बोर्ड मेंबर ने एक बहुत बढ़िया ऑब्जर्वेशन किया था कि लॉन्ग टर्म इक्विटी वेल्थ क्रिएशन होता है, और उन्होंने कुछ 15% रिटर्न की बात की थी. यहाँ पर लोग आके 15% महीने की रिटर्न की बात करते हैं, राइट? सो दैट इज द प्रोफाइल today of a typical millennial investor. The problem is, right, and this is very important as a phrase, when tech tools are too good, then investors may suffer. And there is a survey which was done in US, right? This is one of the robo-advisory firms called Sigfig, right? उन्होंने ये कहा था, people who actually log in every day and are looking at their trading accounts on an average earn 0.2% less returns in the previous year than the people who are actually, checking it more on an infrequent basis. और जो twice a day करते हैं, उनकी actually return और भी कम होती है. Right? So the fact is the propensity of starting to transact rather than invest is a lot more which you find when you become a victim of all of this. So what are the real threats? And, again, Anilji did speak about some of these things, right? The spread of disinformation. You've seen a lot of, just a couple of days back, you've seen a big cyber attack which has happened on one of the agencies. You're seeing a lot of information overload. आप अगर अपना, screen time देखें, on an average लोग 4, 5, 6 घंटे, 7 घंटे बिता रहे हैं अपने iPhone पे या अपने Samsung phone पे, right? And more importantly, I think there is a lot of loss of typical traditional lifestyle and values. So what are some of, is it all doom and gloom? Is it that digital is an enemy which you need to embrace? No, I think digital actually has a lot of other things to offer. And in our understanding, and when we look at it from an investment world, we've seen digital becoming a very, very important tool for making decisions. आप research देख लीजिए, right? Research में, whether it is analyzing investments, looking at systematic investment plans, analytics of stocks, there are many, many websites which are available, including Advisor, Coach, Value Research, all of them who are, who actually provide authentic information. Aggregators हैं काफी, जैसे Daily Hunt है, उससे आपको news मिल जाता है, या in shorts, podcasts, which are sources of some amazing information. I love this app called Blinkist, right? It gives you summary of some of the top books in 15 to 20 minutes, right? So there are many of these type of things which are there. Financial management apps are there, right? And this actually helps you plan for things. Free courses are available in Coursera, right? जिसमें आपको कोई formally, 1-2 लाख रुपए का course करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Similarly, Udemy, right? Which is actually an academy which is available online to be able to do. And many of these things are available and all these resources are there. Similar, right, is another types of productivity, man. So when I have gone and spoken to students, and this is very important, मेरी बेटी इसी साल college गई US में, तब वो जब जा रही थी, तो मैंने उसको ये चीजें बताई, right? These are things which is my personal experience. I told her कि आपकी ये pocket money है इस साल, right? इस pocket money में you need to find how you create your own budget. How do you track your expenses, right? Take advantage of students' discount. Peer pressure is something which is important, right? And more importantly, always invest in yourself. Learning is an important facet of this. So this is an 18-year-old daughter who's gone to college this year, and this was my message to her as she was leaving India. So in nutshell, really, right? An investment in knowledge actually pays the best interest. And it's important to just keep learning. If, I know we were quoting our Prime Minister on, even in the first forum, but I really like this, which was said right in the beginning, right? It is very, very important. We are in a very sweet spot in India. The demographic dividend in India is absolutely phenomenal. But people will have to change as per the changing requirements. And technology and digitization is going to play a very, very important role. वो आपका दोस्त है या दुश्मन, वो finally आपको देखना पड़ेगा आपके अपने नजरिया से. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratik ji, for a very enlightening and discussion, rich of analytical tools, database and all. The house stands enriched by your talk. I call upon now Chris to touch a few points, especially India being a rich country as far as youth is concerned. And initially, when the presentations were there, we have seen a clip of Honorable Prime Minister with the women Sakhi workers, a good experiment and a good initiative of women empowerment. So I'll request Chris to provide us a recipe also of how the women can be a path leaders in this financial inclusion, and what tools we can use. One of the speakers has, I think. Yeah, so it was there that in the UPI transactions, women participate more of the in the UPI transaction. So these are the things on which I'll call upon Mr. Chris to dwell and focus his talk. Over to Chris.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Avo, for having me here. And I do not have as prepared talking points, I think, as the previous two speakers. So this will be a little bit more off the cuff. But a couple of reflections or thoughts that, and सबसे पहले मेरी हिंदी अच्छी नहीं है, तो मैं अंग्रेजी में बात करेंगे. I will try maybe कभी-कभी, हिंदी शब्द, अंदर में, but लेकिन पूरा अंग्रेजी बात करेंगे mostly. So apologies to the panel on that front. But yeah, I thought that I would just maybe try to, like on the previous panel, I think one of the speakers tried to make the comments of others maybe a bit more micro or kind of contextualized. Perhaps I will try to do the same here, because I think both of the previous panelists have spoken more at a macro level about, kind of what's going on in the country and obviously in this part of the country as well. And I've had the privilege and at MEDA, we've had the privilege of working with a lot of young people over the last 10, 11 years, day in and day out, as they try to prepare for their futures and try to prepare for their careers. We primarily work with this digital native group of young people, people between the age of 17 to 24, while they're still in some form of education, typically an ITI, an industrial training institute, a polytechnic, or a degree college, all government and government aided institutions across UP, Bihar, and Haryana. So we've seen firsthand how I think this shift from millennials to Gen Z has kind of changed in terms of how young people have been more digitally native from the beginning, how they have grown up with smartphones, with access to the internet. 4G obviously has played a big role in that. COVID has also played a very big role in that. But I think at the same time, we've seen that just because they have access to a device or have access to information doesn't mean that they're able to perhaps utilize it or use it for their own, kind of productive or career aspirations and things that they're looking to build in the future. So I think that even though the gap will be a lot quicker and a lot faster and the learning curve is a lot shorter, there's still a lot of work that is required to, I think, address a lot of the concerns that were raised previously in terms of how do you know what is good information, what is bad information? How do you make sure that you're not, falling prey to certain scams and things that are going on? And those are only increasing day by day. And how do you actually use technology in your day-to-day, whether it's to learn while you're still studying, whether it's to search for career opportunities, whether it's to build skills that you may need to succeed in your career. I think that all of this is really the responsibility of parents, teachers, role models, older mentors, and peers, that we all have to play a very active role in doing that. Because just because you grow up with a phone or grow up with internet access doesn't mean that you're inherently able to, take advantage of it and use it for what it can be used for. So I think that, that is the experience that we've seen. And, even with students and young people who maybe are from that generation, many of them have not used a computer before. They maybe have used a smartphone before, but they haven't actually used a computer before. So doing something like productivity tools, before people were talking earlier about Word and Google Docs and other productivity tools, that's very much lacking, even though they may have access to PhonePe or Paytm or, be able to make an investment online. So the kind of full skill set that may be required to, like I said, kind of get into the job market and succeed, I think is something that we have to think about. And I think sometimes the challenge is that the parents of this generation are not digital natives, as the first speaker mentioned. So that mentorship and that guidance, and in many cases, teachers and other people in the community are not as well. So a lot of times young people are kind of on their own to learn this. So that's where these peer networks and community networks, we think, especially at MEDA, become very important, so that young people can learn from one another about the do's and don'ts of doing things online. And that includes, obviously, financial transactions, financial decisions that they're making, and the like. Just quickly to address Dr. Shukla's, kind of point, I think, honestly, when it comes to women entering the workforce, I'm probably not in the best position to speak on, young women's behalf. Maybe next year we can have a young woman from, the MEDA alumni community come and speak. They're really in a better position to do that. But I think one thing that, we have seen in our experience, in about 60% of our students are women, actually, which was not something that we intended from the very beginning, but ended up being something that became a big part of our work. Is that in order to create a low risk kind of enabling environment for women to join and participate and kind of stay in the workforce, I think one thing that we've seen work is these real short-term, on-the-job kind of internship work experiences, and doing them in very low-risk ways, where it could be just for 100 hours getting some kind of experience. And what we've seen is that also makes it easier for employers to agree to that. It makes it easier for parents to agree to something like that. And they don't have to convince their parents that I'm going to join the private sector full time and this is what I'm going to do, which, as many of you know, may be a challenging conversation or negotiation to have with your 22-year-old, 23-year-old daughter who just finished a BCom or just finished a polytechnic diploma. But if they are interested in experimenting and exploring the private sector, then I think these short-term internships, and there's more and more of them these days, we've seen over time has led to full-time participation in the workforce and made it more easy for those negotiations to happen. And similarly, I think work from home opportunities, and COVID has really created an environment where the only option is not a 9-to-5, career that requires you maybe to travel each day and to go to an office space, which for a lot of young women that we work with is a very difficult proposition and negotiation, again, to have at home. But being able to work from home, being able to work part-time, a lot of the freelance kind of gig economy opportunities that are growing and growing every day are presenting a bigger opportunity for young women to participate and take part. And I think if you ask a lot of the women students and alumni that we work with, what is their aspiration? What do they want? One of the very first things they will say is financial independence. And financial independence is always at the top of that list, because they really feel constrained by the idea that I have to rely on my parents for money. I have to rely on my older siblings for money. And that makes it difficult for me to pursue the passions and interests that I may have if I don't have those financial independence to do that. However, at the same time, they, for the most part, may struggle to think about how to achieve that. Financial independence is not something that just comes with your first job. It's not something that just comes by getting, your first 10,000 rupee job, for example. You have to save. You have to make financial contributions to your family. You have to think about, how am I planning for my future? You have to think about how that income is going to grow over time, and how is my career going to grow? Because, 10,000 rupees today is not what it was 5 or 10 years ago. So I think all of this is something that, we think about at MEDA, and I think, hopefully other people in society in general are thinking about, is how do you support young people on that journey to financial independence and creating an environment where they are able to save on their own, they are able to make their own kind of financial decisions. They have their own access to a smartphone, for example, and their own bank account where they're making some of those choices. and supporting their journey on that. As opposed to, kind of dictating how and when they should earn, where they should earn, how much they should earn. So I think the more that, we can all create that enabling environment for young people, the more they will, achieve what they're looking for on this path without us kind of non-digital natives perhaps having to play too much of a role. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Chris. It was a wonderful insight precisely from a practitioner's perspective, and we stand benefited by your thoughts and discussions, and I'm sure these inputs will go a long way in policy initiatives and in theoretical formulations also, taking the cues from the field and connecting the dots together for a bigger picture. So with this, I have another panelist, Mr. Abhilash, with me. So I'll request him to give his recipe for the youth. Please.
Make a small announcement here. It's not on mute. So today being Thanksgiving Day, Chris was quite, obliging on us to have come, and he had some activity. So maybe in another 10 minutes he'll be leaving. So Abhilash, you have to keep it very short, and then we will have, immediately after that, we will have lunch, and then next session will be at 2:45. So lunch will be reduced to 30 minutes. Earlier we had planned for 45 minutes lunch. We are actually behind schedule for almost 25-30 minutes. So over to you, Abhilash. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen. Namaste, Chris. Thank you for that wonderful insight, and also Pratik. Pratik, I'm going to take your cue and talk little in Hindi. ये मेरी जन्मभूमि है लखनऊ, और मेरी कुछ समय तक कर्मभूमि भी रही है, तो बहुत खुशी है मुझे लखनऊ वापस आकर और आप सबसे मुलाकात करने की. Today is a day of sorts, Praveen, and I'm glad मैं यहाँ पे आज आ पा रहा हूँ, आप सबसे मुलाकात हो रही है. This topic is closer to our heart, my heart personally. Also the organization that I represent, National Stock Exchange and NSE Academy, bringing financial knowledge closer to our youth and the citizens in general. But आज का दिन बहुत ही जैसे कहते हैं लकी है मेरे लिए, क्योंकि एक तो होम कमिंग है, मैं वापस लखनऊ आया हूँ, प्लस आप सबसे सीखने का मौका मिल रहा है और अदर पैनलिस्ट से. दूसरी बात यह है कि मैं आई थिंक आई एम द ओनली रेयर केस जिसको 2 पैनल्स पे रखा गया है, एक पैनल ये और एक पैनल शाम को. सो सम ऑफ यू जो अभी मुझे आप सुन रहे हैं, शायद कुछ चीजों का प्रिपरेशन सुनेंगे शाम को. मेरे को बहुत ज्यादा प्रिपरेशन नहीं है इसके लिए. प्लस मुझे आज कुछ 2 सीनियर कोलीग से मिलने का मौका मिला जो लखनऊ के हैं, मिस्टर साही एंड मिस्टर माथुर. सो आई एम ग्लैड आज यहाँ पे मेरी विजिट रही है. आई वाज नॉट प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर दिस सेशन, बट आई नॉर्मली डू अ सेशन फॉर आवर यंगस्टर्स इन यूनिवर्सिटीज एंड कॉलेज. आई कॉल इट आर यू फ्यूचर रेडी. मैं उसमें से कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके लिए शेयर करूंगा, एंड आई होप इट विल बी यूजफुल फॉर यू, एंड आई विल कीप इट शॉर्ट. प्रवीण, इट इज बट इम्पेरेटिव कि डिजिटल अडॉप्शन और टेक्नोलॉजी को हम साथ लेके चलें इस लाइफ में. एंड आई एम सो ग्लैड प्रतीक ने वो स्लाइड्स दिखाए हमको. द वे वी हैव कम इन लास्ट सो मेनी जनरेशंस. फर्स्ट वाज द, जिसे कहते हैं ना, एक वाटर और स्टीम का इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन हुआ था, जिसे हम इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन 1 बोलते हैं. देन वाज द एडवेंट ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन 2. 20-25 साल पहले ऑटोमेशन आया, और अब जिसे हम बोलते हैं 4th इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन, व्हिच इज द साइबर फिजिकल सिस्टम्स. Look at the life around you. It is not just your smartphone, but it is also stuff like healthcare, education, which is getting impacted by technology. Of course, internet, and I always say, where there is internet, there is a classroom. और पिछले 2 साल में कोविड सिचुएशन में बहुत अच्छी तरह प्रूव किया है कि इंटरनेट की एक्सेस से, डेटा बीइंग चीपर, it is not only access to Netflix and social media, but also access to knowledge. How our teachers and professors and academicians could actually overnight help our students across universities, colleges, and schools, continue the educational journey. I think that's something which we should really be proud of and applaud also at this scale in this country. Pratik very rightly touched on the point of future skills. I have it's exactly a slide in front, but I'm going to mention to you. वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम ने 2018 में एक रिपोर्ट जनरेट की थी, स्किल्स फॉर द फ्यूचर, व्हिच प्रतीक वेरी राइटली सेड अबाउट 2025. एंड लेट मी टेल यू where these topics today that we're talking about, financial literacy, financial education, financial independence, and technology of blending, they talk about 6 foundation skills. And a question मैं raise कर रहा हूँ, this is not a prescriptive talk here. This is just a question I want to pose to you. Our education system has some rough edges. कहीं ना कहीं इस तरह के deliberations और जो interventions हैं, हम यूज कर सकते हैं उन रफ एजेस को रिमूव करने के. सबसे पहले उन्होंने बोला लिटरेसी, दिस इज बेसिक एजुकेशन जो फाउंडेशन होती है. सेकेंडली बोलते हैं न्यूमरेसी, नंबर स्किल्स. थर्ड इज साइंटिफिक लिटरेसी. फोर्थ आई मस्ट ड्रॉ योर अटेंशन टू ICT, इंफॉर्मेशन एंड कंप्यूटर टेक्नोलॉजी. दिस इज वेयर डिजिटल plays its important role. And next will come as a surprise to you, financial literacy. World Economic Forum talks about that financial literacy is a foundation skill that everybody requires. And the last is cultural and civic literacy. Appreciation of cultures and civic sense is an important factor. The landscape of jobs is changing, and look at the jobs that are emerging today. You may have knowledge about, like what when we were growing up in our generation, English was a requirement. I still remember going to an English school or a convent school while it was expensive at that point in time, but our parents chose that. Similarly, digital data analytics, they will be the language of the future. अगर हम prepare नहीं कर पा रहे हैं अपनी next generation को, then it is a subject we should be dwelling on. I would have been happy to see more youngsters as part of this room today on this conversation to listen. But since some of the people here are seniors, my age and senior to me, I think we should be the ones taking this message back to our home, to our children, to our youngsters, to people we meet in our professions, and also schools and colleges and academic institutions that we talk to, that digital knowledge and financial independence are not exclusive, they are mutually inclusive. And I will tell you so. The first question is, we don't talk about money at home. हम में से कितने लोग इस कमरे में पूछ सकते हैं कि हम अपने बच्चों से जब वो बड़े हो रहे थे पैसे के बारे में घर में बात करते हैं. So happy that प्रतीक ने अपनी डॉटर को मैसेज दिया. My daughter is also going through the same phase. She's under undergrad. She gets pocket money and she has to save a certain part of the money at home in her SIP. We don't talk about money at home. Then how do we expect our kids, when they enter into a working stream, that they will have money sense, as we call it? They will understand what personal money management is all about. They may become CFOs of companies, manage crores and crores of balance sheets, but personal money management is a question they still don't understand. You may have friends who are lawyers, doctors, engineers, rich people, but simple cash flow, simple risk perception unke paas nahi hai, because the mainline job is the profession that they are good at. So how does this happen? At NSE Academy for last 20 years, part of National Stock Exchange, we have two primary missions. Number one is bringing new generation of investors to the market. And second is helping those investors get fair and transparent intermediation. The work that we do across schools, colleges, universities, higher education, corporates, ensure that the learning curve continues. We also work on creating learning so that they get employability. It is also a question that we ask, and I'm happy somebody mentioned about the women. When a woman is educated and financially independent, it is not only an impact on that woman's life, but it's a generational shift for the next generation. Imagine a young woman who's getting a profession, who's educated, who gets a job. If she decides to marry in life, she will find an equal partner who's educated, is up to standard of her requirement. They will invest in their children's education. They will ensure that the livelihood and the career of their children is also ensured. So it is not only investing in women for their career and life today, but it is also a contribution to the next generation that we're doing. We have the largest demographic dividend. This is the point concerning youth and financial independence and digital knowledge. The World Health Organization says that we have the largest demographic dividend. People who are youngsters is large. It is but imperative that we start contributing to them, bringing knowledge to them. They are the ones who are contributing to the 5 trillion economy that we are aiming for. These aspects of discussion should be taken to them, closer to them, and ensure that the rough edges that we face in education system and employment are smoothened with the skills that they're learning. And as I mentioned, financial education and digital education are essential life skills, and the world is moving towards that. I will summarize by simply saying, please invest your time in passing on this knowledge to the next generation. Please engage youngsters. I'm very happy that Avok and Praveen and the entire team are working towards bringing this knowledge across the spectrum society. Very happy to be part of this conversation today. And thank you so much for patiently listening to me. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Abhilash. I think what we will quickly do is that go back to Anil and ask him if he can share his one important thought or action point, which we at Evoke India and organizations like us can work upon for the coming year to ensure that our youth is prepared to take on this digital challenge, and how they are, able to take this responsibly. So, Anil, are you there online? Can we take your?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah, please.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can.
So first, I was very happy to meet Abhilash after many years. So hi there. And I think essentially the first rule is there is no need to reinvent the wheel. As I see it, the government has already defined various areas and various sectors for interventions. And so it is good to pick one of them because the proliferation can be better. Second is the focus has to be on digital transformation, as we've heard in the course of this conversation. Because when we talk about digital transformation, then the outcomes are not incremental, they are exponential. We should talk about at least 10x of change, then it is worthwhile. And when we talk about digital transformation, we must also know that technology is only an enabler. There has to be a clear strategy in what you want to do and what you want to achieve. And technology is only an enabler. And I'm telling you, after spending more than 3 decades in the technology world. And whichever are the programs, they need to be very well defined, both in terms of what is sought to be done. So I prefer when the focus of the project is narrow and the times are short, but the impact is huge. So it has to be defined well and it has to be finished within a specific period of time. So let me give you an example. When I was in a previous job, we worked on the last mile connectivity for 20 villages in Palghar, which is about 125 kilometers outside of Mumbai. And when we did that, it was part of a larger project. It was done by IIT Mumbai to proliferate education in the rural areas. And they won the Global Mozilla Award that year for innovation when it looked at the spread of the project. Now, what we did was a small part of it, which was to provide Wi-Fi connectivity, last mile connectivity for the constituents living there. And then people living there were able to access various educational programs all the way up to the 12th standard, which is provided by Tata Trusts, if I remember correctly. And when we did the survey to figure out what was the impact, it was dramatic, and the dramatic improvement was because, first of all, students had access to organized notes. Second, they could catch up even if they did not attend their class. And, in the rural areas, there are issues relating to transportation, weather, and so on and so forth, but they were able to overcome all that because of the digital connectivity. And then I also noticed that there was a huge commercial side effect, in the sense there were a lot of entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, who were selling and reselling bandwidth in that area. And one of the other interesting projects that happened in that area was there they do these Warli paintings, which are specific to that area of the country. And the Warli artists were being connected globally to galleries in various parts of the world. And suddenly they were able to find a market for their art, which didn't exist before, apart from it igniting a lot of student sponsorship campaigns. So I think digital intervention, and I can give you examples of digital interventions giving you exponential difference, whether it be in mining or wildlife sanctuaries or agriculture or utilities or pensions. So my advice to institutions like Evoke would be, don't reinvent the wheel, focus on digital transformation, focus on exponential transformation, and you can certainly make a big difference if the projects are well thought out and the outcomes are clear.
Thank you very much. I think wonderful, because what is very important is intervention which is required, what already government is doing, and how we can just make it 10x with the technology enabling the efforts. That's what is something which is a take for us. I think in maybe 1 minute, Prateek, you were to share quickly your take on what you would advise to organizations like us to work on in the field for the financial literacy and inclusion, and of course digitalization as an enabler.
I think Anil has already, covered it pretty well. The idea is always the whole the framework for digital is never about marginal, right? It's about what can be scalable. And some, you when you were giving your introduction, you said that you've done 1 lakh, people you've reached out to, and you're planning to do 5 lakh in the next 3 years. That's what digital can enable, right? And so, as I said, digital can be a friend and an enemy, right? As they use this millennium phrase, friend me or something to talk about it, right? Where both sides of them are there. I think organizations like Avok can play a great role in educating the youth out there, specific to our topic, of how the friend side of it, the productivity, efficiency side of it, can play a lot more role, and at a scale, because we're dealing with 1.5 billion people, 50% of them which are defined in that youth category, right? That can only happen through tools which are within a digital framework. So you're doing a great job, but you'll have to up the game multiple times to reach there.
Exponential transformation, as Anil said. Yes. So yes, Abhilash, over to you, please, on your take on this. Yeah.
I think most of the points are already covered. First of all, my congratulations to Avok India and you, especially as a team leader, to initiate this. I think that the transformation, as Prateek mentioned, is reaching out to the masses, the youth. Also, not only talking about saving and investing, but also how to manage risk. It is important that our youngsters understand that investing in market is just not about stocks or derivatives, right? It can be a disciplined process for a long period, because you have the dividend of, or the benefit of age on your side. If you are a youngster, you have long time, and the power of compounding never fails. So not only talk about saving, investing, and opportunities or basic financial education, but also understanding risk and how to manage it over a period of time will go a long way to ensure that our youngsters keep themselves involved with technology and digitalization, and also use these tools to be financially secure and financially independent in the future.
Yeah, thank you. I think Dr. Ashu Shukla has been CRPF IG dealing with a lot of youth in his tenure, in his different geographies, Chhattisgarh, Jamshedpur, and all that. So I would also want his views personally, that during his interactions with the Jawans in CRPF, how has he found financial literacy levels, and because police is one area or who are protecting us, but they are somehow, because we have done all 75 districts of UP, we have done programs. So over to you, Dr. Shukla.
Thank you, Praveen. In fact, I was trying to be a good moderator and not pumping in my own ideas into the galaxy of speakers. It was a very interesting session with such a enlightened audience. Off stage also, we have outstanding people who have done a lot in their fields. And by my own experience, I would say that youth are the biggest assets, not only for India, but for the world also. And India in 2030 and even beyond is going to play a big role in the world economy by providing empowerment to its youth. Youth and women are such, and those were the keywords for this session also. These are the two empowerments, and it's heartening to know that Avok Foundation is doing a great job in both fields, empowering, skilling, and educating women and youth, and taking a cue from Mr. Abhilash's talk. I would request that in the future conclaves that more and more number of students, maybe they are graduate students or postgraduate or doctoral students, they can be part of such conclaves, that will be mutually benefit. We'll get to know their insight. Recently, I was in one of the Economic Times forums in Delhi, and there the youth ambassador from South Africa, she was part of the speaker. So it was such a music listening to her, that what kind of brilliant thoughts and ideas they have. So that is one aspect we can certainly add into. And besides that, I would, I mean, as a moderator, I would sum up that the role of youth in any economy is paramount, and that is more relevant in developing economy like us, or I mean, in a couple of years we are going to be developed economy. So that is one aspect we need to take care of. And the learned speakers from SEBI, financial institutions, the additional chief secretary, the honorable deputy chief minister, they have touched upon all these aspects, that there are policy initiatives. UP is going to go for $1 trillion economy. India is heading for $5 trillion economy, and that way we are with other policy initiatives, with other diplomatic tools, we are going to play a larger role in world of future. So with that, I thank all the august speakers. Mr. Nair on screen, I mean, remotely joined us. A great thanks to him for his time and efforts. Mr. Pratik, Mr. Krish, who has to leave for his other engagement, Mr. Abhilash. We are honored to have you on the panel. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And it was indeed a wonderful session. And I really like the term frenemy. Like in digital can be a friend and your enemy as well. It was really, I'm sure this term is going to take over the internet very soon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for Momento. And to present a Momento, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Avdesh Agarwal, Divisional Chairman, IIA, to give, yeah, please, a request. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Please join us on stage. Please present a Momento to Mr. Pratik Pant. Now I would like to invite Mr. VP Sahi, our advisory board member, to present Momento to Mr. Chris. Well, Chris, he already left us, no worries. And now I would like to invite on stage Justice Sudhir Saxena, retired, our valued patron. Please present a Momento to Mr. Abhilash Mishra. And now I would like to invite Mr. T.N. Pandey, our valued patron, to present Momento, Dr. Ashu Shukla. all, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you so much for being such a patient audience. And now it's time for a lunch break. And it is going to be an exact 30-minute lunch break. So be right back. And thank you once again.
As COVID carefully. Be a smart. As COVID retracted its claws at the end of 2021, the world economy started bouncing back. The optimism was short-lived, though, as Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022. Despite the setback, the Indian economy is on its way to recovery. Smart investors stood tough in face of these challenges by using carefully. If you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. Prophetic words by Benjamin Franklin, but rarely followed. Though job losses and the financial distress due to lack of planning during the pandemic gave a clear message: plan, plan, plan. Conversations in the family on finances are important, just like talking about buying a new car, house, or which college your kids need to go to. When you prepare yourself for the expected and the unexpected in a systematic manner, it may help you to do better financial planning. It just helps you ensure you have the right amount of money at the right time. Money when you need it. Financial planning requires discipline, as it means cutting down on unnecessary expenses and adherence to strict saving habits. You also need to look at the right investment tools to boost your income in a way that you have the required money at the required time. Planning for your finances and sharing the plan with the family is not rocket science, and there are always financial advisors to help you meet your goals. With a growing India, you can grow money too. The time to invest is now. This is the Nivesh Ka Amrit Kaal.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
The impact of businesses on communities, society, the environment, and the world is under the lens of not only today's value-driven consumers, but governments, non-governmental organizations, and investors as well. The financial sector holds enormous power and thus shares responsibility for supporting businesses that follow sustainable practices. Sustainable finance, otherwise referred to as ESG investing, socially responsible investing, and impact investing is taking investment decisions based on the environmental, social, and governance factors, or ESG factors of economic activity. Smart investors invest in sustainable businesses for the betterment of the world and the long-term profitability of their investments. Smart investors review an investment's disclosure documents to see how it weighs various ESG or sustainable finance factors. Smart investors consider whether an investment's stated approach to sustainable finance matches their investment goals, objectives, risk tolerance, and preferences. Smart investors understand that each sustainable finance investment opportunity is unique and should be evaluated on its own terms. Responsible investors adopt sustainable investing and safeguard their investments over the long term. Be a smart investor and emerge prosperous into Nivesh ka Amrit Kaal.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome. And I request all the backbenchers to kindly come forward. And हमारे जितने भी गेस्ट जो बाहर हैं, आपके जो फ्रेंड्स हैं, प्लीज़ उनको कॉल करके जल्दी से बुला लीजिए हॉल में, so that we can just begin the next session. Once again, I request all my guests who are outside and having lunch, quickly wrap up and so that we can just start with the panel discussions. फिर से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ जितने भी गेस्ट जो बहुत दूर बैठे हुए हैं उनसे गुजारिश है कि आगे आ जाइए प्लीज़। ये जो आगे की चेयर्स हैं उनको खाली नहीं आज रखेंगे and be a part of this wonderful session. And I hope you all had a good meal. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the panel discussion. And the topic for this session is very interesting, which is women. Digital financial services have expanded opportunities for millions of women across the globe. More than 240 more women now have an account with a financial institution or mobile money services as compared to 2014. Through this increased engagement in the formal economy, women's resilience to financial, economic, and health shocks is improving. However, these remains much work to do achieve gender equality in financial services. What this thought, let us head into our next panel discussion, women's participation in digital financial inclusion. And we all are so grateful to welcome our moderator, C.S. Trupti Kapadia, for her opening remark and introduction of the panelists. Zordar तालियों से स्वागत करें, C.S. Trupti Kapadia. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our eminent speaker for this panel. Over to you, ma'am.
So, hello, namaste. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope we will be very, very mindful about the timelines and keep it crisp. Lunch se jo bhi bahar hai, please I request all to join us for the session. Back to back, the whole morning session filled, and I'm sure there was a lot of insights. So we are going to have a little different format for this particular panel discussion. We'll actually have a discussion, not presentation. Very quickly, without wasting any more time, I will request the panelists one by one as I introduce them to please come up on the stage. So first, I would like to invite Dr. Madhumita Chakrabarti, my apologies, Dr. Madhumita Chakrabarti. She is currently a professor at Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, in the area of finance and accounting. She has been working at IIM Lucknow since 2008 and teaches courses like financial reporting and analysis, financial management, behavioral finance, and international finance. Before joining IIM Lucknow, she has worked as assistant professor at Department of Management Studies, IIT Delhi. She has completed her PhD from Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. She has extensively published her research work in several national and international journals of repute. So welcome, ma'am. We have two ladies joining. Garima, are we between them online? So next, I would like to invite on the stage Min Agarwal. She is the founder director of FinSafe and co-founder of Mantra, member on advisory committee of SEBI Investor Protection Education Fund. She is in the space of financial education company for the financial well-being. In last 7 years, FinSafe has impacted more than 150,000 people to lead better financial lives. Min has 25 years of experience in wealth management and has worked with Citibank, Deutsche Bank, and Deloitte & Life. She has extensive experience in investment advisory and banking, debt and stock markets, and is regularly interviewed by CNBC TV, ET Now, Z Business, Bloomberg, Quint. She regularly contributes articles to print, including monthly columns in Mint, Money Control, Deccan, Herald, Business Standard, Economic Times, and a lot of online media. She has won the CNBC Grand Jury Prize for the work done towards financial education and inclusion in UTI CNBC Financial Advisory Awards 2015-17. Next, another very multifaceted personality I would like to invite upon stage, Prachi Tiwari Gandhi. She is a sociologist from Delhi School of Economics and founder of Ananta Foundation. ex-lecturer at Delhi University, an author, holistic health professional with honorary doctorate from Apollo Research Center, happiness coach from Berkeley, accredited external social auditor from France, presently pursuing PhD in financial inclusion and women's empowerment. We have two ladies joining from representing UNESCO who will be joining us online. Just bear up with me for 2 minutes till we get them online. Okay. So while we get them online, I'll just quickly introduce them to you. So Dr. Razgat is a team leader of Quality Learning's Ecosystems Program at UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning, which I will be talking as UIL in Hamburg, Germany. She coordinates the design and implementation of online training programs and face-to-face workshops at global as well as national levels. In addition, she provides policy advice and technical support to member states in advancing youth and adult literacy agenda. Her colleague, Annapurna Ayappan, is an assistant program specialist at the UNESCO Institute of Lifelong Learning and a member of Quality Learning Ecosystem team. She coordinates the UIL's Learning Hub, an online learning platform that offers thematic training courses and learning opportunities ranging from planning for lifelong learning and adult education. So with this, we have introduced the jury members or rather the dignitaries for the panel discussion. We'll just give it 2 minutes till we get our online members. In the meantime, I could probably just set the tone for the discussion. So essentially today what we are talking about is, formally I would just say welcome to panel 3 discussion, which is women's role in digital financial inclusion. So essentially what we are talking about, A, is financial literacy as regards women. B, what has digitalization really done to this entire landscape of women literacy space? Has it been further complicated, or are we solution oriented there to make more headway into penetration of financial literacy to a larger audience? So on one hand, where we have a lot of women ignorant about the basics of finance, and there being a lot of statistics, there's a lot of data available on internet, we come across a lot of articles, कहीं ना कहीं हमने सबने बहुत कुछ पढ़ा है, which ultimately boils down to one simple point, that women are trailing men when it comes to financial decision making. But having said that, on the other hand, we do have a lot of leadership roles being driven by women in big banks, in startups, entrepreneurs. So there is this huge extreme that we see where the women financial literacy is seesawing. So let's try to have this discussion with this backdrop to try and see what kind of balance or what can we do today to really take it forward and have an environment which is inclusive for one and all. So with that backdrop, do we have any update on them joining? So we can start. Yes, I'll do that. We can just start the discussion. All right. So I'm humbled to have such sharing the same frame with such esteemed path-breaking dignitaries. Totally humbled. So I'll begin setting first things first. My first question to Dr. Madhumita Chakrabarti. Since you are an academist, how would you really express fintech? The whole discussion today is finance marrying technology in some form. And there are various takes of fintech and understanding about it. So let's lay the foundation right. What is fintech and how would you express it to a layman? There is a second leg to my question. How do you see youth inclining towards fintech courses? What kind of ratio do you see when it comes to women, and any particular trends that you foresee in coming days with digitalization coming in?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. We are equally happy. I think this is fine. I think we are equally happy to share the stage with you as well as the other dignitaries. So to come to your question, I must say that, this fintech is nothing new today. It's basically the use of technology in enhancing and experiencing the financial services, which we all understand. And it's again something which is not happening just today. It's been there for quite some time. The credit card itself is a fintech innovation, which has happened sometime in 1960s. We have had the demat trading, the online banking, all of that comes within the arena of fintech. But today we are talking about it more because it's kind of disruptive and it is kind of reaching every nook and corner of the country and the globe. And that's why we are so much interested in it. Now, when it comes to talking about the way people are interested in these courses, well, I see a good amount of interest in the courses amongst the youth. And at IIM, I would say that we have our students who are more or less equipped with those ideas and understandings. However, when it comes to the larger institutions of the country, we do see a kind of interest that's evolving, and it's very important. Women, just like the other, education, kind of trailing behind, but definitely when it comes to women taking it up, they're never trailing behind. So the point is that we have to evoke the interest and we have to show them that it is something of great importance and value to them. And I'm sure the picking up rate would be as good as the men. I would, but at the same time say that the data from World Bank says that everywhere when it comes to the men and women, the gap is there. So if the men are using the mobile phones at the rate of, say, the percentage in their survey from about 40,000 plus individuals, if the men are about 37%, the women are about 27%. So a gap of 10% is not less in a 100 crore plus country. So therefore, we have to ensure that this literacy goes so much to this, gender. And therefore, as Trupti was saying, that it's very important that the woman is empowered. That actually, she's the Shakti. If you all would agree to that, she is the Shakti. And once you give her that Shakti, if that is unleashed, wonders can happen to this world. That's my take on this.
Thank you so much. So we do see a lot of progress and a lot of greening of grounds that is happening when it comes to the younger lot. All right, moving ahead, I will ask the next question to Mrin Agarwal. Ma'am, you have actually had a startup where you are dealing day in and day out with a lot of women, and there is an education being imparted. So I could rightly term you as, a Fin influencer in some form. So what is the vogue that you see as a culture of being a Fin influencer? Do you find women reacting or accepting a lot more action if there is a female influencer to kind of take her to the next level? Or is it a very generic kind of an environment?
Well, I think that this whole Fin influencer is just a trend right now. And, you have to understand what are they doing. At best, they're just sharing what are their experiences, probably what are their positive experiences. But for all the positive experiences being shared, what about the negative experiences, right? And also today, you have most of the influencers who are there today do not have any certification, do not have any financial advisory background. And when you deal with people's money, 80% is about their behavior and only 20% is about the instrument, right? So you can tell someone you can tell people to buy a SIP in a mutual fund, but if they don't hold it long enough or for the right period, they're not going to have a good experience. So I do not believe that the financial influencer whole thing is something that people should really be learning from. Those are not the right learning resources. And I think towards that, there is some regulation coming in place as well.
That's quite a welcome initiative, I would say. So primarily the way we say that, SEBI sab jagah bolta hai ki registered brokers ke through transaction karo. It's the same analogy we draw here, that at least the one who is imparting should be certified enough and the right authority to kind of talk. Okay, I take it a little forward, and I would invite Prachi to share her views on, since behavior was touched upon, what kind of behavioral differences do you see between men and women when it really comes to financial services, and more so now digital financial services?
Yeah, hi everyone. I've actually worked in a little bit different field. I worked in the field of microfinance. So I deal with very poor women for whom financial services itself is a challenge. And thankfully, because of the kind of financial inclusion policies that the government has, we are able to increase our outreach to more and more women in the financial inclusion space, microfinance wali ladies. So as it is, उनके साथ काफी अपने हमें problems दिखती हैं, और digital में तो now is going to be next level story. Having said that, empowerment is also, economic empowerment is also something जो कि is something that we can look forward to. तो general अगर men और women को compare करें, जो तृप्ति ने question पूछा, उसमें जैसे आपने भी बोला कि men का अपटेक काफी हाई है फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को यूज करने का, और women तो काफी धीमे ही आ रही हैं इस फील्ड में. एक स्लाइड है, अगर आप आईटी वाले वुमेन एंड मेन का कंपैरिजन करें तो बहुत सिंपली पुट है आपका पास. यू हैवंट गिवन मी, वो लगा दो स्लाइड आप पीछे. मेरे को तो 3 स्लाइड्स दिखानी है, अच्छी स्लाइड्स हैं. तो एनी हाउ, तो इस तरह कि women का क्या इशू है, एटीएम कार्ड यूज करने में डर लगता है कि मशीन कार्ड खा जाएगी. एटीएम कार्ड तक मतलब बैंक तक जाना मुश्किल है उनके लिए. तो डिजिटल तो अभी बहुत दूर की बात है. लेकिन अगर हम मैं एम्पावरमेंट पे भी बताई दूं. हाँ जी, आप स्लाइड लगाओ. बहुत ही interesting. Next, better, next slide.
Can you just move to the next slide, please?
Yeah, so this one was very interesting, where women have very much lower levels of confidence. Higher level of confidence is shown by men everywhere. These are, studies done by Ford Foundation, Gates Foundation, and Microsafe with women government workers in India. Women don't want to access ATM. Men use financial services and use the ATM quite highly. So they are 91% of the men surveyed said that we use ATMs alone, whereas very few women were reported to use ATMs. 48% of women reported that वो PIN number जो अपना होता है वो भी share कर लेती हैं किराने की दुकान वाले से while using the ATM. So this is the level of non-knowledge that we have in digital financial services as of now. This is real picture of real people in the field. So we need to really look at this. Empowerment बोलना तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन अगर आप पिन नंबर ही अपना बता दोगे तो आपका तो सारा पैसा ही निकल जाएगा अकाउंट से. और ये हुआ है लोगों के साथ. 57% of the women reported needing assistance while using ATM. again, like I said, they're scared of, card getting stuck. And they also don't want to go to ATM. They want support of family members. नहीं बेटा जाएगा तो जाऊंगी, देवर के साथ चली जाऊंगी, वगैरह वगैरह. These are common issues that we have. Having said this, can you play the next slide? Yeah, please do. Give me the thing. Then there is this very interesting mobile gender gap report, which says that even when women do possess a mobile phone, 81% of women who did own a mobile phone, only 31%, most of them are not comfortable operating the mobile phone, and very few, 36% of the women actually have smartphones. So if you don't have smartphones, then anyway DFS becomes a problem. Correct? Next one. जमतरा कितने लोगों ने देखा है? सिर्फ 2, 3, बहुत कम. और बाकी किसी ने जमतरा देखा ही नहीं है नेटफ्लिक्स पे. आपको देखना चाहिए. डिजिटल फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज के लिए जमतरा जैसा सीजन, आप ऑप्शनिटीज छोड़ दीजिए, बहुत जरूरी है देखना. अगर आप इस फील्ड में हैं, तो अगर आप ये नहीं देखेंगे तो ये फ्रॉड्स जो हो रहे हैं ये मेरे साथ भी हुए हैं. तो एम्पावरमेंट के बारे में मैं बताऊंगी अभी, बट नॉन एम्पावरमेंट कैसे होती है इज पार्ट ऑफ दिस. Now this is a lady, I'll just show you a small clip. This is a lady in लगा दोगे आप इसको, ऑन कर दो प्लीज.
राहुल शर्मा बोल रहा हूँ.
तो ब्लॉक कैसे हो गया ऐसे कार्ड मेरा?
मैडम इतना घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है. अच्छा तेरा नंबर तो बता दे. मेरा नंबर किसे दिया आपको?
नमस्कार सर, मैं SDI बैंक से स्वाति बात कर रही हूँ. सर हमारे बैंक के सालाना लकी ड्रॉ में आपका अकाउंट नंबर पहले नंबर पर निकला है, और सर बैंक की तरफ से आपको नई मारुति दी जा रही है.
मारुति खान
ये टीचर है स्कूल में.
सर पुष्टि करना चाहूंगी कि आपका नाम शंकर जयदीप है.
जी जी बिल्कुल, वो सब छोड़िए, बताइए कार कैसे मिली?
कार्ड तो होगा.
कार्ड, हाँ कार्ड है मेरे पास.
प्लीज देखिए.
कार्ड नंबर और उसकी एक्सपायरी डेट हमें बताइए सर.
6216820537.
Then you can also watch from there.
हेलो सर, मैं स्वाति बोल रही हूँ दिखाई बैंक से. सर आपका ATM कार्ड एक्सपायरी होने वाला है.
अरे ऐसे कैसे एक्सपायर हो जाएगा?
सर हमारे सिस्टम में दिखा रहा है.
अब बोल कहाँ से रहे?
सर ज्यादा सवाल ना पूछे, हाँ या ना.
अबे चूतिया समझ रखा है क्या बहनचोद? साले तेरे बाप लोग को मैं चूतिया बना दूं, तू मुझे चूतिया बनाएगा लौड़े. गांडू भोसड़ी के नहीं रखना तो काहे बात कर रहा है बे?
ये दिस इज रियल है. हाँ यही वाले.
30812523 and my CVV is
English speaking,
626.
highly educated woman.
Thank you.
नमस्कार सर, मैं SDI बैंक से बबीता कौशिक बात कर रही हूँ.
बैंक से?
ठीक है सर, बताना चाहूंगी कि आपके खाते को 50,000 की लॉटरी लगी है. सर इनाम की राशि पाने के लिए आपको आपके
You got the drift. These are all snippets of fraud कैसे किया जाता है. Fraud is a huge thing in digital financial services. We are talking about all the good parts of it. But unless, आप कुछ पूछ रहे हैं? Unless we keep in mind what are the risks, and that's where Awoke comes in. Unless we have the right trainings, we have the right people sitting with, especially poor women, client protection, जिसको बोलते हैं हम, microfinance में, we are going to be in a huge mess. Please remember, it's a huge mess we are looking at, not empowerment. Empowerment मैं बताती हूँ कैसे. दिखाइए अगले में. Sorry, अगला कर दीजिए. Trupti, sorry, but
Yeah, no, I will kind of skip the next question. You can cover it right now. Yes, so the PPT work is done.
अगला दिखा दो. Sorry, हम थोड़ा सा digitally हम थोड़ा सा fast नहीं है, but for women in the poorer sections, empowerment in economic terms, because there are levels and levels of empowerment. हम लोग generally बोल देते हैं women's empowerment. Women की empowerment बहुत डीप लेवल पे होती है, बहुत सारे लेवल्स पे देखना पड़ता है. तो बेसिक है फूड, आपकी वेलफेयर level of empowerment. Second is your economic level of empowerment. जब आपके पास कुछ पैसे हैं, आप कुछ लोन ले रही हैं या आप कुछ सेविंग्स कर रही हैं और फिर आप उनको यूज कर रही हैं अपना एंटरप्राइज बढ़ाने के लिए या अपनी फैमिली को सपोर्ट करने के लिए. Are you able to play the next one? Yeah, please play.
So probably we can take it when they are ready.
Okay.
In the meantime, we can take another question. Right. So do we have Annapurna online? Can somebody please let me know? She is?
Yes, I'm
Right.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. We have already introduced both the lovely ladies joining from UNESCO, and we've spoken a little about the Indian landscape. Let's try and understand a little bit of international scenario. So my first question would be, what are the barriers and opportunities or probabilities, as you may say, for improving educational opportunities for women in the context of the increased digitalization of economy and society?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tripti. First of all, namaste to everyone. Thank you everyone for this wonderful opportunity. I consider it an honor to be part of this esteemed panel. So before I begin, I think I want to highlight one thing, that we cannot divorce digital skills from the overall educational opportunities that women have. Lack of basic literacy skills is inextricably linked with the lack of basic digital skills. And several of the panelists have already highlighted so many examples about how this is true. Now, this obviously limits access and their ability to avail financial services or exercise their financial skills. Now, at this moment, I would like to share that India is one of the 30 countries which is part of the Global Alliance for Literacy, which are committed to improving literacy skills for youth and adults around the world. Now, this alliance is supported by the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, which I am representing today. Allow me to share a few statistics. The latest statistics show that India has still 266 million youth and adults who lack basic literacy skills. Now, women's literacy within this stands at 66%. Although the literacy rate for female youth has been improving, and currently I'm very proud to say that it is at 90%. But when you look at the women between the age group of 25 to 64, this is only 62%. So clearly we have a very long way to go. Now, at the global level, which you asked, Tripti, in the beginning, the notion of literacy in the current context of India and also the world is expanding to go beyond the ability to read and write, but also to include financial literacy, digital skills, and media and information literacy. And now we saw how through the Jamtara example, and ma'am, I've seen this series, and I think it's such a good example to showcase what you're trying to say. We saw in that example how even media and information literacy, how to even respond to such phishing emails is such an important and critical part of using financial services. Now, the above statistics which I shared with you just a few moments before, they don't really do justice because they are proxy indicators. They are not the skills that are demonstrated in practice. So what this means is that having digital skills alone is not going to make wonders. There is a need to provide lifelong learning opportunities for women and to create and sustain an enabling learning environment to practice these digital and financial skills, especially when you start at the grassroots levels. Because as the demands for higher levels of digital skills and financial literacy are increasing with the advent of more advanced technologies. Now, we are all talking about this digital financial literacy. What it is sitting at the intersection of digital literacy and financial literacy, and this enables users to take full advantage of the digital financial services. I myself have downloaded a lot of apps, ranging from HDFC to, trying to also invest in SIPs. And one thing that I'm really learning is I need to really develop my own digital skills, my own financial literacy skills before I can, make these investments that might have an impact in my own, future and how I participate in the economy. So as a youth, one thing I would like to share is there is another very critical barrier for financial inclusion of women, which relates to the dominant gendered perspectives and expectations. Now, women are often seen as nurturers and caretakers as opposed to men who are the traditional breadwinners of the family. So in this context, if we look at the global literacy rates, out of 763 million illiterate youth and adults, 2/3 are women. And also the International Labour Organization has released its statistics on labor participation. And we find that there is a very stark contrast. For women, it is 47%, while for men, it is 72%. Now, this gender divide exists also in how women are accessing and using technology. Some of the panelists earlier shared how there is a mobile gender gap. And I would like to say that the reports also show that 16% of women are less likely than men to even use mobile internet. So I believe sincerely that it is no coincidence that the data is so skewed for literacy, for digital access, and for labor market participation, and all of which are going to have financial inclusion, which will impact financial inclusion negatively. So this is what I would like to share, Trupti, in terms of what are the barriers at the international level.
Thank you. It was very insightful to know the role India is going to play towards the global scenario when it comes to digital financial literacy. So moving ahead, since everybody is highlighting about there has to be good trainings, or the forum has to be right, or the right teaching skills have to be there. I take this question now to again our academist on the panel, that how do you see a behavioral change, or rather I would say, what is the kind of behavioral change that you see when financial literacy is imparted? What kind of power does one really see the change in?
Yeah. So actually, when it comes to financial literacy, we have done some studies and we have tried to see what is the financial behavior that is desired of a person. We have seen that mostly the literature revolves around 4 behavior: savings, investment, borrowing, and insurance. And when it comes to these 4 kinds of behavior, a person who is more financially literate are likely to have done these financial activities. But again, I do always appreciate the fact that there is a class of people, let's say the rural women and others, the lesser educated ones, have issues about this, but there is also a large chunk who are educated and yet they are not getting the right kind of access and education, and that also needs to be taken care of and adhered to, while fully appreciating the other risks of it. So therefore, the empowerment part and the risk part both go hand in hand, and we can't be oblivious of one when we are discussing the other. All have to go together. Absolutely. And so I have, in our studies, we have felt that the mobile proficiency, the digital proficiency are the ones which have helped people to get into those kinds of desirable behavior, which I was mentioning, the 4 behavior in the finance. The other thing that most of us are probably not addressing, and I think the regulators and the authorities need to address, is what is the kind of communication, let's say the mutual fund is giving away to the takers or the investors in the mutual fund. We have done an experimental study in our research, and it has got published in a very high journal. We have shown that the document which is going out to the people, the highlights of the document, if the highlights the way they are currently given, people are not able to comprehend those documents. Right. But the moment those documents are simplified and these documents are readable, I'm not talking of the rural women again, I'm talking of the women who are capable of investing. It becomes really cumbersome to go through the details of even a 1-page highlight of a mutual fund document. And that is something we are always talking about, the recipients, that they should be financially literate. But I think what is very important for the regulators to understand is that what is the kind of communication that is getting sent out? Is it a readable document at all? Let us understand those readability issues of the people. Let's get into some non-technical jargons and help the people understand what they're going to do. So therefore, when we have done this experiment about readability, we found an enormous change in the people's shift towards the likelihood of investing in that mutual fund. rather than not investing. A person who was getting a document which is getting circulated today is not interested in the investment, but a person who was given a document which is in very easier language said that, yes, I'll go ahead and invest. So I believe that, it's not just the recipients of financial literacy, it's also about the people who are giving the financial products. Should understand that we are dealing with people who should be able to comprehend what we are sending out. And these are also there. So there has to be a holistic approach to the things rather than just addressing the financial literacy or the digital financial literacy of the users. So I think that is what I wanted.
Thank you. So yes, a very, very absolutely valid point, ma'am, that you raised, that the understandability becomes the bottom line. And the minute somebody understands, there is a conviction in the action that is a transformed thing immediately. So the behavior is very, very connected to the comfort zone that we can get the investor into. So while regulators do take a lot of time and again, there are a lot of initiatives where mutual funds, you see the riskometer coming, or the offer document was brought down to a one-pager. We still have a little ground to cover till it kind of hits the grassroots. Sure, ma'am. So now that we're talking about the learnability and, the kind of training, Amrin, I will come to you again and try and ask that when you are trying to impart these trainings, it's not just restricted to financial literacy, it's dealing with a lot of tools. So how recipient are they, or what are the impediments when it comes to dealing with financial tools, either at a learning stage or mindset or execution?
Yeah, so just talking about making documents easy, now you know why people don't take health insurance. Try reading the policy wordings. You'll leave it after you read 10 lines. All right. I think, there's still a lot of stereotyping of women. So my company primarily deals in the corporate working women. And of course, we also deal with men, but primarily we're looking at educating the working professionals. And what I have found is that in our own sessions, women don't turn up for programs where men are there. Of course, if you do women-only programs, there is more participation, but there's still a lot of hesitancy. So, when we talk about educated working women, while we have tried to make them economically independent and our mindset has changed to let women go out and work and probably dress the way they want to and do everything else. But the one aspect in which I think mindset has not changed among the educated class in India is letting women or involving women in managing money. And this stereotyping continues. And this is one of the reasons that women themselves, I have met I met a woman surgeon who said, oh God, talk to me about spending money, but not about investing money. Or I have met, the most successful women running businesses telling me, I only sign the check. Right. And, I think there are two aspects to this. One, we are never brought up to think, we are always brought up to think that managing money is a man's domain. And women cannot do it well. So there is a clear lack of knowledge, lack of confidence issue. And the other thing is that of course, the financial services industry itself, the way they conduct themselves, like I tell you, when I walk into a bank, people don't know that I'm a financial advisor, but I'm always being sold an insurance policy. Even the teller of a bank is trying to sell me something. Right. So, the point is that you don't know much, and then somebody is always trying to sell you something, and you don't know who to go and ask. For all the men in the room, cross your heart and tell me, if a woman in your family came and asked you anything about money matters, would you have actually answered her?
Okay, sure. So, yes. So when we actually, break down what you have just mentioned, there is a lot of intimidation that happens, and that creates a huge impediment to break the ice and get them learning, right? So moving further, now, having taken a step ahead, yes, I am coming back to you. And what kind of risk do you see? I would like or request you to cover risk and empowerment together. So before that, I could probably very quickly, because again, screen will go out. So I will just come to Annapurna. I'm sorry for that, but because we'll have your presentation. So Annapurna, I come to you trying to say what, are the promising practices for integrated education and skills training for digital and financial inclusion of women. So global practices which integrate both worlds, which probably could be replicated in India. A very quick response, and we will try to stick to the time. So I'll just request you to kind of give a very quick feedback in a minute.
Thank you, Tripti. I think I'll just summarize some of the lessons first, and then maybe if there is time at the end, I would like to share some very interesting examples from Rwanda or from Jordan, because I think these are very relevant to what ma'am shared earlier also about, the local context, getting women interested in the training and so on. So the first thing is clearly, as you said in your question, Tripti, one way forward is an integrated approach to digital skills, financial skills and literacy skills, and which also emphasizes through these trainings how improved financial skills for women further empowers them to seek new opportunities to learn and contribute. From UNESCO's perspective, working in the field of lifelong learning, we recognize the importance of empowering women with digital and financial skills in improving the economic and social status of women in society. But some of the lessons from practices and across the developing economies are, I can summarize them as 5 key lessons. The first one being that there has to be targeted and holistic initiatives that encourage women and girls outside of the formal education system to pursue opportunities in the digital sectors. And these opportunities should consider all barriers, including lack of accessibility, affordability, and relevance, low levels of digital skills, and concerns around data and security. The second big lesson I have to share here is that develop and offer online content and services which are accessible to women with limited literacy skills. So make it more visual, add more visual aids, add more case studies, add more videos, and also make it available in multiple local languages and diverse levels of digital skills. Because these women-centric programs, which are designed for women, keeping women in mind, is critical for achieving impact. Now, the third lesson is delivery of digital inclusion programs at scale, considering also the width of our country, needs multi-stakeholder and multi-sectoral collaboration. It cannot happen by one program in one area. Lesson 4 is that we need to identify existing women-led initiatives within the communities and build on these activities to provide learning opportunities for improving their financial and digital skills. For example, women's saving groups or self-help groups. Finally, identify role models within the community so that they are able to develop confidence and create mentorship opportunities within safe spaces. The last lesson I would like to leave you with is, given the increased dependence on artificial intelligence and emerging technologies for learning opportunities and financial services. For example, we Google, how do I open an account? And then Google shows up 100 different links. How do you know critically which one is the one that you need to follow? And also, a lot of these have a very strong gender bias, because it is, the AI system evolves with human inputs, and we find that most of these human inputs are male-dominated inputs, and therefore the system is trained to produce results for men. So how do you, break this gender discrimination or this gender bias within AI system so that there are women are able to safely participate in digital services? Now, this raises many legal and ethical issues for policymakers and regulators to make sure that digital finance service providers use artificial intelligence for credit scoring, for client or service selection, and these are more accountable, and that their decisions are more transparent. So that's what I would like to share here.
Thank you. A very, very important thing that you raised, that make it more visual, with the shrinking attention spans and the social media flashing all over with MBM videos, etc. That would come very handy, and people resonate to that a lot more better. So without any further delay, I will try to hand it over again to Prachi to address the risk-related aspects.
Garima, can you just play this slide, darling? I'm not going into details of this. we are all educated and highly, read people here. So in March 2022, RBI has issued a guideline. This is for general, if they can show, then you will get to see it. And this was called Be Aware, Beware, and then the A is in bracket, a booklet on the modus operandi of financial frauds, and it takes care of a lot of digital fraud. So it's a link that I have provided. If anybody would like, you could sort of, no, the next slide. Thank you. It's no, the one next to this. Thank you. I'll explain this later. Go to the RBI slide, which has that meme made on it. Next level, next slide. Next, this one. So if any of you would be interested, this is a great booklet to have and prepare, also very good for preparing trainings. And then at the end, can you just do the next slide, please? Briefly, these are the kind of precautions we all need to take. This is also part of the RBI guidelines. Do not click on unknown, unverified links, things we know, unsubscribe to mails. Always go to the official website of your bank. And incidentally, last year, I faced a fraud. There was some bank operation happening, and I was getting messages that, money is going out. My phone had been used for some other purpose, and OTP was shared by my phone. And I went online. This was at 3 p.m. I went online, and I picked up the ICICI customer care number. It was a number that was not valid, and I was speaking to the fraudsters. So please be careful. I'm highly educated, but I faced it too, and I lost some money. Anyhow, could we go back to just that slide about the lady, yellow sari? Now, having said all of these about fraud and risk and scary stuff, I just want to very briefly talk about one level, one lady who, this is my Didi at home. And I just feel we need long studies to see her empowerment. One day she came recently and said, Didi, Baba, जमीन खरीद रहा है और 2 लाख मेरे को भेजना है यहाँ से, तो कैसा करूँगा? और she's scared also to send the money with somebody, train में चोरी हो सकता है, all kinds of things. But she said, मेरे पास बैंक अकाउंट है दीदी, तुम्हारा उससे पैसा दे दो और मैं भेज दूंगा. But please remember, there was somebody like me standing with her, telling her exactly what to do. This is what forever our cooperatives and people working in Gujarat like Seva and FWWB have done. Always said that women, to empower them, we need to handhold them. We need to first stand with them, that's me with her, and we need to help them do this, not once, maybe 10 times, maybe 50 times, depending on their knowledge and how they take it. So for Didi, for Regina, can you just give me the next slide? Empowerment happened at 3 levels. Personal and individual level.
Minute now, yes.
Familial level and at the process level. So this was great speed. She had purchasing power to have equal stake in the land of her father. There was no transaction cost that she had, which meant she saved her money. And this was a transparent and secure transaction that she made on her phone. Digital empowerment. Familial level, she told her brother, मैंने पैसा भेज दिया है, अब मेरा साइन मैं आके करूंगा, मेरा पूरा लैंड में मेरा पूरा हिस्सा है. So do you see societal change is happening? Because she's able to transfer her money digitally within a day, जो पट्टा है उस पे उसका भी नाम होगा, वो बेटी है. लेकिन हमारे यहाँ जेंडर नॉर्म्स में सिर्फ बेटों को लैंड मिलता है, उनके नाम से फादर लेता है. At personal individual level, she saved a whole day not having to go to the bank. मेरे यहाँ 20 मिनट में उसने पैसा भेज दिया. She said, खड़ा होना पड़ता है बैंक की क्यू में वगैरह. Her other didis and other clients did not scold her कि हमें नहीं फर्क पड़ता, तुम काम पे आओ. And she felt a great sense of pride and dignity in her being able to share her father's economic burden. ये बेटी के लिए बहुत बड़ी चीज है. भावुक हो रही थी बहुत कि मैंने बाप को पैसा दिया. So this is the kind of empowerment, if done well, digital financial services can give to every woman in India. Thank
हम
you.
आपको भी भावुक होते हुए देख रहे
हाँ,
हैं, ma'am. You got very emotional about it. So yes, we have a lot of questions, but in the interest of time, we will try to, just one last question for ma'am, because I want to leave the youth with points to ponder upon. While we have established to a very matured audience here a lot of points, I want the young people also leaving them with some takeaway from here. So some advice to the women who are online, young students who are online, who have joined us online today, for them a word on how do you really guide them to take financial services or finance related courses?
Okay. So I think, it's time to just plunge. Don't shy away. That's the whole thing. We have, the women have been shying away for a very long time, and it's time to wake up. Go plunge into the aspects, say that I can handle it. The moment you decide it for yourself that yes, you have that, you will ask people, you will seek out help from the right people, and then you will be able to do it. So that's what is all about. The men were not born with exceptional financial knowledge, nor were the women born with lesser financial knowledge. It's about a way of thinking that has been ingrained, and it's time that we have to think that, we are equal genders, equal. There is a lot of debate about all this. I mean, we are capable, both the genders are equally capable, and therefore we can handle it. So we need to take the plunge rather than shy away. And so whatever are the authentic sources of education in the field, try to understand those authenticity and then get into the education of it. That will probably be helpful further.
Excellent. I love the way you have actually said that the IQ doesn't make any gender bias. Right. So last but not the least, now just a quick minute on how we can get more women inclusive in this entire, that could be the entire takeaway of this discussion.
All right. So the gender pay gap in India is 20%. This is going to lead to a huge gap in women's wealth. So I think, as Dr. Madhumita said, that first and foremost, women need to believe in themselves that they can do it. Certainly, if they can become doctors and engineers, they can manage their money. That's point number one. I think, for all the stakeholders who are involved, which is, let's say, the government, the financial services industry, financial educators, all of us put together, I think we really need a big trend setter to come and talk about the importance of financial well-being. Today, everybody talks about depression openly just because a huge film star admitted to having mental well-being issues, right? So I think we also, we need to go above, every industry, every part of financial services is trying to rope in cricketers and film stars and all of that. But somewhere you need to get someone who's going to talk about the fact that, women financial wellness is a really important thing. And maybe, rope in Amitabh Bachchan or somebody or a woman icon to talk about this. I think that's what it's going to take. And of course, be an informed investor, read the right information resources. Please do not fall for what you see on social media.
Thank you so much, lovely ladies, for all the lovely inputs, very insightful, some path-breaking and some leaving us with thoughts to ponder upon. So very quickly summarizing or maybe concluding, I take that liberty to just put 2 words to our entire discussion here. To begin with, absolutely, mindset is what is going to separate the best from the rest. So that being the foundation that we'll have to kind of work upon to get the basic belief system up and running, that we are not just homemakers. It is a big whole world outside, and we have a lot more CEOs to see who are leading women at higher authorities. So the belief system is a takeaway that I would kind of take it from here. So more power to women. Coming to the digitalization part of it, I recollect Einstein's words, legendary Einstein's words, if I may say so. I fear the day when technology will surpass human intervention. So we all know very, very clearly how technology is ruling, and very rightly pointed by Annapurna saying, the way Google throws up things and we run helter-skelter about a very peculiar, the intelligence thinking is somewhere being sabotaged, so to say. So I would bring out one more line from Steve Jobs to add to it, saying that yes, technology by itself is not going to, really make leaders. It is going to only empower them. So if we who are creating the AI, who are creating the machine language or digitalization, if we let the human spirit rule over technology, it could just be the best of all the worlds. And with those words, thank you very much, all the esteemed panelists. It was excellent to have a very healthy discussion out here, and much to the efforts that I have tried to be in time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Trupti. You were great.
Thank you, Trupti.
Thank you so much, lovely ladies. And it was indeed a wonderful session. And once again, thank you for shedding light on such an important topic. And for the moment, I would like to invite on stage Mrs. Deepti Dwivedi, MD Earth Wipro, to, please join us on stage. Mrs. Deepti Dwivedi, MD Earth Wipro and former principal of DPS. Please welcome her with a huge round of applause. And I request ma'am to present memento to Miss Mrin Agarwal. Now I would like to invite on stage Mrs. Rekha Srivastava, socialist, to present memento to Professor Madhumita Chakrabarti, Professor Finance and Accounting, India Institute of Management, Lucknow. Now I would like to call on stage Mrs. Monica Singh, socialist, to present memento to Mrs. Prachi Tiwari Gandhi. Come on, everyone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, please welcome Ms. Geeta Singh, Action Aid NGO Program Officer, to present memento. I request Mrs. Geeta Singh to present memento to C.S. Trupti Kapadia, ma'am. One thing that reminds me after this session is Nari Shakti Zindabad. Yeah, sure, please. All the lovely ladies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving towards the next topic of discussion, which is MSME. We all know that in a world witnessing continuous and radical innovations, entrepreneurs are developing business ideas that capitalize on the power of technology. Entrepreneurs have the opportunity to offer new products and services to consumers through social media platforms and to use artificial intelligence to measure their impact and reach. Nevertheless, there exists a heterogeneity among digital businesses, where some are entirely tech dependent, while others just use digitalization in their marketing and communication operations. Despite the many opportunities that digital entrepreneurs brings, it has also been linked with high risk given the continuous and radical technologies innovations. With this, we head towards a fourth panel, and the topic is MSME entrepreneurs and startups, speed of digital adoption and challenges. And for that, I would like to introduce to you our moderator, Mr. Mayank Singh, MSD Agrotech Private Limited. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Everybody all together, Mr. Mayank Singh, MSD Agrotech Private Limited. Very warm welcome, sir. And now let's welcome our all eminent speaker for this panel, starting with Mr. Amit Saxena. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Lunch was great, ना? तो मेरे को बुलाया, बड़ी शिद्दत से तालियां किसी ने बजाई नहीं, मैंने बहुत. तो before I introduce myself, just यही कहूँगा कि आज से 5 साल पहले 26 लाख रुपए का पैकेज छोड़ के स्टार्ट किया था कुछ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में, तो थोड़ी रिस्पेक्ट तो तालियों की मैं लेता रहूंगा आपसे. Anyways, before I introduce myself and what I am doing as an entrepreneur, let me invite our panelists. So again, तालियां जरूर होनी चाहिए उनके लिए, appreciation तो बनता है उनके लिए. So yes, our first panelist is Mr. Amit Saxena, who's founder and CMD of eCoach. Big round of applause for Mr. Amit Saxena. Mr. Amit Saxena is founder of eCoach, a retail finance specialist with over 24 years of experience with earlier leadership roles such as division head and management committee at Citibank's Consumer Financial Division, where he pioneered real finance across India, including an overseas instant. Founder, MD and CEO. Earlier, he was founder, MD and CEO at KFSL, backed by ICICI Ventures and Bering Asia. He was also MD and CEO at Standard Chartered Bank's NBFC and MD and CEO of India operations of a globally listed payments and credit solution company, Unimoney, with 350 branches and 4,000 employees before launching eCoach in 2020. Mr. Saxena is an alumnus of Harvard Business School, IIM Lucknow, BITS Pilani, and Doon School, Dehradun. Mr. Saxena has won a number of accolades like ACEF Asian Leadership Award, Harvard India Conference, SOCAM NCI Summits, Center for Economic Policy and Research, IMC Chambers, Governance Now, and ETGBS championing digital financing, empowerment, and vast potential of small businesses in India. eCoach proposition aims to solve the fundamental problem of inadequate access of capital and infrastructure to over 57 million MSMEs in country in urban and rural market. eCoach aims to build a footprint of 500 locations with AUM of $5 billion. So he is Mr. Amit Saxena in front of you. Another panelist is LK Jhunjhunwala ji. Mr. LK Jhunjhunwala ji. Okay. Okay, so if anybody knows him, he's the founder and president of Awok India Foundation. Praveen Kumar Devedi ji is another panelist in this group. Another panelist for this discussion is Mrs. Shweta Roy Srivastava. Ms. Shweta Roy Srivastava. Put your hands together for her, please. Big round of applause. Ms. Roy is having more than 14 years of working experience in banking and finance service sector, and having handled project in financial literacy with DFID, Government of Uttarakhand, worked in microcredit department of SIDBI for more than 10 years, and handled various other portfolio related to institutional recovery and branch banking. So Ms. Shweta Roy Srivastava. And so we have, these are the panelists. I think I am one of the speakers too, sir. Okay, so to introduce myself, I would like to play a small video. What we are doing. Garima, can you help me with this? Volume, please.
MSD Group of Companies is a pioneer group founded in the year 2018. A brainchild. MSD Group of Companies is a pioneer group founded in the year 2018. A brainchild of Mayank, Sanjay, and Devendra, it promises to bring about a revolution in the areas of agriculture, horticulture, and aquaculture with their prolific and inspiring ideas. It all began when the trio left behind their extensive years of jobs in big corporates and MNCs to do something substantial with their passion for nature and agriculture. They are absolutely committed to catalyze the change in these sectors with their vision, strategy, and preparation, and tilt the balance of life in favor of fitness and well-being across the world. And MSD Group is all set to bring about this vitality. They are excellently managing the 4 sections: agriculture, horticulture, aquaculture, and e-commerce. MSD Agrotech has 60 acres of farmlands for horticulture and grows best quality fruits and vegetables. MSD Agro Enterprises delivers these fruits and vegetables at customers' doorsteps via AgriCart, which is MSD's e-commerce brand name. Their venture, MSD Aquaculture, pioneers in freshwater fish farming and currently producing premium quality of fishes via cage culture technology. MSD Group has received many accolades for their outstanding work and developing agriculture sector. Recently, it has been bestowed with the Emerging Company Award by IAF CSR Times. Besides, MSD's new venture AgriCart received Most Promising Startup 2020-21 award from Indian Achievers Forum. Crisscrossing the map with its presence, the group presently is working in Delhi, NCR, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka. With a mission to grow into a sustainable agriculture and food products provider, Team MSD welcomes all nature-loving and enthusiastic people to be a part of this agriculture journey for growing together.
Thank you, team. So, thank you so much. So this was our journey. We started in 2018, and I, along with my 2 friends, we left our corporate jobs. We studied and researched a lot about agriculture sector कि क्या क्या कर सकते हैं और कैसे कैसे benefits हम खुद भी ले सकते हैं और लोगों को पहुंचा सकते हैं. So in that journey, हमने काफी कुछ सीखा, digital inclusions किए, financials, खुद के लिए भी inclusions किए, लोगों को भी promote किया, बहुत सारे farmers को introduce कराया, बहुत सारे systems से, और आज हम ठीक ठाक काम कर पा रहे हैं. So first of all, thank you so much, all the teammates, all the agripreneurs, all the friends who are sitting here and who are watching us online. And thank you, jury, for giving me the award in the morning. I'm quite happy. Thank you so much. And at last, thank you, Praveen sir and team Avok, for giving me this opportunity and platform to share my views and be a part of this wonderful panel discussion. To begin with, MSME, entrepreneurship और startup, ये 3 बड़े अच्छे शब्द हैं जो कि किसी भी एंटरप्रेन्योर या किसी भी यंग जनरेशन के लोगों के लिए मायने रखते हैं। जब 10 से 12 साल, कितने लोग यहाँ पे एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं? कैन आई सी द हैंड्स? क्या बात है, वेरी गुड। कितने लोग बनना चाहते हैं एंटरप्रेन्योर? वेरी गुड, काफी लोग हैं यहाँ पे जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं। सो बिल्कुल, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, एमएसएमई बहुत कम समय है, तो मैं जल्दी जल्दी बताता चलूंगा आपको। इंडिया में लास्ट मंथ तक 77,000 एंटरप्राइजेस स्टार्टअप हो चुके हैं अभी तक, 77,000, जिसमें से कि 107 स्टार्टअप्स यूनिकॉर्न में कन्वर्ट हो चुके हैं। यूनिकॉर्न, डू यू नो, हैव यू हर्ड दिस टर्म यूनिकॉर्न? $1 बिलियन से ज्यादा जिनका वैल्यूएशन हो जाता है वो स्टार्टअप यूनिकॉर्न कहलाते हैं। एमएसएमई में 8 मिलियन से ज्यादा एंटरप्राइजेस रजिस्टर्ड हैं, 80 लाख से ज्यादा माइक्रो, मीडियम एंड स्मॉल एंटरप्राइजेस रजिस्टर्ड हो चुके हैं। सो ये जो टर्म्स हैं ये किसी भी एंटरप्रेन्योर को मालूम होने चाहिए। उसके लिए क्या डिजिटल इंक्लूजन्स हैं, क्या फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसीज, आज हमारे सीनियर्स हैं यहाँ पे, हम इनसे सीखते हैं। सो टू बिगिन विद, I would like to ask Amit sir ki his take on adoption of this digitalization. क्या-क्या challenges हैं, क्या-क्या remedies उनकी हैं?
Thank you. And just a bit of brief background on eCoach. eCoach is set up as a banking and marketplace platform for small businesses. And of course, I've been working with small businesses for, larger part of my career through my various avatars at various companies. And ePush was founded by me in 2020. Now, the fundamental question that you asked, digitalization for small businesses, MSMEs, startups, and things like that. Now, all these things look very nice, okay? And I've asked this question, many times while interacting with small businesses. Maybe it's a, small manufacturer, or somebody's making something in, some innovative product, or it may be just a small trader, or it may be your, a regular shop, or it may be a service unit, a repair guy, or anybody. So the fundamental question to ask is that why should that person go for digitalization? It's all very fancy to talk about these things. What is it going to help them with? What is the end objective? Why is that person in business? That person is business to make more money. Is digitalization going to increase their income, by 2 times? Like, we often say, okay, double the income in, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever. And on digitalization itself, there are 2 parts to it, as per my experience. One is financial services digitalization. So financial services, if you want to make a payment, now payment ecosystem in our country has really developed, as compared to anywhere in the world. So you want to make a payment or accept a payment, all that infrastructure is very, very well available. Again, other part of financial services, say you want to take a loan, you can take it through an app, and it's become, very easy. You want to, the other 2 pieces of financial services, could be managing your bank account. Now, a lot of people are still onto that, not onto the digital banking, bandwagon, but, and then is investments in insurance. And there, I think more has to be done by the manufacturers of those products to make people understand. I don't think digitalization is per se a problem there, right? So that is happening to a large extent, across the country. Smallest of units will accept the payments, digitally. Loans can be taken on apps, investment, insurance, digital banking. Yes, a lot of accounts have been opened. Maybe more has to be done in operationalizing those accounts. The other piece which I want to come to it is the larger ecosystem. When I'm in a business, what is my end objective? That my produce, okay, I'm producing, say, some garments, right? Or I've made some new product. It should fetch me the best price across the world. So price discovery. So do we have a larger ecosystem for price discovery? Now, in this, there is a great initiative, being taken, by the government, is ONDC, which is, common, and where, any small business can list their, products online and can find a buyer. And I think that's a brilliant initiative, and that needs to be supported by the whole ecosystem. Second is, can I get my input materials at lesser cost? Now, is there a digital ecosystem for that? I don't think so, right? So those two pieces plus information, okay? Information is, power today, right? So do we have information? Does that small business have information on latest trends, latest technologies, government schemes? What advantage can the person take? Now, all these things, I think, through the power of technology and digitalization can be brought to that small business or, to that entrepreneur or to that startup. That will really go a long way in, promoting digitalization as a larger goal and helping the small business or entrepreneur to get a much better, financial, goal as they, set up their business and continue with it. Yeah. So.
So, Amit sir, lack of motivation is what you said. Why is important? There was a time when the banking system was changing to computers. My father was also into bank. जब उन्हें कंप्यूटर चेंज करना सिखाया जा रहा था बुक से कंप्यूटर में आने के लिए, तो he was very reluctant कि नहीं चेंज नहीं होना. तो there was a lack of motivation. चल तो रहा है ये काम. तो इस एक पॉइंट को जो आपने भी रेज किया, कैसे दूर किया जा सकता है सर? जो लैक ऑफ मोटिवेशन है लोगों में, क्यों करना है, करना ही क्यों है, जब तक उन पे नहीं पड़ती क्यों?
No, so I think this needs effort from all the stakeholders. I firmly believe that government cannot solve all the problems, in a nation or a country. Private enterprise has to come in, okay? And we have to promote the concept of profit with purpose. That this is not charity. Any private enterprise, who's getting into digitalization or addressing these needs of, small businesses, sure is not doing this for, charity. They're making money. And also making the small businesses understand that, look, if you do all these things, you are going to get much better price you're going to get much better price discovery rather than selling this, your products to an intermediary who's going to take this and sell it in, some international market and get 10 times price, right? And therefore, that education has to be that end goal. What is the objective? All of us are, practitioners, right? We believe in achieving something, right? And that is what the small business is also trying to do. So if that is explained very well, that look, you're going to get price discovery, you're going to get lesser cost for your material. So please adopt, get on to ONDC, please, right?
Yes, yes. Yeah, you want to please take it.
And also, I will just like to add one more point to sir, what sir said is, I think one of the biggest motivation has to be that, it will save your time. It will save your manpower. It will save your time. There are more efficiencies, less chances of errors. But yes, that inertia of breaking through from, being a non-digitized, being on a non-digitized platform to a digitized platform. Yes, it takes a lot of effort to be there and to do it.
I think what is very important is that now organizations like SIDBI and also NABARD, what they are doing is that micro enterprises, आज जो छोटे किराना stores हैं या जो छोटे retail stores हैं, if you see, जैसा कि अमित जी ने भी बताया अभी, open network digital commerce जो ONDC का platform government का आने वाला है, उसके माध्यम से जितने भी हमारे जो किराना स्टोर्स जिनको की थ्रेट था कि अमेज़न आने के बाद से डिजिटल होने के बाद और एक तरह से प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा था पहले की बहुत, नाउ इट इज ऑल चेंजिंग. वो माइंडसेट बदल रहा है अभी लोगों में और लोग चाह रहे हैं, जान रहे हैं कि ये, और गवर्नमेंट को भी चीज रियलाइज हुई. दैट इज व्हाई नाउ दिस ONDC नेटवर्क, दिस इज समथिंग व्हिच विल transform the way we actually buy and sell things. So this is going to be like a very, very open market, which is what ONDC will do. So digitalization for all these micro enterprises and MSMEs is going to be one of the big game changer. And there will be, so people have to actually start thinking like this. So, and which is where their knowledge, their understanding, वो एक बहुत ही important चीज है. तो again, I will request Shweta ji to, of course, throw some more light on what SIDBI is doing.
A very good evening to all of you and to all the August panelists sitting here. And thank you, Avok, for having us on board for this panel discussion and for giving me an opportunity to be amongst all of you. I'm Shweta Roy Srivastav, Manager, SIDBI Lucknow office. So I have a small presentation if, I would like to run through it.
To speak from there?
Suits me, sir.
So we can speak from there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. So I have a small presentation. So first of all, to begin with a small apology, the date is November 22nd. We are on 24th already. And that incidentally happens to be the Thanksgiving Day, if I'm not mistaken, sir. So thank you once again, all of you. And so SIDBI has been into lending into, MSMEs from 1990. So we are an institution who was set up under the Act of Parliament, and we are the principal financing institution for promotion and development and financing of the MSMEs in the country. And SIDBI is, largely known for its, we have a couple of major major areas where we are supporting. One is we are giving fund of fund support, which is the equity support to the new startups. Then we have the promotion and development activity, which is based out of Delhi, wherein, we are taking all sorts of financial literacy, empowerment, development, promotion and development related programs. What, a great aspect of what we are talking here in terms of financial literacy, having a platform for the entrepreneurs, for the women, for the end users, for the beneficiaries. So we have integrated programs across the PNB department, wherein, we are supporting entrepreneurs with financial literacy. Then we have a direct lending segment, wherein we have various innovative lending models to the various MSMEs. Then a large chunk of the bank is into indirect lending, which is lending to the NBFCs, bulk finance to NBFCs, refinance to banks, which gets channelized to the end users. And we also finance MFIs and the new age fintechs. So basically, that's part of the indirect lending portfolio of the bank. And we are also the nodal agency for a lot of government-run programs. We are also into policy advocacy. And SIDBI had, during the COVID crisis, SIDBI was one of the nodal agencies wherein, we had this ECGLS scheme, the Twarit scheme that we had, in which, a lot of benefits and waivers and increased moratorium and loans, without collateral were being given through NCGTC, which were basically guaranteed through NCGTC, which is also a SIDBI outfit. So that is the core of SIDBI, with direct lending being a small part of it. And we are basically a refinance institution in the country. So I have yes, we are an institution with more than 80 branches all across India. And while I came here, so I was just looking at the slide, and I was wondering that what is my target audience. So precisely the presentation talks a lot about various schemes and various policies which we have for the MSMEs. And so but I will just give you a brief, a very quick brief on what kind of various facilities we are having for MSMEs. And then being more from a financial literacy background and being connected to it core, I would like to be talking to the audience more on that. So as part of direct lending, MSMEs के लिए हमारे पास
लाइक जैसे रेगुलर कमर्शियल बैंक्स हैं, प्राइवेट बैंक्स हैं, वैसे MSMEs के लिए भी अ पार्ट ऑफ द डायरेक्ट लेंडिंग जो है उसमें वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ स्कीम्स, जिसमें जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं उनके लिए है, जिन्होंने नए बिजनेस यूनिट स्टार्टअप किए हैं, जहाँ पे सर बेसिकली जहाँ पे केपेक्स रिक्वायरमेंट्स है, जहाँ पे आपका लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग रिक्वायरमेंट है, आपका मशीनरी रिक्वायरमेंट है, you have some requirement in terms of your pre-operative expenses, your advertising expenses, या आप कुछ कोई solar rooftop लगाना चाहते हैं to increase your efficiencies. So we also support those kind of fundings. We have tie-ups with original equipment manufacturers, what we call OEMs, all across the country, so that we can provide platform to the entrepreneurs. And जो हम digital lending की बारे में बात करते हैं, या जो हम financial literacy के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, so we have tie-ups with these OEMs. तो क्या होता है सर, उसमें जो promoters हैं, जो entrepreneurs हैं, when they approach us for loan, तो सारा after completing the paperwork, what we do is the disbursements are directly made to these OEM suppliers. प्रोसेस पूरा डिजिटलाइज्ड होता है सर. जैसे हमने कस्टमर ऑनबोर्ड किया, एंड आपकी कोई एक मशीन है विच मे बी यू आर बाइंग फ्रॉम सीमेंस और विप्रो, एंड हमारा ऑलरेडी इनसे टाई अप है. सो यूजिंग द डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म इटसेल्फ, वी आर पुशिंग थ्रू द फंड्स टू दीज टू सप्लायर ऑफ दीज मशीनरीज, एंड मशीन्स गेट डिलीवर्ड टू द एंटरप्रेन्योर्स. सो दिस इज, I'm just trying to integrate, how we are talking about financial literacy, we are talking about digital platforms and digital platforms in MSME lending, and how it is evolving. So this is just a part of it. And then we have schemes for for export oriented units. जो उभरते सितारे program है हमारा, वो export oriented units के लिए है. We also provide working capital. So this is just a brief on about our products and services. The larger emphasis which I will like to lay here is that जो हमारे जो processes थे पहले, so with the advent of with the advent of technology, with the technological interruptions जो है, plus to be more competitive in the market. I mean, we know today that we have NBFCs like your paisalo.com and fatafatpaise.com. It's just so many. एक घंटे में सर आपको लाख रुपए का, 2 लाख रुपए का आपके सिविल MSME रैंक स्कोर के बेसिस पे, आपके फिट स्कोर्स के बेसिस पे आपको पैसे सैंक्शन करके दे देंगे. So but yes, those are of course for consumer loans, and we are not looking at consumer loans. We are looking at a segment of MSMEs जहाँ पे 10 लाख से ऊपर के लोन है, क्योंकि 10 लाख के लिए तो सर पता है आपको मुद्रा इज already in place. 50,000 से लेके 10 लाख तक के लोन के लिए मुद्रा is there in the system. So इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर सर क्या है, लार्ज कॉर्पोरेट्स एक बड़ा कंफर्टेबल सेगमेंट है, मुद्रा लोन्स भी कंफर्टेबल सेगमेंट है, क्योंकि वहां पे आपको उतना ITR नहीं देना है, वहां पे आपको GST रन नहीं करना है, वहां पे आपको बैंक स्टेटमेंट्स नहीं देख रहे हैं, आपको सिविल स्कोर्स नहीं देखने हैं आपको, और सिविल कंज्यूमर नहीं देखने हैं. क्रेडिबिलिटी उतनी जरूरी नहीं है. बट जहां ये MSME की बात आती है, which directly impacts the GDP of our country, so वहां पे it is very important, जहां पे entrepreneurs, technology, products and credibility हम integrate कर सकें. So we've been trying to develop various platforms जहाँ पे अलग-अलग तरीके के हम the bank statements, the bank transactions, the CIBIL MSME scores, the balance sheets, the ITR based funding. So हम ये सबको integrate कर सकें, ऐसे products बना सकें, so that it can be of help to MSMEs. Number one, on the front end. On the back end, we can and we are already in the process. We have actually rolled it out. हमारे जितने application procedures हैं, application processes हैं, so they are now all digital. So the client onboarding process has also been made completely digital. So ऐसा नहीं है like a traditional bank, you will have to come down to any SIDBI branch office and you will have to log in. एक एप्लीकेशन लिखना पड़ेगा कि सर हमको इतने इतने लोन की जरूरत है, एंड आई विल बी नीडिंग XYZ अमाउंट ऑफ लोन टू रन ऑफ माय बिजनेस. तो अभी हमारे पास आधार बेस्ड प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं सर, जिसमें हम कस्टमर्स को आधार बेस्ड OTP के थ्रू एप्लीकेशन फाइल कर देते हैं. they don't actually need to come to the branch office except for sending the papers online. through their registered email IDs, the GST numbers, the ITRs, the bank statements. They can send it online through emails to us, and then we register the application. And this is an Aadhaar-based OTP authentication process, जिसमें आप OTP confirm करते हैं, and your application gets logged in. And after sanction, the communication for the sanction also goes online. And yes, of course, mapping of the bank accounts and all of those things happen in the process, जिससे disbursements and other aspects become smooth. तो कहने का तात्पर्य सर ये है कि बैंकिंग सेक्टर में भी फ्रंट एंड और बैक एंड पे बहुत ज्यादा इंटीग्रेशन हो रहा है ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी to facilitate the MSMEs, to save time, to increase efficiencies, and to build more and more credible methodologies. I think you have a call. So, to build in more credible methodologies, जहाँ पे जो सही entrepreneurs हैं, जो सही लोग हैं, उनकी पहचान की जा सके और उनको maximum credit facilities दी जा सके. In fact, sir, अब we have piloted products जिसमें the entrepreneurs don't even need to come to the branch office for documentation. आप stamp papers online खरीदते हैं, so the purchasing of stamp papers is online. Documentation also happens through NESL, through the online platform, where again through Aadhaar-based OTPs, the promoters, the directors, they can sign the documents, and the entire agreement can be executed. So. So yes, we've gone to the extent of completely digitizing our credit processing, from customer onboarding, loan application, legal documentation, disbursement, and to monitoring. And so yes, and the KYC process now, even RBI says that the KYC process has to be through eKYC linked and through biometric Aadhaar-based authentications. So that's one part of it, sir. The second part of it is that SIDBI काफी initiative ले रहा है to, sir ने जैसे बोला that, we will also, सरकार सब कुछ नहीं कर सकती है, and we need to have stakeholders, we need to have public-private partnerships to be executing it. So SIDBI is, we have been doing a lot of orientation programs, direct credit में for our MSME customers. क्योंकि I will tell you, sir, entrepreneurs who have even come to us, for loan of about 1.5 crore, we found out कि उनके mobile numbers और Aadhaar cards linked नहीं हैं, तो हमारा documentation process complete नहीं हो पा रहा है, क्योंकि जो OTP जाएगा वो आपके Aadhaar linked mobile number पे OTP जाएगा. So at that level, this is the gap at that level. So, when we talk about financial literacy, I think it's a very, very long journey that we have to do. SIDBI also works with microfinance institutions, and having executed a lot of, international donor projects, and as well as, inbound projects, we know that at field, जो हम इसके पहले भी बात कर रहे थे, that, women are, microfinance is what's a doorstep banking. बहुत एक्सपोजर दिया है इसने विमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, जो छोटे किराना स्टोर्स हैं या जो अपने छोटे छोटे काम करते हैं, उन तक जाके क्रेडिट फैसिलिटीज पहुंचाई हैं. बट आज भी सर, देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ गैप इन डिजिटाइजेशन व्हिच इज देयर, एंड इट्स अ लॉन्ग जर्नी फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस टू कवर. But these are just a few initiatives, that that SIDBI has taken, that a lot of banks are taking, and there is a lot of digital transformation which is happening in the financial lending space also. That's all.
Thank you very much, Shweta ji. I'll just, request Mr. Amit to,
So it's really incredible and tremendous work which SIDBI has been doing, and I've been kind of associated, and we've had multiple interactions. Now, one thing which came out of this, and it came to my mind, that one place where a lot of collaboration can happen, and one thing which can be completely transformative for small businesses is the supply chain finance area, right? Now, one of the biggest pain points of small businesses or entrepreneurs is that they do not get credit, while there's always a working capital mismatch, right? Now, I have been working on this for a long time, and in my current avatar, we are trying to put together the suppliers the wholesalers, suppliers with the end, users or consumers, for, supply chain, and seeing that, by getting everybody on the same platform, can you make things easier? Not only finance, but, delivery, logistics, quality checks, in everything, right? And that is something where lot of stakeholders, need to come together, because there is also a GST angle there. There is, of course, the logistics, quality, and everything, right? It could be interstate price discovery. You could get, if a lot of, say, retailers or manufacturers on a platform, they can order from anywhere rather than ordering from their, nearest provider. And there's a lot of price discovery and cost arbitrage can happen. So this is one area where everybody can come together, private enterprise, and the government and the institutions, and make like ONDC is being done for price discovery for your produce. Similarly, on the input side, there could be a platform, which could, help the MSMEs or entrepreneurs or, small businesses a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's a very important point that how, we integrate this for the MSMEs to get them help. So before we are closing this session, one liner I would request from each of the panelists here. Three of them, all three are, while two entrepreneurs and Madam is from SIDBI. What do you think, for organizations which are in the non-governmental space, while profit is the motive for everyone, government, of course, works for micro enterprises in many ways to see that how their life becomes simple. So what in one line you think should be done by organizations like Evoke India to help micro enterprises in the digitalization or financial inclusion space, as per you? So Amit, starting from you.
No, I think right now you guys are doing an incredible job, and the most important thing is getting all the stakeholders on a common platform and develop that understanding that this needs to be done, and this is for everybody's benefit. It's not, and I mean, just stepping back, and we talk about capitalism and things like that. I mean, there's a book which says saving capitalism from the capitalist.
Yeah,
right?
correct.
And this is a very famous Harvard prof who taught me, and I am remembering his lecture, and he said, look, this is in everybody's interest that there is equal access to resources or equal distribution of wealth to the society. Otherwise, what will happen, you will have a disruption someday, and which will cause problems to everybody. So if you do not think long term, it's going to be a problem. So you have to make sure that all these, platforms are developed so that everybody benefits, right? So that is, I think, what you are doing is going a long way in getting all stakeholders together and developing that understanding that this is for everyone's long-term benefit.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. That's very, very important. I think this is something which is extremely important, that all the stakeholders from financial world, they should come together and, converse their ideas to bring out the solution. That is very important. हम लोग जब जाते हैं जमीन स्तर पे, तो कहीं कोई GST का कुछ बता रहा है, कोई चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट कुछ कह रहा है, या चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट तो वो खैर माइक्रो एंटरप्राइज जा ही नहीं पाता है, कई बार जा नहीं पाता है, और तो MSME में भी बहुत सारे ऐसे इश्यूज हैं. So that is very important, how all the stakeholders come together and devise a formula which can help them. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think, sir, पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी MSME प्रमोशन में एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट इशू है. एंड आज भी सर हमारे पास, मतलब मेरे पास, इफ आई हैव 15 पीपल कमिंग इन फॉर सीकिंग अ लोन असिस्टेंस, 15 में से कुछ नहीं तो कुछ नहीं सर, 10 से 11 लोग आते हैं ये पूछने के लिए दैट हाउ डू वी सेट अप एन एंटरप्राइज, मुझे क्या अप्रूवल्स लगेंगे अगर मेरी जमीन जो है मेरे नाम पर है और मैं बिजनेस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के नाम पर कर रहा हूँ, तो क्या मुझे मैडम मुझे क्या अप्रूवल लेना पड़ेगा? मैं उस बिजनेस पे, इंडिविजुअल के नाम पर जमीन है, मैं उस पे काम कर सकता हूँ क्या? these are the basic questions. आपका जो asset है वो company के नाम पर होना चाहिए, because if you are looking at an investment of 8-10 crores, so it is a big investment, and it is a very long-term, long horizon investment. So that kind of hand holding, that kind of initial education to this segment of client, मैडम मेरा तो 70% काम जो है कच्चे में होता है, और 30 तो मैंने बोला सर आप जितना मुझे बता रहे हो कि आपका टर्नओवर है, इतना बड़ा काम है, 60-70 लोगों का स्टाफ है, तो आपका इतना टर्नओवर है, सम एक्स अमाउंट ऑफ टर्नओवर इज टेलिंग मी, नहीं मैडम मेरा तो समझ जाइए 60 से 70% काम जो है कच्चे पे होता है, आप जीएसटी का चक्कर तो जानते ही हैं. So, these are very, these are very, very practical issues. People have to be sensitized that, boss, if you have to get streamlined, if you have to get integrated into the mainstream, you have to go through the process of, GST. You have to go, through the process of, you're routing your money through the bank account. You have to, online integration तो हम बातें करते हैं, but integration तब तक नहीं होगा जब तक हम actually वो platform use करना नहीं शुरू करेंगे. मैं तो सारा काम अपना जैसे तैसे कैश में निकाल ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि अब तो पेटीएम ट्रांजैक्शंस भी मैप होते हैं, तो आप तो पेटीएम भी उतना फ्रीली नहीं कर सकते हैं. पेटीएम भी एक एक्स अमाउंट ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शन के ऊपर दे विल नीड अ हायर अमाउंट ऑफ ड्यू डिलिजेंस, अ हायर अमाउंट ऑफ केवाईसी. So, I think sir, sensitization is one area जहाँ पे सिद्धि भी काम कर रहा है for the MSMEs. But still, I feel it's a long way to go. Still, I feel it's a long way to go.
Thank you. I think that's very, very relevant and very, very important point, which we also have come across many a time when people come to us for understanding, especially micro enterprises. I have seen, forget about 70%, I have seen people doing 90-95%. Somebody who's making chandeliers here. I remember my auditor, sir, chartered accountant Rajiv ji sitting here. This gentleman is doing almost 90-95% into cash. So there are people like that, and then there is another extreme where I had gone with HCL Foundation to Hardoi, where a lot of small artisans now, they have been brought into that stage where their products are selling on Amazon. उनका सारा वो माल अच्छे से पैकिंग होकर जा रहा है. अब उनको अपनी यूनिट सेटअप करनी है, तो उनको अपनी फर्म बनानी है, उनको अपना ये बेसिक सीखना है कि कैसे मुझे बैंकिंग, करंट अकाउंट बैंकिंग, कैसे मुझे लेंडिंग करनी है, माइक्रो लेंडिंग करनी है, तो ऑल दैट. So this is, something which is a big area of work which we think has to be done. So lastly, I think we have Mayank now, as all of you have seen that the work they are doing in aquaculture in Wardha district, they have been instrumental in including a lot of farmers, fish farmers actually, of that area. While he's from Ghaziabad, he has gone away from the state to set up something in Wardha, and I have seen that place. So I will ask him also that what he thinks that in maybe one line that the people, especially fish farming, that is what majorly is doing, how these people can also be helped in financial inclusion, or what organization like us can do, because farmers, we are doing a lot of work now. Actually in UP we are doing some amount of trainings and capacity building. A lot of farmer producer companies which have been formed. यहाँ पे कई लोग बैठे हैं, फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बैठे हुए हैं, और हम लोगों ने देखा है कि उनको कंपनी तो बना ली है, लेकिन कंपनी का ABCD भी कंप्लायंस का या उसकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग का, शेयर होल्डर क्या होते हैं, डेट क्या होता है, इक्विटी क्या होता है, वो शायद उनको नहीं पता है, क्योंकि वो शायद किसान थे, किसान से आज कंपनी बन गई, लेकिन उसके बीच में बहुत बड़ा गैप है जो उनको वो यात्रा पूरी करनी है. तो मेरा मयंक जी से भी सवाल है कि इनका अनुभव क्या कहता है, और इनके हिसाब से एक लाइन में ये बताएंगे 1 मिनट में कि क्या करना चाहिए.
The clause of 1 minute. Anyways, तो श्वेता मैम ने जैसे कहा कि मैं उसमें ऐड करूंगा कि मैम एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में तो ये बहुत है कच्चे का काम. अब हम लोगों ने पढ़ाई लिखाई करने के बाद जब ये एग्रीकल्चर के काम में स्टार्ट किया, इट वाज हाईली अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड. अभी भी लगता है कि ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं है उतना, तो हम इसको करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं ऑर्गेनाइज करने की. बट स्पेशली जो भी फार्मर्स हैं या जो भी एग्रीकल्चर अलाइड सर्विसेज में, हॉर्टिकल्चर में है, एक्वाकल्चर में है, वो इस कच्चे के काम को ही प्रेफर करते हैं. उनका कैश में ही ट्रांजैक्शन होता है, तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाती है कभी कभी उनको, क्योंकि हमें अपनी बुक्स बनानी है, हमें आगे बढ़ना है, हमें आगे IPO में जाना है, बहुत सारी चीजों में करना है, तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट हमारे लिए भी हो जाता है कभी कभी कि उनसे समझाया जाए कि एग्रीकल्चर में, फिश सेलिंग में, क्रॉप सेलिंग में GST का भी रोल नहीं आता है. स्टिल उन्होंने एक नैरेटिव बना रखा है बहुत सारे फार्मर्स ने कि नहीं नहीं टैक्स तो है, टैक्स तो है, टैक्स तो है, डिस्पाइट उसमें नहीं है। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि बहुत समय लग रहा है, लगेगा लोगों को समझाने में, फार्मर्स को समझाने में कि हमें बुक्स में आना पड़ेगा। आज एक छोटी एंटरप्राइज है, कल इसको बड़ा बनाना है, कल उसको और ज्यादा बड़ा बनाना है। आपके लिए ही बेनिफिट है, फार्मर्स के लिए। और अवोक से, अवोक इंडिया ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से या ऐसी बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से यही रिक्वेस्ट है, यही हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि बहुत सारे ऐसे सेशंस हों जिसमें हम तो समझाते ही हैं, वो भी अपने बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम के जरिए लोगों को बताएं, फार्मर्स को बताएं, एक्वाकल्चर के लोगों को या हॉर्टिकल्चर के लोगों को या ट्रेडिशनल फार्मर्स को कि भाई बुक्स में आना पड़ेगा, कच्चे के काम को कम से कम करना है। So this is what I want in one line, sir.
Thank you very much. I think it's been a wonderful discussion from all the panelists here. And with this, we are closing this panel. And now, before we get into the Thanksgiving and also the mementos presentation, I would request all the people present here is that there are two options. One is that tea break is there, and it is also not there. So, so tea will be ready outside. So if somebody is feeling for tea, they can go out and take the tea and come back. Because as you all know that we are running little short or behind schedule. And the next panelist, Regional Director from Reserve Bank of India, sir, is also here. So we would immediately move into the next panel after this. And for, of course, there will be an extended tea session after this 45 minutes of panel, which will be for the BFSI sector. So this is part of the administrative guideline. I thought I'll tell you in case some of you want to take tea and come back, please come back. So we will have 5 minutes break, and then we will again reassemble for the last session of the evening, which is the valedictory session. And so over to Nikita. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for Memento. And to present the Memento, I request Mr. Praveen Dwivedi to please step forward and felicitate Mr. Amit Saxena. Please give a huge round of applause, everybody all together. Thank you for joining us. Now I request Mr. Rajiv Pradhan to please step forward and felicitate Mr. Mayank Singh. It's an honor to have you, sir. And last but not the least, I request Mr. Sudhir by ONGC to please step forward and felicitate Mrs. Shweta Roy Srivastava. Thank you for your precious time, ma'am. So should I begin with the last? Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the last and the final panel discussion. And last topic for the last panel is BFSI. As we all know that today competition to bank is generated from unexpected sources such as technology companies providing financial services and fintech companies simplifying digital transactions to attract customers. Digital transformation has brought in several financial benefits and sophistication in process, besides delivering far better customer experience. So let's discuss this in our last panel discussion for the day. And the topic is BFSI sector, fintech, digitalization, and customer issues. I would like to address our chief guest and session chair, Mr. Balu, Regional Director, Reserve Bank of India. Thank you for joining us. Now I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you our moderator, Mr. Praveen Dwivedi, founder and president, Evoke India. Thank you for joining us. Now, please welcome our eminent speakers for this panel. Mr. Divesh Mathur, Chief Operating Officer, Bank of America. Can we have a huge round of applause? Everybody, come on. Also, we have with us Murli Krishna, Director, Plaudit Services Private Limited. Thank you, sir. And last but not the least, our last panelist is Mr. Kapil Dev, Chief Business Officer, NCDEX. He will be joining us live. So let's begin with the session. Over to you, sir.
So welcome once again to all of you on this last, but not the least, of course, because this is something which is the panel which has the, I think I would heavyweights of the industry, BFSI sector. As you all know, BFSI stands, a lot of people would not even know actually, when the anchor was also speaking BFSI, I can vouch for it. She was not knowing what BFSI is, you know. So banking, financial services and insurance, this is the sector which we all come from. And this is the sector which constitutes 45% of the world economy, I would say. And we have amongst us in the panel three eminent guests who will be deliberating on this topic. I was actually not very sure whether I'll be moderating this because Kapil Dev was to be there. And Mr. Kapil Dev also there online, he's there. Okay, so without further much ado, I would start this panel and request Shri Balu Kanchappa sir, who is the Regional Director for the Reserve Bank of India for UP. I would request him to make his opening statement and open the theme which is for this panel. So,
thank you, Dwivedi ji. Whenever fintech, since morning you have been discussing on digitization, fintech and financial inclusion, etc. All the, elementary aspects must have already been discussed and already everybody is up about it. Let me straight away jump into this. I just remember whenever I happen to speak to this kind of audience, we are still talking about literacy. That's something when we will stop talking about literacy. Maybe sooner, I think we are going to stop financial literacy, maybe financial inclusion, maybe in another couple of, maybe I don't say decade, maybe a couple of years, I suppose. Because if you look at the Aadhaar-enabled phone linkage, these are all some of the things that, especially the UPI, it made wonders. It made sometimes, when I keep speaking to my colleagues in Bombay, many of the Western visitors to the central office of Bombay, sometimes they express they are jealous of us. That's a word you used. That's why I'm just repeating, jealous of us. So therefore, it's something that it's quite an event in itself that we have achieved that stage where others are really jealous of us in a way because of thanks to Aadhaar and linkages and financial inclusion and the present central government and various state governments who have participated in the great Yagna. So I also remember while coming, the book by name World is Flat, Thomas Friedman. If you would have read about it, maybe 10 years, 12 years when it was published, I still must have been 10 years back. So I think it's becoming more flat and flatter. That's all we should rejoice. And people like Mr. Dwivedi and people who are assembled here are the people who have to take it forward. Often me as an individual personally, sometimes when I see all these developments, I should have born some 30 years later. Why was I born in 1965? Sometimes I wonder, because that is the good days, that's the better days. Shayad achhe din aa gaya hai, aisa mujhe lagta hai, at least we are the financial world. Look at the trust factor that is there in the system. That's one thing I highlight. We sit here and then take out a cell phone and punch an order, and then here we go. We put 2 lakh, 1 lakh, on, let's say, Medanta or Apollo or some other public issue, we don't even bother to read, but we know that I'm going to make money. People have made money. Just click of a button, they put 2 lakh rupees. That is the kind of trust we have over technology. That's the kind of situation we live in the capital market or in the deposit market or borrower's market. So the fintech has come in, it's going to stay. The only thing that perhaps I should underline and leave it to my other panelist member is that sometimes I've been in the bank 30 years. I worked in a commercial bank for 6 years. There's something called the price of freedom. Price of freedom. The freedom is that, unless something is prohibited, you are entitled to do certain things. Okay. Unless something is prohibited, you can do that business. That is freedom in a way. When we do the fintech, often sometimes I wonder, you look at the big 4 data companies or the big IT company, whatever name you give, how much damages, how much penalty is being imposed, both in India and abroad. How much public policy outcry is there? That's at the global level. At Indian level, the digital lenders, the digital lending apps, what they call, how much noise they are making, that also we should keep. So when I say the price of the freedom, that I think everybody should keep in mind, whether it's part of the banking, non-banking, or capital, or non-banking, non-finance world. Wherever one is, the price of the freedom, I think one should appreciate. I think I'll stop here. I'll come back to you with I was also ombudsman for about 3 years before coming to Lucknow about 7 months back. So I have 3 years of long experience as an ombudsman in this changing world. The last 3 years, 4 years, whatever has happened at the digital lending space, that's massive. So is my experience also enriched dealing with complaints. Not a good idea to start with though. So I'll hand over the mic to Dwivedi ji to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your insightful views about the sector and how this is growing. Now, I would request move on to Shri Devesh Mathur, Head Global Business Services, India Business Management, Bank of America. We are privileged to have him here today. He's traveled from Mumbai for this conclave. So thankful to you, sir. Just to give you a brief about his profile. He oversees his, business operations for global business services, including governance and reporting, coordination of strategy development and planning, operational excellence, communication and environmental, social and governance initiative. Also responsible for building external relations for Bank of America, GBS across regulators, forums, academia, ESG counterparts, parties and external consultants. So with this, I would request him to enlighten us with his thoughts on the theme, which is about the BFSI sector, fintech, how this merger is happening today. Traditional banking and fintech, all of us are actually using fintech, whether we know or don't know, but we are using fintech. Now, how this marriage of fintech with traditional banking is happening, and whether it is leading to customer delight or customer issues. Now, that's something, the question we are addressing here. So over to Devesh.
Thank you. Okay, so since this is the last session, you have nowhere to run, so I can start with a small story. So this is pre-fintech. So before all these fancy terms like blockchain, metaverse, Web 3.0, AI, ML, robotic process automation, and everything else that we talk today as if this is usual colloquial behavior and talk. I'm now taking the clock back about 10 years. In the city of Lucknow, HSBC, my bank for 28 years where I worked, had opened a branch. And there was a branch manager there, a young boy called Praveen Trivedi. Praveen Trivedi took over the branch in Lucknow. And my parents, who I had with great difficulty convinced, please move your relationship from Union Bank in Hazratganj to HSBC in Saharaganj Mall ke samne location. So बहुत ही मुश्किल से I managed to convince my father. So he moved it finally. But his son was the CEO of HSBC, so it was embarrassing for him that he continued in Union Bank. One day he called me, he said, तुम्हारी वजह से account तो move किया, लेकिन अगर यहाँ रहूंगा तो प्रवीण की वजह से रहूंगा. So I said, ऐसा क्या हो गया? You know, what is it that Praveen's done for you that is so special? They said, he preempts my requirements every day. कभी वो मुझे कॉल करके कहता है that you have money lying in your account, uncle. Why don't you put this money into fixed deposits? कभी वो मुझे फोन करके कहता है कि मैंने आपका पैटर्न देखा है, अब हर महीने आई एम कैलकाटा अपने छोटे बेटे की फीस पे करते हैं, कैन वी ऑटोमेट दिस पेमेंट फॉर यू? कभी वो ये कहता है कि आपने एक 20,000 रुपए का बैलेंस हर महीने छोड़ रखा है, कैन वी डू समथिंग एज एन इन्वेस्टमेंट फॉर यू? सो बेसिकली Praveen was coincidentally sitting next to me today. Even before all of this technology enablement came, had the human interest in being able to be solution orientated for a customer. And God knows what CRMS he might have relied upon, because surely HSBC didn't have that sophistication. But he took that ability to find real customer solutions and understand customer journeys, right? We'll keep talking about this in different contexts in today's day and age. Now roll the clock forward, right? Today we talk so much about fintech. We talk so much about what has happened. Transformational things have happened, right? So let me again pause. The Praveen story tells you that you're basically today using tools to assist you in something that you were always expected to do. So fintech is not something that is redefining fundamentally what is required to be done at a human level, right? Now let's take the context of where this industry is today, right? And we're very fortunate to have the regional head of RBI here today, but essentially fintech today in India is the flavor of the day sort of thing, right? We have approximately $9.8 billion of investment last year. It's slowing down a bit this year, but nevertheless, it's still pretty big. And the expectation is that by 2030, banking and financial services and fintech overall will be a 1 trillion AUM, right? It'll be a 200 billion revenue model, which means what you have today will be multiplied multiple times over the course of the next 7 to 8 years. That's basically what this is all about. Now, which are the big pieces of fintech? And I'll take just 1 minute and then I'll pass out to the next panelist. But the big pieces of fintech, or the big areas where fintech is playing a role today, are as follows. The one that is touching all of us every day, which in volume terms is the highest, is payments and payments related technology, which is playing a big role. So fintech and technology for payments is the big thing. And as regulators, sir here, and he'd asked this question a few minutes ago in an informal chat to us, that what would this landscape from a regulatory perspective across countries look like? So payments and payments legislation and banking licenses for payments related activities is a hot topic. And we know that today RBI may not have given full-fledged licenses to payment-only organizations, but other countries are doing it and we may follow, but that's under consideration. And that's one area of huge transformation. The second area, which is in terms of revenue, the biggest opportunity in India is lending. So lending fintechs, because lending, as you heard right through today, has got multiple nuances as well. And something that has really been highlighted over the last 2 sessions in particular is that lending shouldn't always be seen as retail. Yes, there is a lot of retail lending transformation through fintechs that is happening, because people are now saying pay now, or rather buy now, pay later. People are now saying that, okay, we will preempt for you your cash flows, or whatever might be the methodologies at play. But retail is big, but an even bigger opportunity lies within MSMEs and the smaller businesses, where fintech can be a disruptor. The third area, which is obviously quite easily understood by all of us, because this is the subject for today, is wealth. Wealth, fintech. Fintech in the wealth distribution, the wealth manufacturing, and the wealth management space. Then insurance. Insurance is a huge area again for fintech. And finally, neobanks, because neobanks are basically utilities today, and they are not necessarily today, as per regulators' will, which is the right thing to happen, allowed to operate entirely on their own. They need to be bolted on to the infrastructure of the traditional licensed players. And this is all eventually boiling down to trust. I'm not going that lane down, but it's an important aspect. Sir touched upon it before he gave it to me as the mic, right? So I think the whole idea is you understand these are the big areas, okay? Now to last part of Praveen's question, what do the big banks think versus what are the new banks? There's a very interesting survey that was done in India, and it was carried out globally as well by Ernst & Young. I would request that most of you who have the ability to check the EY website, look it up. It's a recent thing. Most developed and Western economies, customer credence on fintechs versus traditional national level players versus traditional state level players is vastly different to India. So if you take the United States, in the United States, as per that survey, 33% of the people polled were happy to go with a fintech as part of their total banking relationship, primary banking relationship, PBR. And the percentages for national and state players was also interesting. In the US, the state players scored higher than the national players. So there they don't care as much as we do here, that they're happy to go with a state bank, a state level bank in Arizona or anywhere else, and in any other state, as much as they don't necessarily give extra weightage if you're a all across the US player like Wells Fargo. But you take the same thing in India, as per that survey, 92% of respondents entrust their primary banking relationship to national level players. Okay, so a much higher percentage of people want to go with national level banks, the state banks of India, the ICICIs, HDFCs, etc., and a single digit number of respondents only across age groups would put their primary banking relationship into a fintech. So Praveen, to answer your question, I'm sorry it took me so long to reach there, is that yes, there is disruption. Yes, fintechs will disrupt the model for everybody. It will have to be a collegiate environment where traditional players marry fintech capabilities to either their core or collaborate. They have to platformatize to be able to do that. But at the same time, that whole basic foundation of trust in a country like India is still very much in the hands of the traditional banks. And it'll take a while before the fintechs can really get to the point where that degree of trust to be the primary financial solution provider to banks or to individuals of such a huge population is going to be reached. Okay, so that's just my thoughts on it. This is not the Bank of America thinking.
Right.
These are my views.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's wonderful. So I know what is happening is that fintech, while we still think fintech is something, a very complex term to understand, but the alpha, there used to be earlier Gen Z and Gen X, millennials, which is Gen X, Gen Z, and then now finally all of you know Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha doesn't even look at, writing books or notebooks or pick up a pencil. They only know digital, they are all babies born after 2010. So maybe those people will not even know what a bank is. But anyways, that's a question we will look to see further. Now, Kapil is actually online. So may I now bring him in into the discussion. Mr. Kapil Dev, Chief Business Officer, NCDEX, National Commodities and Derivative Exchange Limited. He has been instrumental in launching new products and building new categories at the exchange. In his current capacity, he has been driving force behind bringing innovation to the business operations besides strategizing market penetration across agri ecosystem. So in agriculture sector, of course, a lot of you know about NCDX role. Now, he's part of the BFSI panel today, and we would request his insights, his valuable comments on what does he think about the theme for the panel, which is how for him customers are all the farmers who are actually some of them are using the services, how this technology is disrupting that space, and how he is leading, or NCDX is leading to customer delight, which is farmers delight. So over to you, Kapil, please. I think you are mute or?
Yes, thank you,
Yeah, now,
Praveenji.
whatever. Thank you. Yeah, please.
You can hear me? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. And thank you, Praveenji. I think digitalization, customer delight, and there's something which we have been listening. At least I, being the youngest among all of you, have been listening this particular thing and have seen this market growing. When we talk about BFSI, especially like derivative exchange like NCDEX, mostly the impressions remains that we are into trading business, we offer derivatives trading, and people do come and trade for various reasons. But if we go a little deeper, I do see a very huge disruptive impact, how the way agriculture supply chain is being impacted by any operations which this financial market does. When we talk about a country like India, especially rural economy, agriculture connects all of us in whatever industries we are. And problems there are largely the the unorganized market, fragmented market, comparatively lesser penetration of technology and any other schemes which we talk about. But and even if you see in last 5, 6, 10 years, a lot of progress have been made on the production side. We have been using AI, weather insurance, weather services, GIS technologies, various other technologies. But at output side, supply chain, which protects farmers and profitability of this entire ecosystem, is somehow still away and have seen large scale of interventions in absence of proper information, and I would say the lack of digitalization. What we do see as an exchange, because we are connecting every dot of agriculture, that right set of information, availability of right set of information to every stakeholder, and providing that information at the right time is very crucial. If we talk about agri, the larger problem on the supply side remain that farmers do not have right information on the various aspects of agriculture marketing, whether it's taking the right call when they are making the sowing decisions, it's or making the sell decision of the crop, harvesting of the crop, choosing finance for their crop, and stocking, and various other government intervention. But when we do see as an exchange that how we are operating and what role we are playing, we do see that we connect every other thing. Just for an example, I would tell you that the price related information is something which is still have not evolved. Yeah, efficient spot market has not been evolved, and farmers are still dependent on so many localized information when they are supposed to make their decision on their crop which they are growing. But after the presence of nationalized derivatives market, a platform where they can really look at the price, and they can benchmark themselves against the national level prices, help them to make the right calculative and balanced decisions. What we are doing, yes, we have been now working with the farmers. We have now close to 1 million farmers, more than 500 FPOs trading derivatives market. I think if we talk about the penetration of this, we have seen state like Bihar and FPOs from Bihar coming forward and trading options on derivatives market. I think nobody has ever thought that an instrument like options will be traded by the farmers, and I think that's the power of open digitalization and information availability. That is one thing we are doing. On the supply chain side, country like India, which produce 400 million ton of food grain close to now, do not have any mechanisms to make sure that what we do produce, where do we store, what grading is there, who is storing that, what transaction, traceability, audit, nothing is as far as ecosystem is concerned exist. But if you see how the derivatives market, which is known for the trading, is actually solving this problem. Now, we have started our operations maybe 20 years back. Till date, we have now transacted close to 15 million ton, around 15 million ton of grains using derivatives market. And we in the system can tell you that every single grain being traded on exchange platform or delivered or deposited, who deposited it, who produced it, where it was deposited, what price it was sold, what grades it has, what was the shelf life, everything about it. And that is still continued. So a lot of awareness about the quality in terms of agriculture commodities being produced is going to the farmers. Standardization is happening, and it's happening for a reason, because they want to connect their goods to the national level prices. So that is one thing which we are doing. After introduction of ENWR, financing of agriculture commodities have become much more easier. Acceptability has increasing. Recently now we have closed 1,000 crore of finance in one financial year against the ENWR, which is again encouraging. And over and above, Praveenji and respective audience, that when there is a developed financial market, digital developed financial market, it brings a lot of information into the ecosystem, whether it in terms of prices, whether in terms of research, whether in terms of forecasting, whether in terms of update on the international prices, update on the financing, or any other major activity which impacts. So that is the indirect impact we do see having a derivatives market. When we started our operations, it was like, no, farmers' response was that no, we believe APMC prices better than what you are, because we don't know what futures markets are. Now, when we go to the farmers, the thing is that please tell us, yeah, we use futures prices to make a decision what crop need to be sown and what crop need to be stored, or what decisions need to be made. So I think there is a direct impact on the decision making by the farmers, which is 45% of our population and a larger part of our GDP, and helping them. What we are doing to reach to our customers, we have identified this as a core, area for the development of agri derivatives market. We do connect with almost all the FPOs who now exist. We have close to 1 million farmers who are now registered with exchange. We do disseminate exchange and related information prices to lakhs of farmers through various services, whether it's SMS or any other app. And over and above, almost 400 APMC market are there where we do provide our ticker, where prices of various mandis and spot markets are being published, along with any other information which we do. So that's from my side, Praveenji. I think financial market brings transparency, and thank you.
No, thanks a lot. I think it's indeed wonderful, in terms of आज किसानों के लिए हम लोग जब किसानों के पास जाते हैं तो कई बार ये लगता है, ये सारे टर्म्स जब यूज करेंगे लगता है कि शायद किसानों को नहीं पता होगा, लेकिन जैसा कि कपिल देव जी ने बताया कि बिहार में एक ऐसा किसान है जो कि NCDX के प्लेटफॉर्म पे डेरिवेटिव ट्रेडिंग कर रहा है। तो और जो जिस तरह की इंफॉर्मेशन अवेलेबल हो रही है आज इस माध्यम से, डिजिटलाइजेशन से, चाहे वो प्राइस की हो, चाहे वो क्रॉप की हो, चाहे वो फोरकास्टिंग की हो, तो ये सारी चीजें प्रैक्टिकल तरीके से डिजिटलाइजेशन के माध्यम से किसानों तक पहुंच रही हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है जो कि फाइनेंशियल मार्केट को फार्मर से जोड़ेगा। और जैसा कि उन्होंने बताया कि 500 के आसपास करीब FPOs अब ऑलरेडी इनके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, 10 लाख किसान जुड़े हुए हैं। तो दिस इज जस्ट अ जर्नी विच इज गोइंग टू अनफोल्ड इन ए बिग वे। एंड लेट मी टेल यू, $5 ट्रिलियन की अगर इकोनॉमी इंडिया की होनी है तो वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ किसानों के बल पे ही हो पाएगी, और कोई तरीका नहीं है। तो ये तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। और आज सुबह चूंकि हम लोगों का ये कॉन्क्लेव का जो केंद्र बिंदु या आप सेंटर पॉइंट कहेंगे, वो आज किसानों पे ही था। हमारे साथ मुख्य अतिथि भी माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री थे, मुख्य अतिथि, और गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर हमारे एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्शन कमिश्नर। तो हम लोगों का भी ये उद्देश्य है कि कैसे हम फाइनेंस को जमीन से जोड़ सकें, और उस जमीन पे सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट आदमी किसान है। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच कपिल। आई विल नाउ मूव अहेड टू our next speaker, Mr. KSS Murali Krishna, who is traveled from Hyderabad with the hope that he will be able to help all of us with some of the cyber crimes, cyber frauds, which we all are prone to. हम सब उसके शिकार हो सकते हैं, अगर नहीं हुए हैं तो शायद अगर उनके जो आप लोग उनकी बातें सुनेंगे तो शायद उससे आपको जरूर काफी चीजें हैं। तो उनका आपका वेल राउंडेड एक्सपर्टीज है कंसल्टिंग, मैनेजिंग, ऑडिटिंग एंड कोचिंग में वेरियस फंक्शंस लाइक एंटरप्राइज लेवल IT, GRC, IT प्रोग्राम, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट, बिजनेस एनालिसिस, एनालिटिक्स, subject matter expert, project manager and business analyst, guided multinational teams on various business critical solutions like internet banking, sales portal, dealer portals, customer support, back office. So he has a wonderful experience in retail banking in India, Finland, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. He has, of course, been a member of the committee on information security governance framework for banks by IDRBT India. So without further much ado, I think an excellent person to highlight and flag off the areas where we all should be cautious about. So over to Mr. Murali Krishna, sir, please.
Thank you all. And this was a great experience. I've been here since morning, listening to all the speakers, and it has been, I have plenty of notes I've taken down, lots of thoughts were triggered. So a lot of thoughts were triggered and lots of notes I've taken, so much to think about. So nice. And when it's, so when I thought about, heard some of the things that have been said earlier, so Ombudsman brings me back to the olden days of the outward bills clearing. They were the topmost. 30% of the complaints to Ombudsman were on outward bills for clearing. And people used to pay a lot of money, 2%, and postage and other things had to wait for 10 to 15 days. When sir was talking about the digitalization and we had these online remittances, the total profitabilities were also had to go down because of non-interest income going down, and fintechs unbundled most of the banking. So now the banks are also challenged for other sources of incomes as well. So when I came for this particular topic on this days for BFSI, so I had to incorporate the security, which I am required to, I'm good at, and the training part, which AWOC does, the digitalization, the subject, and the finance, and out and in the context of fintechs. So these are all the things that I had to bundle together so that it would be relevant to the discussion today. Basically, when it comes to cyber security, cyber hygiene, the mindset is all negative. So as picking some word from what sir has said about freedom. So you don't have to give up a freedom, but it's a freedom to do more business in a challenging environment or in an internet, which is very hostile, unpredictable, and which is not secure. So when we see so I just, I prefer to use the term cyber hygiene. It has been there, but it looks more positive rather than saying cyber security or some other negatively associated terms. So most of the people, most of you, what I will be saying would know, you know already about what I'm trying to say and other things, but are we putting it into practice? Knowing is not doing. So the most problem comes with most of what we hear looks very apparent, but what are we applying in our day-to-day behavior? That's very important. So the cyber hygiene is to bring about that consciousness to change our behavior in a day-to-day basis so that we transact any amount or any number of transactions on the internet platform or on the fintech platforms or on third-party platforms with confidence. So last year, if you have seen, there were about 12 crore attacks in India. About 14 lakh were reported by certain as compromises or as incidents in Parliament. We were third in Asia for being attacked. And most of the small SMBs, small businesses, lost close to 3 to 7 crores whenever they got attacked. So this is the mid 25% to 75% bandwidth, where it was about 3 to 7 crores. So most of the cyber victims are individuals. When it comes to that, the numbers are high on the individuals as well. But there are different types of crimes are there. Police is not able to figure out or even now catch, apprehend people beyond 3 to 4%. And if the money is lost, the police is not responsible to bring it back. They're only going to apprehend the culprit. So it's better that we take reasonable precautions to not to get into it. It's not that we are too big to be attacked, even small are attacked, because these days the whole thing is run by AI. If you are using AI for analytics, even the hackers are using it for analytics. They figure out who to, what is your vulnerability, where you can be attacked with what, and they attack you. So it's not necessary that you have to be a big wig to be very, or you are famous or something to be attacked. Everybody can be attacked. So given that, basically what I was trying to convey is that we need to be cautious about our transactions. Be careful about, there's a lot of information available on the internet from RBI, from SEBI, from CERDIN, from NCIIPC. These are all the high-level bodies in the country who are trying to educate people on safe cyber utilization. But can we absorb that and utilize it is the bigger point. So I feel that it's better that we start looking into cybersecurity as one of the important requirements for conducting business and taking on our own business growth and projections, and it should be part of our strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Murali Krishna. I think it's indeed very important to have this as part of our strategy. I would go back to Dr. Balu Kanchappa while I missed actually. My apologies for reading out his rich experience. Just to enlighten all of you about this, sir has spent 29 years with RBI, and large part, spent part of career in bank supervision and NBFC regulations. He has inspected 7 out of top 10 large banks in terms of market capitalization under RBI's supervisory framework. He was head of Central Fraud Monitoring Cell of RBI at Bengaluru. Of course, worked with Corporation Bank for 6 years in corporate sector. Worked as member of managing many committees at international level. Peer review committee for reviewing the financial system of the UK, United Kingdom, chairman, deputy governor, Central Bank of Brazil, constituted by Financial Stability Board, Basel, FSB, and expert team to evaluate the Mauritius banking system. At national level also, national risk assessment on AML and terrorist financing in banking sector. He has been a Fulbright scholar, spent 6 months as visiting scholar at the Rutgers Business School, New Jersey, USA. So a lot of credits to his profile. And now I would request sir, how Reserve Bank's role in terms of as a regulator. We all know that a banker's bank, how the interests of the depositors are protected. So that is one very, very important area. So I would urge him to speak on that. And next would be which is the last question on the panel. Every panel we have been asking is that how organizations like us, Evoke India, and other such non-profit organizations or for-profit NGOs who can actually help us or with their intervention to help the depositors, in terms of their protection of their money and also bringing awareness. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Regarding the first question, I'm not sure whether any other organization where the technology has been absorbed as much as the Reserve Bank, enabler, as well as absorbing in the own organization. The amount of budget we have, the amount of spending, the amount of new project that is undergoing, it's massive in terms of we take it 24/7 RTGS, NEFT, setting up of NPCI, setting up of IDRBT, setting up of varieties of subsidiaries for the cyber security. We have a REBIT. Basically outside the RBI, a couple of subsidiaries have been set up so that we bring in more efficient and the talent that we require can also be taken on at a more liberal terms than RBI what being in a public sector organization is. So quite a bit of things have happened in terms of the IT space. But at the same time, as Mr. Murali Krishna has mentioned, the cyber hygiene is something that is emphasized everywhere. So all of us in one way or the other connected. If at all, if there is any message that I can leave with you, is that yes, that is what is very important. I often keep talking to the bankers. I often keep going to the town halls and other things. I keep telling bankers that, look, now we have reached a point of no return, in the sense that the brick and mortar branches which you used to support the customers, correct, you can't any longer support. Meaning, if you keep your ATMs down for 2 days, 3 days, or your internet banking down for 1 day, or your UPI or IMPS, NEFT, I can bet your branches will not be able to manage the queue in front of your branch. You can't manage the customers if they walk in the way they are used to. How many of you have visited a branch now? I am not. Last 1 or 2 years, I have not gone to my branch at all. Correct. Same is the case, I'm 100% sure. So therefore, the kind of architecture that we require in terms of the massive buildup that has happened in kind of financial sector, be it capital market or banking sector or financial market. So therefore, it is essential that cyber hygiene. One aspect that I would like to emphasize is that the banking is a network effect. There is something called network effect. Imagine, I'll just give an incident. Some years back, this particular not so very big private sector bank, very small you can say, they had a ATM network, they had a POS machine set up everywhere all over the merchants. And then people from all over the banking system, they swipe their card for drawing the money, ATM or POS machine. And naturally the user ID, or rather the number and the PIN number have been captured and then stored in their server. So that has been hacked. Mind you, it's not 1, 2, 3, it's something like 2.5 million card numbers and along with the PIN numbers. Okay. One is that those are all numbers apparently sold in the dark web. I understand at that time I was in the fraud monitoring cell. So they sell it at 1,000 cards, card number and PIN numbers for as low as some $5, $3. It costs around $10, $15 to buy a card writing machine, maybe in Amazon or wherever they can. So if you have the card number and PIN number, you can write and then you can attempt in the overseas ATMs. That's what exactly happened. All of a sudden, the complaints on the card misuse start coming from all over the globe: Ukraine, Canada, East Asia, West Asia, and East Europe. You name it, China. All over our cards were misused. So now the point is this, that this small bank who only had ATMs and also POS machine and taken the, these 2.5 million cards belonging to the big banks. What is the liability of this small bank? Can they keep the liability? It's a different matter that the card replacement happened. It's a different matter. All the large banks who are party to this, they lost through a small bank. So the issue is that in a network situation, the strength of the strength of the chain, they say that that's the weakest link. So every link has to be strong. That's where the challenge that comes into picture. So therefore, whether you are an aggregator, whether you're a bill collector, whether you are just running a QR code kind of situation, wherever, everybody has a role to play. So that is where the regulator's role becomes very, very tough. How are we going to protect the trust of the situation? We don't know now, when you do a Google Pay, how many independent units independent legal entity it pass through? At least I don't know. When you do phone pay, when you swipe a card, you don't know how many people take the share in the income of the merchant discount, whatever they call. How many people participate in this process? So it's again network effect. So therefore, the hygiene has to be protected at every point of interface. So quite a bit of things have been done by RBI. Again, I can say the second factor authentication, OTP-based authentication, etc., is something which is relevant more relevant considering our law and order situation where enforcement is certainly not up to the level. Varieties of initiative RBI has taken, educated the police, we speak to the police, we took the cyber security, cyber cells of the police wing, but still a long way to go. So since you're all part of the system, it's our collective responsibility. That's what I feel. Insofar as I was mentioning to you that I was an ombudsman. So nearly 40%, this year it must be more, I suppose. 40% of the complaints that is received, around 3.5 lakh complaints is received all over the 22 ombudsman office. Nearly 40% is connected with the digital. That is ATM, debit, credit, varieties of what you call digital transaction. So one of the senior banker used to say that in another couple of years, maybe another 4 or 5 years, this 40% may become 80%. So this is the challenge again we have to face. In fact, incidentally, I should mention this month, November, Reserve Bank has taken a massive, intensive advertisement campaign through our regulated entity, supervised entity. You would have seen today also Bank of India took a morcha on the streets of Lucknow. In some parts of it, they at least 250 employees walked around just to holding the placards. That kind of situation is there. And at the highest level, at least I must say that Reserve Bank is conscious that this challenge has a very, very serious effect on the financial stability. So we are talking about the cryptos, we are talking about the CBDC. CBDC has already become reality in India. So therefore, if I want to answer Ms. Dwivedi, I think this is what all of us have seen. Mind you, NPCI is also, the creation of RBI in a way. So therefore, this is something we should be proud of. But again, I must say, it's a collective responsibility of the system. People like Dwivedi, who have quit their corporate job, banking job, and they're into NGO, it's a delightful to interact with him. In fact, recently, we also are setting up, or rather the last 3 years, the work is on, we are setting up a central, CFL, Center for Financial Literacy, where around 160 or so Center for Financial Literacy with a 3 years budget of 27 lakh rupees or so we spend on CapEx and OpEx. And, the NGOs like AWOK, recently we onboarded. In fact, I was so happy to meet Dwivedi just about a month or 2 back, I suppose. Yeah, and I didn't know that they do such a wonderful conclave like this. And this is on 5th year, I suppose. Yeah, 5th year. I must certainly say that it's a thoroughly meaningful venture or an event. I wish them all the best. Thank you. I don't know whether I answered the second question.
In a way, because so am I audible? Yeah, okay. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think the amount of work RBI is doing now, and but one thing is rider, which all of you know that ombudsman के पास अगर अभी 40% कंप्लेंट आ रही है 3.5 लाख में से जो डिजिटल की कंप्लेंट होती हैं, तो शायद 40 से 80% नहीं होंगी तो 60 तो हो ही जाएंगी. तो उसकी तैयारी हमें रखनी है और उसी के लिए ये कॉन्फ्रेंस है कि हम लोगों को कोशिश करनी है कि साइबर हाइजीन की जो बात करी कि हमें अपनी तरफ से प्रिकॉशन लेनी है, which is very, very important. So I think very quickly, we are now running out of time. So very quickly, I'll ask in a couple of minutes, first to Mr. Devesh Mathur, that what he thinks should NGOs like Evoke India Foundation should do, Evoke in this area. So over to you, sir.
एक तो डॉक्टर बालू के साथ के बाद मुझे ये मत पूछा करो प्लीज, बिकॉज दैट हैज बीन आंसर्ड बाय द अल्टीमेट अथॉरिटी इन द रूम. बट बहुत ही सिंपल सा है ये प्रवीण आंसर कि बहुत दफा ये होता है कि एक टूल या एक मैकेनिज्म या एक कोई फैंसी लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट के बारे में ऐसे बोलने लगते हैं लोग कि दैट्स एन एंड बाय इटसेल्फ। तो बहुत दफा मैं सुनता हूँ कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में अपनी बैंक की और अदरवाइज ऑल्सो कि भाई आपकी ब्लॉकचेन स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है, या आपकी क्लाउड स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है, या आपका मेटावर्स स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है, या आपका वेब 3.0 स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है, और या आपका साइबर सिक्योरिटी स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है। To be honest, there can't be a cyber security strategy or a cloud strategy. There has to be a client strategy. There has to be an end business strategy. There has to be an inclusion and financial literacy strategy. Uske upar focus karo. To get to that end point, you may have to collaborate with fintechs. You may have to collaborate with the experts in cybersecurity. You may have to connect with people who can scale up through embracing the cloud. You may have to look at new ways to engage the latest population. Now suddenly I see a few youngsters here, which could be the metaverse. That could be a strategy or whatever. Everything in terms of these new terms that are being used are only a means to get to an end, right? So your focus should be to relentlessly focus on that goal itself, right? But educate people, as Dr. Balu was saying, on what are the pitfalls in running with that strategy. So if you're going to say that I'm now going to be able to do everything on the phone and everything digitally, what can be those risks? And I think enough people, including Murli, have spoken about what can be those specific safeguards that we can have. And Avok plays a huge role, especially now that you've got mandate to go into so many districts, to include all of this as a part of your narrative. But your fundamental narrative should not change. And it shouldn't be that you get derailed by any of the other so-called trends which take you away from your core objective. I think that's the only little piece of advice I can give you, Praveen.
So I'll just bring in Kapil on this discussion before we move to Mr. Murali. In terms of specifically, while Pan India also we do work with farmers, but one single point or 2-point action item which Kapil you think NCDX or we at Evoke India can together, or marketplace like yours can do to help improve the farmers' inclusion more from North, or maybe specifically from UP, I would say, while Western UP is partly inclined towards those kind of understanding, Eastern UP is not at all. So what do you think is something which we can do?
Thank you, Praveenji. First part, I would like to just comment that, which is not your question, but because it is being talked, I think Indian financial market have improved a lot over a period of time, and we have seen now a lot of new regulations largely focused on protecting customer. And we can say now, being the MII as a part of Indian financial market, that India is one of the most protected investor protected regulated system we have. Yes, it's challenging for us as well to keep pace with improved technology. Yes, people do come and ask what is the blockchain strategies you do have, and what is the next level cyber security you are coming up with. But I think a lot of awareness need to be created. With this regulated ecosystem, there is a parallel unregulated system is working. We have seen what happens in FTX, and if anyone of you right. So there are challenges to keep people on track, not allow them to divert it, because flow of information is so fast in the digitalization area. You never know where you have been reached to, and that is what as an exchange we keep on doing. Whatever we do with our customers, with the client, and especially at the very primary level, we do engage with the farmers. 90% of our efforts remain creating awareness and making sure that whatever we are talking is not misutilized by anyone else. And because we have seen, we talk people about hedging and risk management, and they are trapped after some time into some speculative trading, and then they blame the entire ecosystem. So our focus is one. I think with Avok, Praveenji, a lot of information need to be provided, a lot of awareness need to be created, and we are working with you. The major challenge with the financial market remains that still people do think that derivative is a financial market and we sitting in Eastern UP or Western UP cannot trade. So awareness on the various concepts related to market need to be created, which we are definitely doing with you, and we need to take it little to the next level. We are developing certain very interesting concept like price insurance to the farmers, and we are now working with various bank and bank broking to develop the models and giving price insurance in advance to the farmers the moment they do the sowing of any crop, which is a successful model in China which they are using. We are working on that. We are exploring new products, like for Western UP we have just launched a Jaggery futures contract. For Eastern UP we are adding few more products. So wherever possible, we are trying to increase our reach and going to various parts of the countries.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kapil.
Thank
So
you,
over to Mr. Murli now for his parting comments and guidance.
So just coming on some of the earlier remarks that the traditional banks have a better trust than the fintechs, as one of the observation was. So traditionally, the banks were actually incorporating or taking on only tried and tested technologies. That was one of the basis for the trust that you develop on a technology having been deployed on different scales. So fintech is now trying out with newer models. Now, like you will have digital banks, you could have account aggregators, and so many other, being metaverse or AI. All these things are going to come in where we are talking about speed of 10x or whatever. So when the speed is there, so when you're putting a very strong engine, you need a strong chassis as well. So it's necessary that the base infrastructure is secure, strong, scalable, and it takes on the kinds of shocks that the faster speed brings in. When we look at the one of the comments, one of the observations was about the necessity for all the people in the chain to be secure enough in a financial system, because there is a network effect, as it was being mentioned. It is about, it can propagate, the risks can propagate. And the hackers are also trying to get to the weakest part, or the suppliers or somebody along the supply chain to hack into the bigger systems, because they are trusted. Let's say fintech is there, fintech systems are trusted by a bigger bank. They can get to the bigger bank through a fintech. Fintech, if it has a weaker security, they can be broken in and taken in. So the payments network, there are a lot of players. Most of the fintechs think they're putting in the cloud. Cloud is secure. But in cloud, if you see, there are two parts. One, security taken care by the cloud provider. The other is by the client. That is, we should ensure our role in securing the cloud as well. Because I've done some audits of NBFCs, fintech companies, P2P providers. I've seen that they have been feeling secure having put it on a cloud. They say the responsibility is there. According to a regulator, RBI, it vests with the organization. If fintech is putting in cloud, fintech is responsible for it. When any kind of an outsourcing you do, please ensure that security is taken care by the outsourcing agency as well. And coming to the last question about what Havok can do is what we see from most of the regulatory guidance that is given along all the platforms that we see. They are not, the essence is not understood by the players, because that's a little cryptic. You need to be aware of the security context for it to be implemented. So Havok can come in and try to bridge that gap between what the regulators are asking different small organizations to do and what the organizations need to do. It could be training the individuals who will be the when they're going into the villages and looking at the users of these fintechs or technology products, digital technology and all, or the MSMEs, be it fintechs, other organizations which do not have an internal resources and capabilities to understand the regulatory requirements and implement and absorb them. And as sir has pointed out, it should be part of an integrated risk strategy. It's not a piecemeal strategy for business one and security one, technology one. So it should be an integrated, so all of them should work for your business building. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Murali. I think a very, very valid point that how we at our level can bring and simplify what regulations require, how people comprehend the requirements or the security related requirements. So this is what we do. And when we go to villages, the biggest challenge is to simplify things, more you, I think, simplify because in most of the financial literacy sessions we see after first 10 minutes, people go to sleep because it is not something anybody would like to listen more. They would, in case there is money lying on the table, 2,000 rupee note, people will jump onto it. But there's a book of finance lying on the table, hardly anybody will look at it, So it is as simple as that. With that note, I think I really thank Kapil and our esteemed panel here on the dais for taking this time out, while we are again very sorry for the delayed a little bit. I think we got a delay on behind the schedule. So thank you very much. May I request Chandni to please bring the memento presentation, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to begin by thanking all our eminent speakers for this panel by presenting mementos. First, I would like to call Mr. A.K. Singh, ex-CGM, NABARD, to present memento to Dr. Balu Kanchappa ji. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. R.D. Pal, on stage and present memento to Mr. Devesh Mathur ji. Srivastava to be on stage.
When I'm standing at the closing ceremony or Thanksgiving ceremony, I think it's a sense of while the vote lies with you, how it went off. Of course, your feedback is important. All of your suggestions are important. But I feel standing here satisfied that overall we ended up closing on time, and of course with a lot of fruitful, enriching discussions which happened with so many speakers. So I would certainly like to thank the panelists for this session, especially Dr. Balu Kanchappa, who could take out his time and who we are so very thankful to. Big round of applause for sir for being here and chairing this session today. And thanks a lot to Mr. Mathur, Devesh Mathur, again being my ex-colleague, and of course always been very supportive, and we are also welcoming him to our advisory board. So please a big round of applause to him and Mr. Murali Krishna for traveling from all the way to Hyderabad, being here and helping us understand the subject. So big thank you to you, sir. A big round of applause. I know that in the evening claps are hard to make, but anyways, I think it's important. And last but not the least, I think it is very, very important to thank all of you who are present here, our partners in the conclave who have supported us, namely White Oak Capital, Bombay Stock Exchange, SIDBI, NABARD, also NCDX, SBI, and Arthavipra. We had MSD Agrotech, MSD Aquaculture, Ecosh, and of course Lucknow Management as the knowledge partner. So once again, a very big thank you and gratitude to all of you for making this 5th edition of Conclave very successful. As we enter into the 11th year of our journey of Evoke India, we all need your good wishes and blessings to take further march ahead and ensure that we do a bigger conclave, as we have decided to move on next year, this conclave taking on to Delhi. So that is something which our board had decided in the last meeting, that we should now move on to Delhi. While of course UP remains the birthplace and we will keep working for UP, but we will be taking this conclave by the grace of God to Delhi next year. So thank you very much. Please come and join us for a cup of tea and coffee. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
I would request all the interns to please come up on the stage.